Oh. Wow. Is today a drama-free day, boys?
Or are they reflections of us? Could we have been somebody else if we'd taken a right turn instead of a left? Or if we'd taken the place with the hot tub, or the one uptown. We went downtown. Could we be fabulous or fantabulous? Yes, yes, we sure could. With Apartments.com's multitudes of listings, our possibilities and yours are truly multitudinous. Multitudinous. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Oh, hello, do you want to sign up?
I've already signed up. Hello.
Welcome, Jim. Oh, we got one. I'm looking for, there's a guy out there. Should I go ask him?
Dude, look at that guy down there. Just point it at him.
Which one? Which one? There's three lectures.
Yep. Just wait. Just wait, Chad. It's his shirt. Wait.
Wow, and I'm thanks for the tip, Rob Summer. I feel like gyms are probably like some of the worst. I don't know why I get that feeling. I feel like gyms have to be like the worst business in terms of ROI. Maybe because there's so many of them. I feel like when I see businesses that do kind of like scammy, shady stuff, I feel like the industry's got to be like really hard to make money on. That's like a guess I have.
No way.
Toolbox, if you want to sign up.
Oh, it's
Come on,
Wes.
don't do this. Money Enterprises merge. What the hell? Wait, did you see that?
Why?
I don't know. I've never seen that in my life. I don't even
Couldn't you literally say that about every business ever? No, I don't think
didn't
so.
even know that's merch. Who buys E-Rob clothes?
Apparently it's not even E-Rub. I got so many questions for this guy, but he's learning. He's learning. Wait until he's not learning. Then we need to interview him.
Tell your grandma to sign up.
I'll call her. Tell me right back.
I only ever knew about the yellow.
Today was
I only ever knew about the yellow.
today was the day they decided not to put chocolate in the hot chocolate.
I didn't know there was more merch.
Chad, step in my office. Come here. I am very excited about this. I believe. We got a lot of work. Rob's got a lot of work. But I believe.
What scammy shit are you talking about? Like the supplement industry, those Toxic Planet Fitness type contracts? Just the contracts are usually really, really, really aggressive. They usually try to sell you like training from really shitty trainers, like really aggressively.
No, we're not. About me with Rob? No, you're not fired, Chad. You're fine. You guys are doing a great job. You're bothering the crap out of
I do really like the idea of streaming a business because I do feel like there is like potential to make money in a
pretty
unique
good.
way with a business though.
We just need to make sure that everything.
For streamers without sticking power though, gyms are omega retarded. They have huge upfront loaded overhead costs, but
seriously?
lower long-term maintenance, especially powerlifting gyms. You don't have as much machine maintenance.
58.
But the time scale to recoup, I feel like powerlifting gyms are probably some of the worst money makers because I think people want to go and like do the machines. Like if I had to guess,
58 members, baby. Chat, that's what I'm talking
if
about.
I had to guess on all of your gym like money, you probably make like 5% on like serious lifters and shit. You probably make like 50% on people that exclusively use treadmills, and then you probably make 40 to 50% on just like casual people that go and like do a combination of like cardio and machines and swimming and stuff like that.
Emily, you're going to have a lot of work here because I'm not doing it. Yeah, online setups count. I mean, if it's a monthly membership, yeah, it counts. But I think most of these are not online. All right, what percent, how close, so we're at 58 sign-ups.
Lazy one.
Jesus.
Lazy.
Don't act like you can't, you millionaire. Come
I'm
on.
not nepoed in.
No, you're not nepoed in. You have to get the...
Give me a few more months of GTRP and then I'll be a millionaire.
Okay, well, that tells me you're going to buy a membership. Come on.
What, 6 months in advance? 1 year in advance?
That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Hey, we're at 58. You know, we're about to be exclusive soon if you can keep it up.
So those are organic members, huh?
Those are real organic members. 58. 59.
So you have a gym now and you just sit in a chair.
Isn't that awesome? Shut up. I'll work out with you.
But can you eat fast food now? Like, what's
No,
up?
no, Canute's worthless.
Canute had like 8 meals today.
Canute, okay. I'm not kidding here. I will tell you Canute's whole day. Ready? He, yesterday for 9 hours, you see the membership signed on the screen? He played with that on stream for 9 hours and just set that up. Today, he woke up, ate, rode a machine, smacked his head, ate again, told a girl to punch me in the head, and now he's eating again.
In
That's
6
all
months,
he's
he's
done.
gonna be like,
What are your thoughts on U.S. relations with Iran? I think we might do Iran research next. I think that might be the next big thing we do.
But how many members?
I have to eat again.
That's all. So that's all he's done.
Miskif, I'm very hungry.
I thought having a gym would make me happy, but I'm only happy when I eat.
He's left all day, so he's worthless. Let's go work out.
Yeah.
Well, but you do have to. You know,
Oh,
come on. You should,
I got meal.
wait, what the fuck?
I got my protes. I got my
Wait, let's
my
take.
EAAs.
Wait, let's go.
So, you know I've still been going to the gym.
No, I didn't.
Seems
Actually,
like
no.
the only like.
I mean, I'm not like,
No. Are you gonna do one of the classes?
yeah, I'll do a class.
You would? They're crazy.
I saw the flasher.
You haven't. Oh, did you see it? Did you see the full gym?
That was,
I
huge.
will totally do a class with you.
Well, I thought it was gonna be a small box, and when I watched the stream, I realized it was huge. I was like,
Oh shit, I was going to talk about that yesterday, but we had so much drama. Are you going to do summary segments of all your research arcs? I don't know if I'll go back and write them up, but I think that would be a really good idea. Like at the end of a thing, I kind of did it with the Epstein here, where I wrote out like, well, here are like 3 different theories. Like here's the evidence in favor. Here's some difficult facts to account for. Here's a conclusion. I should do like a write-up at the end of any particular research arc, and then I could just like make that post either on my website or my Substack, and then like link sources and stuff, and then just like flesh it out over time if you want to fight. Maybe, yeah. I don't think realistically, I don't know if I'll go back and do it, but for things moving forward, maybe we can, yeah.
Hi, Chad.
It's just an encasing.
Yeah, this holds the amps and the stereo system and the mixer and all that kind of stuff.
Are we mounting it or just?
It's going to be mounted probably. It depends on how it sits in the room. But this is going to go downstairs in the control room. But we can have everything else set up while y'all are putting this
Rob,
together.
he's here unauthorized. He's not paying attention.
Ooh.
'Cause that's a
There's his
big
excuse not to
injury.
work out for the next.
I know.
Wait, I gotta sit in the
Or
chair.
build
now.
these shelves. That's what he's really trying to do is get out of fucking work. God
Good, I'm hungry.
damn.
You okay?
Yeah. I can't do legs. All right, how do I build this?
Well,
There's no directions. It did not come in the box, just so you know.
all right.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh.
We're men. We figure it out. We don't need directions.
Okay, can we go ahead and just Google the model and?
Oh, it's AI. What can I do with this wooden screws?
Why don't we have chat tell us? Chat.
Yeah, chat knows everything. Fix it.
They want us to do it right. So they'll.
Chat, how do we do this?
All right, I'm gonna go say hi to the noobs out there and real quick.
Wait, no. I want to see you. I
All
want
right,
to see
let's
you.
go. Let's
see
go
the gym.
watch and let's go. Why don't we? Do we want to do this first, or do we want to take?
What's the scariest feat of courage you ever did? Like see a bear while hiking, or encounter a shark while swimming, or doing a treacherous 12-day back country hike or maybe even encounter gangsters in a horrible city and they pointed a gun at you. I don't think I've ever been in any crazy situations like that before. I don't think.
You're equipped here.
Yeah, we just don't have the tools we need. I'm sorry, Rob.
I mean, honestly,
But
it's
these
like
all the screws, or was there anything else that is not here that was there?
You barely did any research on Epstein. His background and the source of the money are more interesting than circumstances of his death. No, they're really not, unfortunately. How do I explain this? They're okay. I have a beautiful pocket watch, okay? Rolex pocket watch. I don't know if Rolex makes pocket watches, okay? I have a bag here, got the Rolex watch here, and I say, does it look like the Rolex watch was created by somebody? Or do you think it just naturally spawned like this into existence? You look at it, you go, well, obviously, looks like it was probably created by somebody, okay? With the Rolex bag, or the Rolex watch in the bag, tighten the bag, put the bag on the table, you take a big hammer, and you just smash it up, okay? Over and over and over again. You shake the bag, you open the bag, and then you pour the pieces out on the table. And then you ask, guy in front of you, or the guy asks you, I guess, how many times would I have to shake this bag for that Rolex watch to come out again? And when you think about it, it's like, well, probably never. It'll never. You have to. There's like a finely crafted piece of machinery that's just going to randomly come out of a bag, no matter how many times you shake the parts out, right? I believe this is the teleological argument for the universe. Watch, bag, crush, argument for God. Is this the clockmaker argument? Yeah, but I think that the formal name, so you can sound smarter when you said it. So telos is like the purpose or design of something. A thing's telos, the teleology of a thing. The teleological argument, I believe, argues because the universe seems to function in such a way that it was clearly designed by something. So, the teleology of the universe seems to imply design, right? There are several big flaws with this, but the first flaw, the biggest flaw that you have, is that as humans, when we look at something, sometimes we think, wow, what are the chances? That's insane. There must have been some reason behind that. But the problem is you only see the thing that happened, and you don't see the 50 billion things that could have happened, right? For instance, every single time you shuffle a deck of cards, that is truly an amazing feat, because whatever order the cards end up in after you shuffle them, it's probably never been done and never will be done, never will be repeated in the entire history of the heat death of the universe. 52 factorial is the number of combinations of unique shuffles you can have in a deck of cards. When you look at any person's life, I'm sure you can always find a ton of weird things where it's like, damn, what are the chances of that? Wow, what are the chances of that? Wow, what are the chances of that? Oh my God, right? The problem is that when you go looking for things like that, it's like the full body scan on a house. If you go looking through especially billionaires' lives, like, man, that's so weird. Man, that's so weird. Then it's like you're always going to find weird things. And then when somebody says like, well, what are the chances that that and that happen? It's like, well, probably pretty low. But I mean, that's probably why this guy is a billionaire. That's probably why it doesn't happen all the time, you know? I remember a lot of the 9/11 arguments. People say like, what, really? You really think that would happen to Building 7? Does that seem at all reasonable to you? And I was like, well, I don't know, Chief. I've never watched planes fly into skyscrapers before. I'm pretty sure you haven't either, because I don't think this ever happened in the history of all of mankind. I don't know what would be reasonable in this circumstance. I don't know what it's like when 737s or whatever fly into massive steel fucking concrete skyscrapers, you know? So the point being that some people say that I see a lot of this, like, how did Epstein make his money? I don't know, and I don't care. But I mean, like, were there some weird things happen? Maybe. But if there's no, like, smoking guns, there's no strong evidence pointing to malfeasance, or there's no, like, reason to believe that, like, something weird happened, like, who cares? I mean, I'm sure you can go back to a lot of billionaires' lives and be like, yeah, I don't know, yeah, I'm sure there's some weird things. The only extra research I would do with Epstein, maybe we'll do it today if I'm on board, would just be why he got such a crazy plea deal in 2007 or 2008. That sounds insane. But otherwise, just the whole, like, how did he make his money? What do you mean, how did anybody make their money? I mean, I'm sure there are tons of billionaires on the planet where it's hard to know exactly, like, oh, he ran a hedge fund. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
washer there, but whatever.
I think he has a mechanical screwdriver.
These
as well.
and that guy. Rob should have 1,000 screwdrivers.
Oh yeah, this sucks.
A sex trafficker with a lot of money, no clue how he made it, no malfeasance. So again, and Destiny, yet you talk endless shit about Andrew Tate. This is gonna be my rich person's brain coming out. And I understand. I'm not even trying to be condescending right now, okay? Jeffrey Epstein trafficking girls on his island, and then you going, obviously he's a billionaire, like this is how he made his money, would be the equivalent to me looking at a kid in grade school that has $500,000 in his bank account and then going, oh, this kid loans money at interest rates on recess. Of course he's got $500,000. This kid lent this one dude $5 and the next day he made him pay him back $750. That's a 50% increase on his investment in one day, right? I'm sure that you can make money trafficking girls, but for an individual to become a billionaire off of trafficking, no shot. That is an absurd amount of money with an absurd amount of criminal vulnerability, with an absurd amount of downsides. You would need an absurd amount of clients, right? Even the Tates weren't billionaires, but what the Tates engaged in, the Tates didn't make their money sex trafficking. Sex trafficking was just a part of their business. The way they made their money was in the open on campsites. It was way more open, right? I seriously doubt in the history of all of mankind, a person could be a billionaire by trafficking girls. No shot. Maybe millions, maybe even tens of millions, although at that point you're probably getting big, but you don't understand how much money it is to be a billionaire. $1 billion, that's a lot of money. To make hundreds of millions of dollars trafficking in relatively privately, there's no shot. It's way too much. That scale just sounds unfathomable. That scale is a huge scale of trafficking.
Wait, sir, you work out with Yeezys on? This is the only, these are the only, like, sneakers I have, because I only wear boots.
How was your bullshit weekend?
I'm in Colorado.
Yeah.
It was a week. It was great. Altitude, 9,000 feet. It was great.
Why didn't you invite me?
Because you had to be a cop.
Joey Parmesan.
Did you leave already?
I'm probably fired.
No, I hate GTRP. I'm not doing that.
No, it's cringe.
Never,
It's cringe.
never going back.
Yeah,
Never going back.
it's so cringe. I'm glad you never went
No
back.
matter how good my sub count gets. Never
Yeah,
going
you
back.
can't do it. It's so cringe. All right.
Unless you blackmail the most influential people on the planet. Like, just think about the world that you're in, my dude. You have to, like, when you start... When you start to think about all the crazy shit that somebody could do, you also need to think about all the crazy shit that other people could do. So, for instance, when you say, is it possible that this billionaire guy could have, or that a guy could have extorted other incredibly wealthy people for huge sums of money? When you ask me that question, well, the answer is it possible? Of course it's possible. And would you try and do it? Maybe, yeah, sure. But, like, let's just think about that logically. What would happen if we lived in a world like that, where people could really extort people for millions or tens of millions of dollars? Like, what are some things that you would expect to see? Well, here's one thing I would expect to see, okay? In certain cities, you can have people killed for less than $10,000, okay? If there was a guy that was paying, or that was extorting me for $50 million and other billionaires or whatever, how long do you think this guy would walk the planet alive? You really think this dude would be able to be among us, to travel and fly on normal planes, that this dude wouldn't get fucking murdered immediately if this guy was extorting multiple people with that much money? There's no shot, right? Extortion schemes like this would never work because the types of people that you'd be extorting would obviously have the financial capital and the wherewithal, because you'd know these things would get out, like, oh, Epstein, like, extorts people, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's just no way, from, like, a game theory point of view, there's no way that somebody could move through the world and do stuff like that without getting fucking murdered for it. It would be insane. You have to be offering something of value or whatever for people to keep you alive, or other things that, yeah. Not to mention that, like, okay, that's true. If he was protected by Ray Epps as security, okay, the leader of breach teams 1 and 2, maybe. This is retarded. He has billions, so he can afford 24-hour security, Limfeo. Wow, he has so much security and he's so smart with his money that he got fucking arrested twice for trafficking, my dude. Wow, true. So much security, so ingenious. What a smart guy. Wow, twice by the fucking feds, bro. Not even like some crazy like military operation. It wasn't SEAL teams by the. Wait, was it even by the fucking feds? How did he even get arrested the second time? Like cringe, bro. Come on.
Do we hit 60 members?
All of this to say, I'm sorry, let me reiterate my point. All of this to say, it's not impossible that he did do these things. I'm just saying that you should want to see some evidence for it. You should want to see at least one shred of evidence that it happened. Just one shred of evidence. One shred of evidence. That's it. Without any evidence at all, why would you immediately believe that unless you want it to be true? Because you do want it to be. You want there to be the pedophile sex traffic rings. You want there to be videos of Hunter Biden, okay, penetrating some fucking 12-year-old on Epstein's Island with Bill Clinton and Hillary laughing in the background while they, roast marshmallows over Seth Rich's cremated corpse or whatever. Seth Rich? Is that the guy who Hillary Clinton supposedly, like, you want it to be true. By the way, the global profit of all trafficking is estimated to be 150 million, and 80% of that is forced labor, not sex trafficking. Yeah, that's not even surprising me. Bro, trafficking has got to be some of the most, like, overhead-intensive work in the world. Like, if you think about, like, the movie Taken, right? The guy at the airport, he's getting paid as part of the trafficking thing, right? The people that are doing the handoff are getting paid for transportation. The people that are holding the girls are getting paid. All the people that are working at any of those facilities are getting paid. The people that are facilitating trades between Johns and girls, or the brothels and the girls, like, there are so many hands involved in human trafficking. There's just no shot that you're making these huge overheads in this industry. I don't believe it, but what about cartels? Surely they make a lot of money from it. Cartels are probably making a lot of money. That wouldn't surprise me at all. However, but why though? What's the chief product that they deliver in? What do you think is the big big moneymaker for cartels? My guess is going to be drugs. If I had to guess between drugs and like legal immigration and drugs, probably, if I had to guess, I'd say 70% of their revenue is probably drugs. That's a guess. I could be wrong. If it's telling you a link to something, it'd be cool to read. Maybe I'm completely wrong on that, but trafficking people just seems like a shitty fucking gig, bro. You're working against so many, like, kidnapping humans is like that immediately puts you on like international radars. In any country, you're obviously completely fucked if you get caught. People are hard to work with. You've got to maintain their health. They could like scream and escape. If you get if you get implicated in one thing, it's fucked. If you take too many people from one area, you're fucked. If like anybody in your organization defects, if anybody in your organization is an informant, if anybody in your organization flips or gets paid off by somebody else, or anybody that does some stupid crime anywhere else and they get flipped by the Fed, like it's just that just seems like a racket. That just seems like a miserable fuck job to be running any like large scale organization that's trafficking people. Yeah, I don't know. That just seems like cuck shit. I think if I was going to do any legal industry, it would be something relating to financial crimes or drugs.
Yeah, I will 100% do anything. I don't think you guys get it. I'm a workaholic. I love working.
Are you getting 9 to 5?
Assuming Destiny didn't see that trafficking movie that was promoted by right-wingers because it explains a lot of this. That movie looked like the cringiest fucking like nut shriveling thing I'd ever seen in my life.
Sleep, wake up, come here, eat, watch Ronnie Coleman.
Eat.
I'll make you a deal. I'll 9 to 5 this place if you double my monthly earnings.
I don't understand. The news and the Netflix documentary both claim Jeffrey Epstein trafficked hundreds of girls through Ghislaine Maxwell. Is this also a massive journalistic failure? Okay, careful, because I don't have all the information on this, so let me qualify, okay? It seems to be the case, just based on some of the court docs that I read, okay? It seems to be the case that there are different types of sex trafficking that we think of when we say trafficking, okay? It seems to be the case that there are different types we think of, okay? So when somebody says sex trafficking, this is like what is in our head, okay? A girl gets like black bagged in, you know, I was gonna say Yugoslavia, in like Ukraine, okay? She gets, you know, addicted to drugs, shipped to France or London, and then flown to the United States, where Epstein keeps her on an island, maybe locked in a cage, and then leases this girl out to his rich friends to fuck when they come by until she, you know, 5-10 years, she ages out and they kill her, dump her body in the Atlantic Ocean. This is like what people think that like the average sex trafficking is or whatever, or like this is like the worst form of like sex trafficking or some shit. Okay, it seems like, I could be wrong, okay, but it seems like from what I read in at least some of the depositions shit we went over, when they say that Epstein trafficked, what they mean is like Epstein would reach out to girls. Let's say like a girl in Miami, you know, you message a girl, hey, you seem cool. Do you want to come over? Maybe I can like pay you for massages or blah, blah, blah. And then the girl would come over. And then when she's there, you'd start like touching her while she's rubbing him. Like, can you massage me naked? I'll give you some more money, this kind of thing. Or like asking girls to go and like give his friends massages and blah, blah, blah. And it was more like a prostitution thing, kind of like that, but not just prostitution, because he's not being upfront with it. He's being like kind of a creep or a scumbag, but not a scumbag, a creep about it, and not being upfront with what he wants. And that type of like business seemed to be what Epstein did. That's just when I read some of the depositions and stuff, that's what it looks like. Yeah, which is not good. Arguably is bad. No, hold on. That's not arguably is bad. You can say if his prostitution wasn't good. The bad part seems to be that he's misleading the girls, not being forthcoming with the girls. Like, hey, come give me naked massages and jerk me off, right? It seems like the goal is to get the girl in a position where she's naked or you're naked, and then you start masturbating and she doesn't want to leave because fuck, this billionaire guy brought me here, whatever. That seems to be the business that Epstein was in. I don't think you're going to make millions and millions and millions of dollars doing that. I don't think so. I bet it wouldn't surprise me if he actually didn't make money on that business at all. Here is one question that I would have, actually. This is one question that I'd be super curious about. Is there any evidence, and there could be, by the way, I'm also not married to this opinion, because I don't really know that much about the Epstein case. But here's a question. Is there a single shred of evidence that anybody ever paid Epstein for access to any of his girls? Is there any evidence, or is there even the claim of that? I don't even know if I've even seen somebody claim that before.
Sexy car wash.
Vandy, Alinity, Siri, go shut down.
Did anyone pay Epstein for access, sex, girls? Because it sounds like Epstein was just like a sex addict that was like, I don't want to use the word rapey, like creepy, basically. Get girls, come over, give naked massages, and then start like making sexual advances, and then maybe offer them more. Especially young girls or underage girls. Or I shouldn't say especially, but it seemed like underage girls, or at least girls under the age of 18, I guess. I'm imagining it would be in favors to bolster his other businesses, no? Okay, Dark Figment. Is there evidence of that anywhere? Did that ever happen? So people keep saying the value is the favors he would get in return. What favors? Where? Like what favors ever? Like anything. Just give me like one thing. The fact that nobody even has like a single thing. Like, is there anything at all? Is there even an allegation of this? More like had access to a rich network of folks and assets due to his close relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, but like what kind of retard would do a favor in return for sex with an underage girl and then tell people about it? Well, in the course of an investigation, you might find strange invoices with no explanation. You might find a girl saying that she heard somebody talk about buying or selling, or you heard about an exchange of money. Ghislaine Maxwell might have made a claim in either a deposition or as part of a plea deal, or somebody else has been indicted for something that Ghislaine Maxwell said. I don't know, there's a million ways how this could have come out. Or why do you often go to generating counterexamples instead of asking for an inference when someone in chat makes a suspicious claim? Wait, what do you mean? Why do you go generate counterexamples instead of asking for an inference? What do you mean by that? Destiny, you're right. Epstein paid the girls, which obviously is insanely predatory, but I'm pretty sure most Americans think he had cages of children in his basement that politicians, celebrities would travel across the world. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. That's what I thought, actually, Mickey Lee. I thought that Epstein's Island was basically a place where you'd go in the basement and you could just pick out any 12-year-old girl you want from like a row of like, you know, all these jails where women are basically locked inside of. Whereas what it sounds like, everything that I read over and over again, seems like Epstein is basically just finding, Epstein's finding girls that are probably not making as much money as they could be, are pretty, are young, or underage, and then he basically flies them out, says, hey, why don't you be on my stream and argue with my fly you out, why don't you like give me massages and shit, and then, you know, maybe I'll be naked, maybe I'll masturbate, maybe I'll come on you, maybe we can do this, blah, blah. That's basically like his MO. That seemed to be the case. And then he would also have, and then if he had like rich friends, you know, and he also had like access to young hot girls, he'd also like shoot them their way as well, you know?
Just expecting just some light, like joke punches. It hurts. She's fucking punching me.
Yeah, I mean,
look at this. Ready? So,
look, you're getting rocked.
There was a Netflix doc that covered
Where's Joe Rogan?
all of this.
I grabbed her.
Okay, I haven't seen anything on Epstein yet. Do you agree that he was coercing them, right? Would I say he's coercing them? Yes, I would say that. But the coercing is like, again, there's a huge spectrum of coercing. Again, my original thought was coercing was he was like bagging chicks like off the street and kidnapping them in. But it sounds like it was more kind of like financial pressure, power dynamic. I don't know, fuck power dynamics. It was more like a financial pressure situation type thing. Get the girl in an area where she's around at least him, a really rich person, and he's paying her a little bit, and then you keep like propositioning. And once the girl's in that position, she's probably not going to say no because of the implication and everything else. So you can basically get her to do things. Yeah, I would say it's definitely coercion, but not like the child sex slaves in, you know, rows of metal barred cages.
Will they come with it?
Where's the restroom here? Or did you guys build it yet?
Downstairs.
Like
directly
directly
below
below.
this.
You can take a shower if you want to.
Yeah, we have showers.
Wait, really?
Oh.
It's like white marble.
All right, so chat.
So somebody in chat says they were sex slaves. What the fuck? Were there any sex slaves? Is that true? I haven't seen you take on the burden of falsifying the claim instead of asking for an argument that establishes the original proposition. Oh, Litz, yeah, sure. But unfortunately, I'm going to sound so politically partisan here. I'm sorry. But when it comes to like arguing with conservatives or people that believe in these theories, they don't have any arguments to establish the original proposition. All of it is just going to be like weird coincidences and then a just so story to tie some coincidences together in a truly exceptional story, but without any evidence at all. So it's like, fuck me. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, everything he did would have been legal in Japan? I have no idea. If there's a bunch of rich, influential pedophiles, why would they go to America to, who have power over them with compromising information instead of just going to, like, Thailand with one of their own staff to find a minor to fuck? Like, that would leave them 10,000 times safer from being blackmailed / found out, wouldn't it? Yeah. And also, like, why would you even... Yeah, there's like so many ways. If you wanted to be like a rich pedophile, like abduct little girls, there's like so many better ways to do it. Why the fuck would you go to like, oh, I'm gonna go to Extortion Island. Oh, there's a Jeffrey blackmail. Hey, oh, you're gonna provide me with underage girls to have sex in your mansion? On this, yeah, that sounds great. Let's like, how fucking retarded would you have to be? How fucking retarded would you have to be to do that? You like, these are some of the dumbest fucking people in the world. If this is your, you know, the way that you go to fuck. Young women, it's like, or even underage people. It's like, come on, holy shit.
That's like a lot of stuff.
It's bomb. Well, yeah, it's really good for you. It makes you feel amazing.
Can I say it now?
Yeah, dude, absolutely. I have a frother for you. So, what's a frother? Oh.
Someone in Kickshot says, I think you overestimate people. That's actually fair criticism sometimes, because I do that a lot. What I just did, I'll say things like that a lot. But sometimes people are fucking stupid. And sometimes people do make really dumb fucking mistakes. So, you know, yeah.
The Jack 3D is getting me like PTSD of like, you know, I loved like pre-workout and caffeine for a long time. As far as pre-workout goes, this has been the best thing to happen to me because like replacing that, because I always feel like shit after I drink pre-workout. So this is like a very healthy alternative and like a healthy cup of coffee if you want to.
How do you explain that 2008 plea deal? I don't really know. I'm not really sure what the charges and everything were. Based on what I've read about the plea deal, though, it sounds wild. Like poor judgment is an understatement. The only thing though, like here are some things about criminal investigations. Where's Pisco at? We need a crim law guy. I mean, what is the AC set up? Hold on. Okay. Here, this is like, let me explain something real quick, okay? Oh, actually, it's funny because one of these is a little bit almost like real life. Here's an issue sometimes with criminal investigations and how they could get reported to the public and what's actually happening, okay? Let's say the story is reported. 3 minor girls come forward to the police, and all of them claim, hey, Epstein raped us. Okay? Epstein gets charged. Epstein. Oh, I think right, yeah, Epstein. Damn, those names are similar. Epstein gets charged. Okay. He gets a charge. Boom. He's in jail for a bit. Boom. We wait a couple months. Couple months ticks by. Epstein makes a deal, plea deal. He pleads this down to some misdemeanor charges that don't even involve trafficking or whatever. Maybe he's got to go on the sex offender list, and then he's out. Okay. He goes on a registry, sex offender registry, no big charges, he's gone. Okay. So on its face, what the fuck happened, right? The media reports, okay, 3 different women came forward. All of them accused Epstein of raping them. And even with 3 witnesses, direct testimony, this guy is skirting by on a plea deal. Well, what the fuck happened? Well, like, here is one thing that could have happened, okay? Maybe these 3 girls, maybe when they went to the police initially to give a statement, maybe initially they said, we were on Epstein's island and we saw 2 other girls getting raped, okay? Also, Epstein made passes at all 3 of us, and he touched our friend, okay, the 3rd girl. Maybe they say that. Maybe they go back. Maybe they start texting and chatting with each other. It's like, should we tell the cops completely everything that happened? Maybe we should be forthcoming, blah, 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 blah. They go back, and then they talk to the police, and then they give them, like, a fuller story, okay? But maybe they say, actually, we got raped, and this girl that we said before that got touched, she didn't get touched, okay? He made a weird comment, but we got raped, right? By the time the charges are brought to Epstein, by the time, I don't know if there's like pre-trial discovery. I'm sure there's some limited type of pre-trial discovery. Maybe it comes out that, or not even that actually. Maybe the DA now, the district attorney is evaluating this case. And he looks at the story from the girls and he's like, listen, it's pretty clear something happened here. But one of these girls' stories was inconsistent. The other 2 dramatically changed what they said. And now we've got text messages between all 3 of them talking about what they want to bring to the cops. If we take this to trial, and if all of this is turned over to the defense and discovery, Epstein's probably beating this case in front of a jury. Because there's beyond a reasonable doubt, with the strength of these witnesses, it's probably not enough. Let's see what he wants to plead to. Let's talk to Epstein's attorney. Let's see what happens. They have a talk. You know what? Yeah, you guys aren't going to win in a fucking jury trial. Maybe something happened here. You're probably not going to let my client walk completely, okay? Because, sure, it's little girls coming, blah, blah, blah. You could charge him with some smaller shit, maybe, blah, blah, blah. But listen, okay? Just we'll plead to this. Don't go to trial. Fuck it, whatever. So a real life example of this would be something similar. Something similar in here actually happened with the Tates. Remember where those 2 girls were texting each other, asking whether or not they should tell the cops that they were drunk or they were drinking alcohol because they were worried the cops wouldn't take them seriously. And you hear the Tates say, oh, well, look, the girls were scheming. That's why they didn't even bring charges to us. The girls were scheming ahead of time, right? Also, something similar-ish here happened with Bill Cosby, where one of the reasons why, or I think the reason why his conviction was overturned is because they relied on testimony that Bill Cosby's defense had thrown in a prior plea deal because the DA thought that that witness that was testifying against Cosby would have been seen as unreliable in front of a jury, right? Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that this happened 100%. But I'm saying that this is a very realistic thing that I just gave you 2 kind of examples of it happening in the past where it could happen, that once it gets reported to the media, you're like, what the fuck? How is this guy walking? This is fucked. But when you actually like dig into the metal of the case, and you're like, okay, fuck. Would these witnesses survive a jury trial beyond a reasonable doubt to convince them to convict Epstein on the serious crimes that he's being charged with? Probably not. And a DA bringing a case like this, losing in court, is a lot of wasted time, resources. It's stressful for the victims involved. It's just like, yeah. But maybe today we'll look into the Epstein plea deal and see what actually happened or what that case looked like. Yeah, maybe we'll read about this a little bit. I'm curious. I am curious, like, because people often say that they had a dead to rights. They had Epstein completely dead to rights in this case. There were witnesses and everything. I'm curious, like, how strong, what was the strength of that? Yeah. It's funny how Destiny just blanket refuses any conspiracy. The other one about black people and dress is a good example. Bro talks like he even pays attention to communities outside his poly-GB. What is GB? Poly-GB. Also, what do you mean? I don't reject all conspiracies. Plenty of conspiracies, I believe. 9/11 was a conspiracy, okay? Al-Qaeda conspired in an incredibly sophisticated manner to, send pilots to the United States, train them, hijack airplanes, and fly them to fucking buildings. There's plenty of conspiracies, I believe in. If you mean, like, conspiracy theories, well, no, but I mean, that's usually why they're called conspiracy theories, because they usually don't have any strong evidence behind them, like we always say. What do you think about MK Ultra? That'd be an interesting stream to dive in on. Because MK Ultra is like pretty... from what I understand, I think MK Ultra is probably the wildest thing that any of our intelligence agencies have ever been involved in. That the CIA was just like experimenting in unethical ways on U.S. citizens using like drugs and shit to see what can like break people's minds. I'm curious for the MK Ultra stuff. I wonder how far up the chain like people knew. Like, do you think the presidents were aware of MK Ultra operating in the CIA for this? I've heard about Ghislaine Maxwell being a huge Redditor. Her account is believed to be Maxwell H and is still up. Oh, I've heard the memes about that. I don't know how true it is, but... Oh, the Gretchen Whitmer thing. I'm so sorry. Forget every single thing I said. The Whitmer thing is going to be what we're going to spend the next few days on. Because I think I'm debating... I think I am debating Greenwald on Saturday. And I want to know everything about that Whitmer thing.
So I don't know exactly what to expect. But my guess is that...
something out of context.
It's just a complete... of what happened in total bullshit. Okay. But we'll go through it.
Why can't we rewind?
So I'll pull it up here. 1 second. Ah, shit. Got to drop the porn tab.
Why you pull that
Got to
up?
drop the porn tab.
Is it true that you were a prostitute?
Hold on, we're watching you admit to watching, putting a porn tab.
Yeah, I know, but can you, while you're pulling that up, can you tell me if you're
I'm not really pulling it up. It's already been playing. I actually have you admitting, like, you got caught saying, "Oops, I had to put the porn tab away." So you just lied, and you just lied and said that you don't watch porn.
You mean I told a joke?
No, you didn't tell a joke. Hold on. Hold on. You did. I knew you was gonna say the joke thing, but you know you're not joking because I can see the surprise in your face. So I'm gonna play it again, in full context.
Well, I can't
because,
see it.
Well, then come to my channel at Just Tree 411
Why don't you just
and you
show,
will see it.
Why don't you just
I don't know
show
how
it?
to do that. I couldn't use StreamYard because it shows the logo. So you're just going to have to come to my channel and basically see it yourself at Just Tree 411. So that's what you're going to have to do.
I don't even need to see it, Tree.
Okay,
to know it's
all
a
right,
joke.
then shut up so I can play it so everybody can see that you are
Go ahead and play it.
Okay, that you're not putting it out of context and you're not joking. So I'm going to go ahead and play it, all right? So
Okay.
I want to. I'm going to also describe how you're not joking. Okay.
Okay, you go ahead.
All right. All right.
Timestamps just involve me, so I haven't actually seen the entirety of the video, so I don't know exactly what to expect. But my guess is that it's just a complete reframing of what happened in total bullshit. But we'll go through it.
All right. Now you're looking at your screen to pull to your second
I'll pull
screen.
it up here. 1 second.
Well, I'm not looking
Okay,
at anything.
and you just shook your head like, oops, and because now a big white screen is bright on your face. You're like, oops, like, oh shoot, I just got caught with porn. And so
Why?
okay,
I thought I feel like 40% of Americans are prescribed Adderall or some shit, but apparently the number is like 8% or something. Why do I feel like every single person in my community and every single one of my friends is on these drugs? Percentage of Americans diagnosed ADHD. What is the? Oh, it's less than that. It's 4.4%. Why do I feel like 80% of my fucking friends and audience? The fuck are you guys at? Hold on, let's pull. Operation Wetback is a pretty interesting effed up government program / operation. Is that real? I'm just curious. Here you go. Not enough memory. What? Okay. I need to spend a night like upgrading all my computer shit. I need to do Windows 11 and all this bullshit. Up to 5%. Fuck. I just realized I don't know how many people are just going to type yes or vote yes for the fucking meme because I see so many other people say it too. We can also send pictures of our prescriptions. Yeah. Okay, this is boring. Don't care. This. Okay. Do you think that 4% number is due to long-time stigma against adult mental health issues in the U.S.? I mean, the number of people that should have ADHD should be low. It should be less than 10%, right? If we're considering it like a neurodevelopmental deficiency in the brain, it wouldn't make sense if like 50% of people have it, because it's like, oh, this is probably like a normal brain, right? It would make sense to say that. Please react to Hassan bringing a Houthi terrorist yesterday. Was he even?
Yep, I think you're hitting the target demographic. We have Levi Ackerman in there.
Thank you. Okay, I posted. That'll get more than Alinity, surely, right?
I mean, Chad, it's starting to move a little bit. I'm excited to see the afternoon. I think that's when you're going to start seeing this place get a little bit more oofy.
Oh, wait, 49. Maxwell's dad was almost certainly involved in intelligence, and we know that intelligence agencies have honeypotted powerful people. How he got his initial wealth is also shady. The pedo stuff is just a red herring. The question is why he did it. Why he did what? Maybe because he liked young girls? I mean, what do you mean? Also, Maxwell's dad was almost certainly involved in intelligence. What does that mean?
Huh? How many offices do you have, Miz?
I don't know. Like 6. Hey, Miz, when's the slide going in?
As soon as the McDonald's closed down.
about to get my hands dirty. Dude, they always put these scoops. Where they always put these scoops at the bottom of the fucking things.
Why are you fingering it like that?
Chad, are you excited
Sandy,
for this?
grow up, okay? Sorry, grow up. Sorry.
What's this shit? Yo, where's the scoop, yo? Oh, there it is. It's literally at the bottom. Bro. Like what? Why? I found it.
There's people actually starting to work out. It's not just tips. Yeah, there's that guy filming, and then there's a girl.
Here it
filming.
comes.
That's good. I want that.
Film.
Yeah, Chad, I think it's going to start booming over the next few hours.
Your mama's booming over the last 4 hours.
Nice. Base.
She's like, oh, shit, I love it. Where's the $5 open? I'm like, oh, Mrs. Kev. Mrs. Kev.
My mom's actually watching. My mom's not only watching.
I'm Mrs. Kev.
She's got a surgery. She's like, my son baited Jim.
Yeah, she needed it.
What is this? What did you just take?
Oh, it's just essential amino acids.
Oh, give me some.
Wake, lay down the law.
What?
Essential amino acids.
Let me tell them about them?
Yeah.
Oh, God. You know, this is the building blocks of a protein.
The RP
It's
boy.
what you-
I know. I hear he's doing the RP boy.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. Look, man. All right.
Oh my god.
What you gotta know, man, is that I've been kind of living like this for a while now. I'm fucked up, man.
Oh my god.
He doesn't even realize he does it, and he does it all day.
I heard it earlier.
Yeah, there's a better way. Just put your hand around
It
it.
really just
I've
takes
been doing
everything.
that too,
He doesn't know what
What,
it is.
RP
He just
boys?
takes
Yeah.
everything.
The Tree/Andrew conversation is already a shit show. Andrew is showing images from Tree's Dom days on his webcam. I know. Andrew and Rollo are high school gossip queens. I don't know why anybody... Well, I do know why people watch. I shouldn't say that. But I mean, like, I don't know why anybody pretends that it's, like, more serious than that.
NFT. What are you talking about?
A protein is essentially like a chain
NFT?
of amino acids, right?
Okay.
Like that's, so essential amino acids are going to be like some of those like foundational chains of what a protein are, but not like consumed as a whole protein, if that makes sense. So like it's a part of what makes a
Do you see
complete
one of those
protein.
sleeves? There happens to be a
No, no.
ginormous pair of scissors in the office.
Why'd you walk away?
No, I'm showing you. All these things here.
wait, what are we
those-
getting?
Like, this is essentially what
Destiny, I got diagnosed at 23 off the back of you sharing your experience. I had no clue. My primary just gave me Lexapro, so thank you. Actually life-changing. Wow, good job.
Oh, nice. Someone's a real human squat.
Someone's working out.
Forget what I just said. Someone's working out.
There are 2 people working out.
Oh, do you know? I think I took off my watch down at the wrestling.
Wait till school's closed. This place is gonna be busting.
Wait, do you think, oh my God, I'm sorry, it's a huge pain. Do you think they have like a sign at the front saying you might be randomly streamed anytime you're in this gym? I wonder how that would affect signups. And I was going to say, damn, imagine how much it sucks that they had to open this gym like 2 weeks after New Year's. Fuck, that's got to be so painful. If they could have opened this in December, it would have been so much better. Or November, whatever.
I'm at E-Money. I'm part of E-Rob.
Yeah, that's exactly. Why would you buy it?
Because I thought he was going to be here today
You thought E-Money's coming?
for Emmy.
I don't feel like he's not going to show up at all.
You know, I used to watch you back in the day when you were CX Gang. And then the fucking, the Miz documentaries.
Oh, like the old?
Yeah.
Robert Maxwell, super spy, a historic scandal. The Baltimore Sun. What kind of paper is this? Okay, seems pretty normal. Stop. Okay, well, too late. Donate. Okay. Hold on. Almost done with messages and emails.
Out of the 50 people that signed up, how many were 1 days? You gotta have them.
no, none of those count.
Oh, those don't count? Oh, okay.
It's legit. There's legit 60 signups, but there's also a lot of dailies that came here for nothing.
60
I mean,
human
for a
beings
day,
coming
which
into
is
the gym, improving their lives.
fine. To be fair, though, if I would also want to test out a gym first.
Yeah, I would too.
Can I always do that? Last night?
Why didn't you guys do Muay
I'm just
Thai?
kidding.
You guys didn't do the Muay Thai class. It's the first class.
Oh no, they've been doing classes for like weeks.
Well, it's the first time it was open.
Sure, yeah.
I'm probably gonna wrestle some guy later and get my ass kicked. What is his name? Jace?
The state champ guy?
Yeah.
You gotta put, like, who's, like, coaches on the website.
True, we do.
The only reason I knew these people is because I was already.
No, we will. We really have to update the website hard. That is
Yeah,
true.
Anfield is more awake.
But E-Rob will be here one day. And you know what? How about this? When E-Rob comes, what do you do, MMA?
No, I just started like 2 weeks ago.
Would you wrestle E-Rob?
He's like 100 pounds. I used to wrestle.
Yeah, well, you'd fuck him up. He's a fat ass.
But he's weight class matters a lot in wrestling.
I know, but he's actually just a fat fuck. I feel like he'd fuck him up.
Well, I wrestled until I was like a freshman, so I'm 21. So.
Oh,
Dude, if you wrestle Eric
in the E-Money shirt.
If you wrestle him in that, I mean, you know how it is. You can't really lose. If you lose, Chow will
I'll
say
kill
he's
myself.
rigged. And
if
then
I lose the E-Rob, I'll kill myself.
If you lose, you kill yourself. You really can't lose.
And then Eric's responsible for that. You know what I mean?
True.
And that's
True.
He'll never lose that down. Yeah.
So you should wrestle him. He'll come here one day. Though.
Wait, so did he sell that merch, or is this just like
It was on his website. I think he took it off. I used to one man spam in his chat like loser, lol e.
And what happened?
He started playing like Kingdoms and shit. He started playing like loser games. His best streams is when he plays White Sim and then just doesn't talk. Like your best streams? I used to one man spam when you played Jump King back in like 2020.
Dude, fuck Jump King
like
for what they
you
did.
fell a little W.
I know. I miss Jump King. It bothers me that they made that game. They went such a wrong direction.
It's like you don't want the streamer to be involved. You're just like, just fucking.
I'm
in my
you know those
chat.
people that like that spam that don't even like relate to the stream.
Yeah,
that's me.
Nice. Welcome aboard.
You're the backbone of this website.
I'm the audience for this place.
No, I saw the Irani Enterprise. I'm like, God damn it.
Did you hear that?
What?
You didn't welcome them.
Oh, are they
fucking ass?
This is I think those are for the speakers.
Wait, are they?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
I
they're
just
doing us
welcomed
a
them
good
to the-
favor.
So welcome them. Yeah, exactly.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, wait.
Pizza.
Nice to meet you.
What was it?
Ben.
Oh.
Bro,
When you love
these
the
ads.
environment,
Can I ask you a question on stream,
work
slightly
to
off topic?
protect
I need
it.
your wisdom. I'm an AFK channel.
Subaru Sol-
Oh, well, bro, why not? Okay, I was gonna check emails real quick and then we're good. Ba-bum. Dude, we should open a neighboring gym with gym flares. Oh my god, true. Right next door to them and compete. We could have liftoffs. What do you want? Hello? Okay. Good job, Arctic Gamer. Okay, you asked to be in here, and now you're in here. Open a McDonald's next door to them? Boom, boom, boom.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Oh, good job.
Yeah, I couldn't unmute. I don't know why. So you had an incident on Twitter many years back where your nudes were leaked, correct?
Something like that.
Okay. What did you do to cope with that? Because that just recently happened to me.
Do you have like a super micro dick?
No, it's not. It's not like a micro penis.
Oh, then who the fuck cares? Shit happens. Move on now.
I know you're like a little bit autistic. I'm not using that as an insult. Did it affect you at all? Like, were you worried, or did you not give a fuck?
Everybody's got a dick, or at least most of the guys do. I mean, are you like an E person, or is it just like a personal thing, or what?
What do you mean by that?
Like, are you like an internet celebrity or something, where like a ton of strangers and shit are gonna be like downloading it, and messaging you, and all this shit, or?
No, but the scammer did like say they're gonna leak it to all my Instagram followers.
Oh no, I understand.
Yeah.
You didn't send any money to him or anything, right?
No, I said more or less you can go fuck yourself, but I'm like paraphrasing.
I mean, like, I mean, chances are most of them are gonna end up in like the unread DMs. Most people don't like check it. All you can do is like block the person and move on though. Like, there's nothing else you can do. Like, yeah, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess the feeling of like panic will go away as time goes on.
Yeah, all you can do is like let time pass. Yeah.
Okay.
Or if you want to be a real baller, whatever you sent that dude, post it as your story.
I don't know if I have that big of balls. Okay. The problem is if I did that though is I'd have to go and block each individual person like who is like, you know, like related to people I follow on Instagram, because I don't want like 16-year-olds seeing my cock, right?
I mean, it's up to them if they look, but do you if you set your Instagram thing to private, can people see your followers?
No, I'm on public.
I mean, just set it to private for a month and block the dude, and hopefully he gets bored and goes away. The guy's probably talking to like 1,000 other people who's trying to scam or blackmail, so.
I did block him. I should set it to private, but it's like a business account. I don't really do anything with it, so I probably can't set it to private.
I'm sure you can, even for a business account temporarily, or you could like get like deactivate for a month or whatever.
That is true.
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't even think about that. All right, thank you, Steven. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
All right,
bye.
Take care with your stream.
Okay. Boom, boom. All right, just emails. Then we're good. Crisis averted. We saved that man's life.
What about the speakers? Do you know when they're going to be up?
They're still working on them. Okay. The amps and stuff like that are taking a little bit longer to put in.
Watch out. Hey, what's up?
Yeah. There's 3,000 watt amps they're installing, and then 3,000 watt amps, sorry, and then a mixer and a bunch of other stuff. So I just don't know how to do that shit. I'm not even.
If you were kidnapped for sex trafficking, a guy kidnaps you for sex trafficking, says he'll pay you $1,000 to have sex with 10 guys. You have sex with the 10 guys, and then he doesn't pay you. When you go to prison, can you like also take him to civil court for wages, or are you not allowed to because technically, even though you were trafficked and he promised you the money, it would have been prostitution, which is illegal?
Where'd Sierra go?
Where'd Sierra go work out?
Yeah. Let's go.
That's weird.
I'm here from the Tree community. We're asking you to moderate a debate. She needs a moderator. Bro, I don't do any Andrew Wilson shit. Too much drama.
Chat, how are we meme owners? What's Senna doing? Wait, we hit 60 members! No, that's gotta be...
I'm sure we're more than that.
We're more than that. There's people who've been sitting at the front all day. Where's Canute? Bro, he's just... Canute's just a very interesting human being. Yo, Peach, when are you coming over? We hit 60. We've got to be at more than 60. There was just like, unless we got no sales.
I mean, all the people coming in could have been day passes as well. Because, yeah, I mean, to Wake's point, there could be plenty of people coming, trying it out, and then they'll either sign up afterwards. Maybe.
There was like 10 people that just showed up. We got 2 members?
I mean, if you look at Big Tex does so many day passes just because they can. Hey, Rob. No, that was us.
I'm hearing voices.
Do you think people are coming in, doing day passes, and then sign up afterwards, or?
Yeah, I think some people are just going to come in and do pay passes just to check it out. There's a lot of people that have told me they're doing day passes just because they want to see if it's going to be a good fit for them.
That's fair.
And
what am I crazy, or does this guy look a lot like Justin Waller, the Red Pill guy? Am I crazy?
Freaking walking on some baby deer
5
legs.
emails,
But,
hold on.
you know, once we get our stride, we'll be good.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Businesses grow.
Chad, the grand opening's March 2nd, right?
Yep.
It's in a while. This is a soft opening. So we have a while. Every day there should be more and more better stuff.
Exactly. We're getting tons more equipment in between now and then. I mean, really, if you just think about it, it's the timeline. I mean, we signed a lease, what, 5 weeks ago?
Yeah. It's already a gym. We're already good. Canute fucked up the one thing that was that's it. I think everything's great now. I mean, well, let's go work out.
Within reason.
Yeah, I think we're doing good.
Yeah.
I think we're doing good. Should we like close this off?
We can.
Maybe.
So
people don't get on there. What you guys do?
To work out with Secret.
I don't know if Big Tex has like a creative plan.
I don't know, but I can see if we're going to make one.
Yeah, so because if we're going to go in and do like a lot of content.
Okay. Are we allowed to pass stuff back and forth like that?
Yeah, I mean, if it's, if like you're buying it and setting it up,
Yeah.
whoever you can have whoever use it.
Okay, yeah. Would you walk me through that?
Yeah, it's only about 18-minute drive. The gym I was going to was
Okay.
about 12.
Good job. We did it.
Chat, I was saying before Camp Canute, when I got back from Italy and I was super like, I'm still skinny, but I was like skinny like this. I could only do 50 on this bad boy. Now I'm warming up at 120. Everybody, they can improve themselves. And instead of looking like a meth head, now I look like a meth head who hits the gym. So,
You too can look like that. 10% off.
1% meth. How'd that feel? All right, I'm gonna go eat pizza.
Nice. I feel like I need more weight.
Oh, like leave that? Blake, is it this one? Blake, is it these or this?
Fuck.
Huh? Like this.
The more narrow is going to be more of like your front.
You have all this space. You don't just fill the space with platforms and cages. What a waste. I'm pretty sure your biggest moneymakers in gyms are probably like treadmills and then like ellipticals and shit. What kind of content does Miskip do? I'm actually not 100% sure anymore.
I'm actually really fucking happy.
Which operates independent of our streams altogether.
My goal is still 150 today. I think we can get there.
150?
150 monthly.
What you should have done, is a 24-hour stream for the 24-hour gym.
Who says we're not?
Wait.
I'm gonna host Canute. You know he's gonna be live for the next 18 hours.
Eating pizza.
Yeah. He won't even be here.
Projector screen, we just watch whatever Canute's reacting to the whole time.
Yeah.
Goes on the gym.
Just feed whatever his PC is doing.
It'll all just be Ronnie Coleman eating anyway. That's it,
Look, that's training, so you can punch him in the face. Try a little heavier. A little heavier?
Is this going to be the return of the Sear fan cams?
This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Is that too heavy?
120
Am I allowed to take off my shirt at my own gym? No, right?
It is fairly heavy.
Do people take their shirts off at gyms?
If you take your shirt off, everyone will take their shirt off. So are you ready for that?
I don't think there's a shirt rule in this gym.
I kind of want to cut the sleeves.
Yeah, that you were going to do that with the giant scissors.
Yeah, come on. Let's go.
What are good numbers for squat, bench, and deadlift to attain? If you're like an average young healthy male and you're working out for at least like probably 6 months, I'd say you should be squatting probably around 405, bench 3. I'd say at least probably 325, 315 at least, and then deadlift should be I don't know, it depends on how hard you want to go. 6, 7 plates at least.
Yo, can't wait to get my pump in today. I'm gonna go crazy.
Bro, you're gonna go crazy.
I am.
I'm glad you're here. Dude, look, there's all of our friends are down there.
Literally
And then,
everyone's here.
and then a couple people actually.
Some
working
more
out.
people just came in too.
Really?
Yeah, some more homies. Go check it out.
Oh shit! Hey, it's nice to meet you, man.
You need anything? Like I said, my location's just right down there.
Yeah, I'll see you around for sure. Dude, this is actually booming. There's people, a lot of people at the front desk. Oh, I know all these people.
Hi.
How are you?
Getting food, I'm getting this, getting snooze.
Thank you.
Was it approved well?
This works. Is this you?
No.
Oh, what do
What are the rules for like entertainment on public spaces like gyms? You're not allowed to show entire movies, etc., to help gym goers with like distraction. No, I don't think. I don't know what the
Come on here, better lighting.
I don't know what the rules are for.
So come out here, better lighting.
Because you can't even show like you can't even show sports events in bars and stuff, right? I think you get in trouble for that. You have to like pay for like special commercial licenses or something.
Yeah. Okay. You just hold it.
Can't we just rip it off? Isn't that better?
Better than using giant fucking scissors?
I'll fix it. Look.
No, look. I got it.
Oh, you need it. You sure? Right.
If it's a public broadcast, that's still true. I don't know for that. About that. Everything kind of changes when you're doing stuff for commercial purposes, I think. All right. Before we do this, Malaysian Flight 370. I am going to spoil. Hold on. What happened? Do they say? Was it really just a guy suicidal? Why would you kill all the other people too, though? Damn. Okay. Stop ignoring this article that explains why the economy is bad. Yeah, sure. All right. What are we doing today? Totally ignoring it. Oh. Why are the vibes so bad? Asked legions of commentators, noting the disconnect between polling on the economy and top-level economic indicators. I think we started this yesterday. The unemployment rate is within spitting distance of 60-year lows, and measured inflation has dropped from a punishing high 9% to a lower, though still too high 3.2%, and yet citizens are unhappy with the economy. According to a New York Times CNN poll, 81% of registered voters describe the condition of the economy as fair or poor, and only 19% called it good or excellent. Another poll, conducted by the Financial Times and the University of Michigan, found that a majority of voters said that they are worse off under Biden than they were before, and only 14% said they are better off by a 59 to 39% margin. The Times poll found voters trusting Donald Trump more than President Biden in the economy. To reconcile voters' discontent with the economic data, we shouldn't consider the top-level employment and inflation indicators separately. Instead, we should combine them. And when we do, we observe workers' real, that is, after inflation, wages have declined significantly in recent years. Some commentators argue that real wages are rising, but these claims are based on the popular average hourly earnings measure from the Bureau of Labor Statistics' current employment statistics. Average hourly earnings is a less useful indicator now because of large workforce composition changes. During the pandemic, the economy shed large numbers of low-paying service jobs, for instance in leisure and hospitality, which pushed the average wage in the economy higher. The average moved up because low-paying jobs dropped from BLS as sample, not because individuals experienced strong wage growth. Wait, but isn't that what's happening? I don't understand this. If we drop 1 million shitty service jobs and pick up 1 million high-quality white-collar labor jobs, aren't there people getting paid better more in the aggregate? Is that not what's happening? Or the average moved up because low-paying jobs dropped from BLS's sample, not because individuals experienced strong wage growth. The effect reversed as the economy began adding those low-paying service jobs back, which pushed average hourly earnings down. Okay, sure. I guess if you're making the argument that, well, no, but there was wage growth in poor workers too, but okay. The average moved up because the effect reversed as the economy began adding those low-paying service jobs back, which pushed down hourly earnings down, which pushed average hourly earnings down. Those composition effects linger today as the economy is still short 560,000 leisure and hospitality jobs just for labor force growth. Relative to pre-pandemic levels, due largely to firms' difficulty finding workers. More recently, labor shortages have eased and firms have been adding back these workers. Given that leisure and hospitality wages are below those of all other major sectors tracked by BLS, those workers returned to the labor force has dragged down average hourly earnings growth relative to other measures. And indeed, the leisure and hospitality industry has been responsible for over a fifth of all job growth in the last 12 months. Add one other fast-growing, lower-wage sector, government, and you're looking at 42% of all job growth in the last year. So labor shortages ease, and the economy adds a greater share of low-wage positions back into the pool. Average hourly earnings will continue to fall. To get a clear picture of the economy, therefore, we need to adjust for the changing composition of the workforce and consider changes to wages in each type of job and industry. Fortunately, another BLS statistic, the National Compensation Survey's Employment Cost Index, does just this. According to the ECI, inflation-adjusted wages have shrunk by 3.7% since the end of 2020. While wages rose in response to falling energy prices late last year, they have been roughly flat since. Worse, the drop in real wages erased all gains made in the late 2010s. Real wages today stand at 2015 levels, meaning Americans' paychecks don't go any further now than they did 8 years ago. Let's see. Employment Cost Index, wages and salaries adjusted for inflation. Can I find a larger graph of this? Like, will Fred have this? Or no? Employment Cost Index. Wages and salaries, private industry workers. Is this what I'm looking for? This doesn't look like what I'm looking for. Or it doesn't look like the same graph. Employment Cost Index, wages and salaries adjusted for inflation. Are these in real dollars or nominal dollars? Will it tell me? It should say it somewhere, right? Oh, no, wait. This is just an index. I'm sorry. That doesn't matter. Employment Cost Index, wages and salaries. What is it indexed against? Like, what does this 100 mean? Goes back to, okay. Index is 2005. Read notes. Sorry. Read notes. On April 26th, the Employment Cost Index converted to the 2002 American Industry Classification System. In 2009, in addition, several computation changes were introduced, including rebasing all series to 2005 equals 100, the introduction of new employment weights, and seasonal adjustment factors. Index means you take the first number from that time, and if that's 100, it goes up 100. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Wait, but I don't understand. What is employment cost index? Wages and salaries. Employment cost. What does that mean? Let's scroll back up again. Does he explain it here? The National Compensation Employment Center does just this. We need to adjust for the changing composition of the workforce to change to wages. According to these here, shrunk. What is he using here? BLS data. Okay, employment cost index. Wages and salaries for all civilian workers. Constant dollar index. Okay, I did private industry workers. He did total compensation all civilians. I don't, The Employment Cost Index measures the change in the hourly labor cost to employers over time. These uses a fixed basket of labor to produce a pure cost change, free from the effects of workers moving between occupations and industries, includes both the cost of wages and salaries and the cost of benefits. So this is just what the cost of hiring somebody is? Is that what that means? It's just the change in the hourly labor cost to employers over time. Okay. So wait, what is the argument for using this? To get a clear picture of the economy, therefore we need to adjust for the changing composition of the workforce and consider changes to wages in each type of job. Okay, so this is the cost of labor for people. Why would we use this graph, though? Wages have shrunk by 3.7% since the end of... This isn't measuring wages at all, though. No? I don't know what... I don't understand. Either I don't understand enough or... I just don't understand the author's justification for using for using this. Okay. Moreover, for many Americans, the most salient life milestones are out of reach. Profligate spending caused a dramatic rise in treasury yields, sending mortgage interest rates near 8%. Car loan interest rates are even higher. Consumers may be pleased that gas prices are down, but that's little comfort if they must put off buying a home, having children, and other unemployment. This is a dog shit article. I don't know why I'm reading this. This is a dog shit article. I don't understand this. It seems like the guy just has a narrative, and he he picked like his number on to like justify it. It sounds like what this guy is saying is that like if I had an economy and I was hiring a whole different host of workers, and then one day we fire all of the service level workers, my employment cost increases dramatically, right? And then let's say one day we decide to hire all those workers again, okay? This is what this graph would look like, because we're measuring on an index, we're measuring the cost of employment to employers, right? And then we're trying to say, oh, well, look, see, there is no wage growth. If anything, our wage growth is down here. No, it's not. We're not measuring wage growth at all, right? When you're talking about wage growth, I think you're typically talking about one worker longitudinally. You're not talking about the composition of cost to employers in the economy. I don't understand this at all, right? It could be the case that white-collar workers' earnings have increased dramatically, and it could be the case that service-level workers' earnings have increased dramatically, but because of the composition of jobs in the labor market, we're going to try to say that that's wage growth. Unless I'm misunderstanding the figure, this article just seems wildly misleading. I don't know why you would ever use this to determine wage growth. I don't understand that at all. But Destiny, imagine being so out of touch that when you don't understand an article, you call it dog shit. Taiwan #1, join. This has nothing to do with being out of touch. You understand that you Trumples have to have more than Trump derangement syndrome and out of touch when you're making an argument, right? You can't just scream that over and over again to excuse like how retarded you are. In some ways, I'm out of touch. Like, I don't know what it's like to live with 75 IQ. I'll never have that experience without like significant brain damage. So I don't know. I can't do that. But in terms of like explaining the stats or the data or anything, Destiny, bring on Econo Boy. You think he's going to agree with you? Okay, hold on. Hello, wake up. You are needed ASAP. No, actually, no, fuck you. You have to join the disagreement channel. You said you wanted to understand the economy. Bring on Econo Boy. Econo Boy largely agreed with me yesterday that most of the recession is a vibe session, that none of this is really found in data. There's probably not good reasons why people feel the way they do about the economy. It's largely driven by like Twitter sentiment. Like that's more or less what he agreed with me. He even probably had a strong position on that than I did. So I don't know why you think that he's going to come in here and agree with you. But no, join. You said I was out of touch. So come and explain to me my out of touchness, okay? Appreciate you looking at articles and coming to your own conclusion instead of just trusting the headlines. A lot of studies data don't necessarily agree with that, with what they claim if you look at it. Well, this isn't even a study. I would be surprised if this guy's even an economist, or if he is, I wish that I could read more about like his rationale for this. Stephen Miran is an adjunct fellow at the Manhattan Institute and co-founder of Amber Wave Partners, an asset management or asset manager. Okay, he was a senior advisor for economic policy at the U.S. Department of the Treasury, where he assisted with fiscal support to the economy during the pandemic recession. During his time with Treasury, okay, so he has good qualifications, whatever senior advisor means, I'm assuming. Who joined?
What's up, Destiny?
Okay, here. Wait, you're not watching, are you?
Pinged me. I'm not, no, what's going on?
Okay, can you read this article? It's like 5 minutes, okay? Go ahead.
All right, let me go on mute. I'll read it real quick.
Okay. How are the actual price numbers in the food stores in America? I don't know. What would we look to compare that? I feel like I see people going back and forth on whether the CPI is adequate or not. Is there like an index that just measures food? Food price index USA. CPI is broken down into food, gas, etc. Is it? Can I find like CPI index food? Or CPI food. Can I find just the food portion? Oh wait, hold on. We got some more Fred stuff. Food in US city average. Consumer, okay. Percent change from year ago. Okay. If this is the percent change from year ago, then you would expect that food is quite high right now. But I don't know if we have like the non-derivative, the antiderivative, the earlier version of this. I don't want the rate of change. I just want the actual. Is there like a thing that measures the prices themselves? There should be, right? Here's the cumulative one. When we look at these numbers, like 100, 200, what are we measuring? Is it going to be like $1 cost per month, or is it just like an index, or is it All
right, I've read the article, Destiny.
Okay. Wait, did you just wake up or something?
Yeah, basically. It's been a lazy day for me today.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about the article? Tell me.
I've heard this criticism before that when you look at real wages, you'll see graphs where there's like a COVID-related spike in real wages, and this is because of composition changes, right? You got a lot of low income, like hospitality restaurant workers who were laid off because of all the shutdowns and stuff. And this means that sort of available market of wages goes up because it's a bunch of low paying jobs that aren't there. But it seems like when you look at the recovery from the pandemic, right, a lot of these jobs have recovered either like fully or nearly fully. And even if that is true, what they're saying, right, is that when you look at just low wage workers, right? So I think this was one of the things that I sent you a while ago that I like pinged to the top when you were talking about this, was like, if you look at just low wage workers, their wages have consistently outpaced everyone else, in part because of those labor shortages. But what we've seen is that even after a lot of those jobs have come back online, even after labor force participation has recovered, we end up seeing basically still that real wages are coming up. And so, you can look at like prime age, whatever, like 25 to 54 labor force participation rate. And I think that this has recovered to near all-time highs. Yeah, so like right now it's 83%, and before the pandemic started it was, it was 83%. Yeah, so I mean it's just not clear that like, oh, well, all these low-income jobs just aren't available anymore.
Yeah. All right. Okay. We largely okay. I'm gonna do one step further with my criticism. Okay. I need you to push back if you disagree. Don't be a simp. Okay. You fucking loser. Okay. Okay.
All right.
I feel like this number is fucking retarded. I don't know why you would ever use the ECI ever to measure wage growth. It seems wholly inappropriate to do so. Like, I could be adding or removing tons of jobs. My cost of labor could be going up and down, even adjusted for inflation, but I'm getting literally no information whatsoever on whether wages are growing. For instance, I could have a graph that trends completely down the entire time, and my economy could theoretically be enjoying massive wage growth. I'm just removing a lot of certain types of jobs for some reason, and people that are working the other types of jobs could be getting paid more and more and more and more. Or conversely, I could be adding jobs, but people are actually getting paid less. I don't know why you would use this number ever to try to do an analysis of real wages. I think you could do an analysis of like, what is like total compensation to like the economy or something like that, or to all workers in like broad aggregate form or something, but I don't know why you would ever use this number to talk about wage growth.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a bit like, I mean, there's a reason why there's two different measures, right? You know, if you want to talk about wages, well, we've got all this wage data, right?
Yeah.
You probably don't want to like transitively like cross apply employee cost index to wage data. It's the same thing like when, you know, I was debating Rob Noor at one point, and he was saying, you know, inflation's, you know, it's only 8% now, but look at the producer price index. That's like 20%. We're going to have fucking 30% inflation. I was like, Rob, that's literally never fucking been a reasonable way to predict inflation. Is like, just look at producer prices. They're two different measures. These costs just don't flow in the same way, right? And so similarly, yeah, I mean, the employee cost index is not, yeah, it's not the best way to try to understand the financial situation of Americans. I mean, if you want, I mean, this is one of the disconnects that he doesn't mention the data, obviously. He mentions like, oh, Americans think the economy is bad. But if you ask Americans about their current financial situation, they say it's good. They say, hey, my financial situation is good, but the economy is bad. And it's like, well, if it's true that everyone was taking, you know, these huge pay cuts and like actually everyone's consuming less and less, it's like, well, we don't see that in consumption data. We don't see that in the employee participation data. We don't see that when you ask people, well, you know, hey, how's your financial situation? Are you getting fucked every month? The answer to that is still no. All those surveys that say that people are living paycheck to paycheck seem to be almost entirely bullshit. It's like, well, guys, I mean, at the end of the day, we're really stretching to try and find ways that this economy is like objectively bad. When, you know, again, the reality is like there's a history of this, right? People don't like, you know, people see gas going up and they assume it's the president's fault, and the president takes a hit in approval because of it, even though these things have almost popularly been known to not be correlated, right? But when the gas price goes down, it's like, oh, things are pretty good, so we give the president some credit on that. People just kind of don't like when prices go up, you know, even if their wages are at pace, right? I mean, it's one of the reasons why the Fed targets a 2% inflation rate. In theory, they could target a 10% rate, right? And we could have real wages go up in a 10% inflationary environment regularly. But, you know, again, behaviorally, businesses and people, you see prices go up by 10% every single year. It's like, oh, you know, that doesn't really feel right.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. The arguments are always the same. People usually say that the economy is horrible, and then I say, okay, well, that's really hard to find any data. And then there's usually like 50 retards that go like, oh, out of touch, and it's like, okay, well, what am I wrong on, or show me something. And then sometimes I'll get like some esoteric like way of measuring wages like this or some shit, and so it's like, well, this is why everybody's upset, and it's like, what does it even mean?
Well, I'm sure like if you wanted to narrow your statement and say like the economy, we were talking about housing the other day, and I said there's groups of people where it's very difficult to buy a house, like notably so, right? But to say everyone in the whole country is having a really hard time buying a house, it's like, well, that's just not true.
Well,
right?
and it's
the same thing
also
with the bad
it's also
economy.
kind of like an expected thing sometimes too. Like if you're coming through a period where it was really easy to buy a house, then we need to have a period afterwards where it's really hard to buy a house. You can't have houses be really easy to buy all the time. That's really bad.
Destiny,
and it goes both ways, right? Like I saw a tweet by some like pop econ guy on Twitter. He was like, "Oh my!" It wasn't a pop econ guy. It was more like a pop finance guy. And he was like, "Oh my goodness, housing prices in Austin have gone down by 15%, and it's like this is a sign of a financial collapse incoming." And it's like, dude, either like is it good when houses become more affordable, or is it bad when houses become more affordable? Like I thought
exactly. Yeah. Because if housing prices are going down, the market is collapsing. If housing prices are going up, then they're unaffordable. Yeah, it's dumb. Yeah.
Hey,
Sorry,
Cowboy,
okay. Leon Darwinis, what's up?
Can I get your perspective on this article?
Of course.
Can you find Destiny on the chat, the link that I posted from the BLS.gov?
Yeah. Do you need this, Econoboy?
No.
I'll message you too.
Yeah, you
There
can
you go.
just link me. Yeah.
And then go to the section that says using constant dollar estimates.
Using constant dollar estimates. Constant dollar estimates are very useful because they can show the real change in compensation costs by removing changes in consumer prices from the ECI indexes. The importance of this is illustrated in chart 1, chart 1 below. It's the index of wages salaries for private industry workers in both current and constant dollars. It is clear that the current dollar estimate and the constant dollar estimates tell two different stories. One tells how wages and salaries have changed in terms of a nominal value, and the other tells how they have changed in the context of changing consumer prices. Inflation makes the current wages worth less and less as time goes on because it can buy less goods and services over time. The constant wages captures the wages given the change in purchasing power. Okay, what's the...
So what I understand from this is that basically the constant dollar is the important one. That tells you the purchasing power of your dollar. So if right now we have the constant dollar amount of 103.9, that is the same equivalent things that you could bought, let's go back in time, down to March 2018. So that's what I understand from these graphics, and they have other graphics on the bottom, but that's what I understand, that in putting in inflation, putting in cost of other things, this is the amount of purchasing power that you have. So it does show a decline from 2020 to now. So there is the argument that the current economy is not as good as it was before because your purchasing power has statistically gone down.
Well, no, but just
Sure,
to be
I don't
clear,
think-
like,
Or go ahead.
yeah, go on, Tess.
Well,
I was going to say, just to be clear, the real wages. So there's a lot of people whose real wages, as far as I'm aware, like I think if we look at real median personal income.
Actually, on that, I have another topic, another thing to show you. Let me put it on link.
Well, give me a second. Yeah, so like, as far as I'm aware, if we look at real median personal income, right, it's been relatively flat since the pandemic. And I think when you look at real household income, there may have been aggregate declines, or there may have been, either it's flat or slight increases. Like, it hasn't changed very much, but. So there have been some people who have lost out. It's just that when you disaggregate the data, right, and you look at the data by income decile, what you see is that the inflation in terms of who it's hurting, because of those same composition effects that the previous article was referencing, is actually disproportionately helping low-income people. So what's happened is that we've had wage compression over the economy, where higher middle income and high earners are marginally losing out because of inflation, but then low-income workers are getting much faster real increases in wages because of basically those labor shortages that have seemingly been smoothed over at this point. Obviously, there's still room to go, but so this measure wouldn't surprise me if you take an aggregate measure like this, right? The employee cost index. I'm not super familiar with this, but just looking at the graph, right, you see the constant dollar index. You see it slightly decline, goes from 107.8 to 103.9 in an aggregate sense. That wouldn't be totally surprising. But again, that's at odds with what essentially the mainstream sort of, I'll say, like, right-wing news coverage of the economy has been, which is that
it's catastrophic.
And it's hurting poor people. It's like, but neither of those statements can be defended by the data.
Well, the political rhetoric about it can be extreme. I agree, but the data is there. That is not as it used to be. And I also sent you on chat.
Yeah, wait, hold on real quick. There's one other thing too to factor in as well. I don't know what Econoboy thinks about this either, but when you're plotting out like where you want the economy to be or how the economy should be doing, I think there's you have like an expected growth where ideally an economy is growing at an economy should ideally be growing at like this rate on the green line. And your real growth, like every now and then, as you grow, you might run into your big bubbles, and you get like a bust, and then you like do this kind of thing or whatever. Sometimes people will compare like the top of a bubble to like where you are a little bit later and be like, oh my God, like shit is fucked. Like we're on like a collision course with disaster or a huge recession is coming. When there's like also like slight corrections and stuff that happens to market as well. For instance, coming into COVID, I believe under Trump in his last 2 years, the economy was running insanely hot. Weren't you getting like 25% average returns for the last 2 years before COVID-19 hit for like the S&P 500? Am I making that up?
Yes, and if you put on the chat, I actually have that link that shows you the real median household income in the United States, and is the one that I sent you yesterday. And you can see that one peaks in 2019. And the problem is that with human psychology, that's what you remember. You remember the best economy at that time, the economy pre-COVID. And then you compare that with the economy that we have right now, which in all fairness is not bad. It's just not as great as it could have, as it was. And the psychological effect of that is that, the economy is just doing the worst thing.
Well, yeah, careful. I understand what you're saying, though, but you're making the exact same argument. The Vibe Session one, that everything feels way worse than it actually is, but it's not really that bad.
No, it's actually as bad as 2018. Like, you're basically at the same level as 2018.
Yeah, but when you say at the same level as 2018 or bad as 2018, like this was after like 7 years, I think, of like posting all-time, or I think it was 5 or 6 years of posting all-time highs in the economy, and then right before we ramped up to like 25 or 20% year-over-year growth. So like when you say it was bad in 2018, 2018 was good, and the next 2 years were insanely hot. Again, if you want to say that like, it feels like it slid a little bit, that's fine, but it's nowhere near the catastrophic, like nobody can afford houses, nobody can afford cars, nobody whatever, because like that data is not found anywhere.
Right, and that's
speaking of houses
as well, right? Like if you look at that Twitter thread that I just sent you has the data of what I'm talking about, where if you look at the decile wages, you see the differences here, and that's kind of my main point on the Vibe Session stuff. Is not that like there's definitely some people. Like there's probably a great number of people who look at their lifestyle and say, oh, this is worse in a number of ways pre-COVID. But obviously the question is like, well, from a policy perspective, whose fault, if anyone, is that? And if the answer is no one's, then
it's not a Vibe Session if your current purchasing power is the same as 2018, but your house values are double the amount of.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the vast majority of homeowners are in a way better spot right now.
No. Okay, you said something yesterday incorrect. I'm a homeowner, and and if the houses around me increases in prices, I have to pay more in insurance and in taxes. It affects me directly.
What's your interest rate, though?
My interest rate was pre-2020, so it's still good.
What is like what, like 4? Assuming you've got good credit, like 4%.
4%. Let's say 4%.
So I mean, like, bro, like you're killing it. What do you mean? That's an amazing.
No, because what you're saying is that I am forced to now take a loan on my house to pay the extra $3,000 on.
Then you don't deserve to live there. You should sell it and get the fuck out, or you're gonna ruin whatever state you're with another Prop 13 legislation.
Lindarios.
Like, so now you're
really quick.
Wait, seriously.
I have to move because the houses around me increase in price.
What? Your house is also increasing in price, right?
So you're forcing me to now tap into that.
Oh my.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Wait. So if the value of the property, no, this is the Prop 13 argument for California.
Let's go.
If the value of your house increases so much that you can't afford the taxes, then sell your $10 million house, collect the windfall, and just get a different house, get a smaller house. That's an insane problem to have. No,
it's a bad problem because almost nobody wants to move if they're in a comfortable house. I haven't done anything to change the value of my house. I've been here. I have roots in here. My kids.
So do you prefer?
Wait, 1 second. I've been here for 3 years. The house is nice. The neighborhood is nice. And all of a sudden, I can't afford it because everybody else's house is now worth more because of the economy. Well, that's a problem for me because I don't want to move. I never plan on moving. I don't plan on having 10 houses.
Wait, what's the solution? What is the solution to that?
I don't have the solution to that, but what I'm telling you, it is a problem. You have to pay $3,000 more a year on insurance for the house, which that's how what happens because the new price kicks in and your old house.
I have a question, Lindarios.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you choosing to pay the increased insurance and taxes, or are you choosing to move? Just like from a personal perspective, which choice have you made?
I have to pay it.
Okay, so.
Because I have kids. I don't want to be moving my kids are in school. I have to eat it because I also don't want to tap into the equity of the house because I don't think that's a good financial decision either.
I understand. So what you're saying is basically you just had a big increase in your net worth because your house became a lot more valuable and you can eat the cost of the insurance and the taxes and everything's kind of stayed the same. You just basically have a higher insurance or property tax cost, right?
Stay the same. You mean now you have $3,000 less a year to work with? Is that what you mean? Stay the same?
Well, obviously, if you're assuming you get no raise, and I don't know your income situation, like if you get no raise and stuff, you're worse off in a cash sense, but your wealth has gone up by what you said, double. Your house is worth double.
My wealth, my unrealized wealth is amazing because my house controls a lot of it, but I don't want to move. I don't want to.
Lindarios, you do not have a right. No one has a right to live wherever they want.
Forever.
You have to pay taxes to live places.
Correct, but this is not okay. This is to think taxes and property insurance. Those are two separate things. On one, I have one more control over the other.
Well, you don't have a right, because that's completely logical, right? An insurance company is charging you more to insure a more valuable asset. It's why insurance on expensive new cars is more expensive than insurance on shitty beater cars, because they're more expensive to fix. I mean, of course that's going to be the case, right, Lindarius?
Yes.
Like it just.
I'm
Right,
not
but
saying
what I'm
that
saying
it's
is
not the case. I'm not saying that you're saying that it doesn't affect me. I say yes, it does affect me.
No, I never said that. All I'm saying is that you're complaining while you're drowning in a pile of money, essentially. Like your house being worth a lot more. That's a good problem to have. And if the worst case scenario is, oh, I have to sell my $1 million house and move into a $600,000 house, it's like, dude,
let me ask
what?
you, Boy.
Who's out of touch saying
first,
stuff like that?
Right. First of all, once you have kids and they're going to school, moving is not so much of a feasible option. Sometimes you really want to stay in an area or in a school because you like that area, you like the school. So this idea that you can just pack your stuff and leave, once you have kids, it's not so easy because you don't want to be uprooting them. You want them to have lifelong relationships, and part of them, the reason for that is they have to be in one place for a long time.
Okay, well, no. To be fair, okay, do you support YIMBY policies that build it? Like, okay, for instance, let's say we build twice as many houses, and your house is worth half as much. Would you be happy?
If you build as many houses, build them.
No, I'm asking the question. If
would you rather have a $1 million asset and pay more taxes, or would you rather the value of your house be cut in half?
I don't care about the value of the house. I care
okay,
about
wait. Here's a question. Here's a question.
Work with.
Why didn't you just rent then?
Why do I just rent them? Because it's gonna cost me more to rent.
Wait. Okay, hold on. So you want to be able to capitalize on the increase of the asset value, but you don't want to have to pay taxes for it? Like you want everything.
Why do you keep saying taxes? Let's keep taxes because then taxes are in Florida, taxes are actually locked in to a certain extent to the price of the house, so it doesn't change that much. It's actually
wait. Why would it not change? Why would it not change that much? The taxes are going to go up as the value of the house goes up. That's the point.
Because the tax value of the house does not change as significantly as the price market of the house. It doesn't change to the extreme as the insurance that if you bought your house at $700,000, at $400,000, and your insurance now says now $700,000, you're paying the insurance rate of $700,000, while you may pay the tax rate of $450,000, because the tax agency doesn't use the full market value. It doesn't go as extreme as that. There is more leeway. Also, those are elected officials, so they also take that into account. Probably when setting the rates, there is some measurement of public, distrust, or the voted the official or not. So with taxes, it's not as bad as with insurance. On that way, you have no saying. You have to take it by law. Whatever value they say, you have to take it.
Then it sounds like you should just rent.
Well, no, but if you rent, the problem that it costs more because first, I cannot give it to my kids. It's an asset that I cannot even.
Wait, why do you think you should deserve to give this to your kids if you don't want to pay taxes on it?
What do you mean keep the taxes thing? What do you keep talking about
There is
taxes?
a cost to maintaining an asset. You're crying right now because your asset has doubled in value, but you don't want to pay the maintenance cost on it. That's part of being a homeowner. You want all the value of the increase of the asset, but you don't want to pay for the maintenance of the increase of the asset? I don't understand.
I wanted to stay at a similar level that I purchased. Is that too much to ask?
Yes. That's not how any market in the entire world works. Nothing works that way.
Too much to ask, yeah.
Okay, then we completely.
Well, no, but Lindarius, if I was a financial advisor and my client came to me and said, "Hey, next year I'm gonna have to pay," you said $3,000 a year, so maybe $250 a month ish. Like I'm gonna have to pay about $250 extra a month in insurance. My property taxes are roughly fixed. It's just that I have this extra $250 a month in what do you call it, insurance costs because my house doubled in value. I would say, okay, well, can you afford the insurance increase? And they would say, yeah, I can afford it. It's not a big deal. It just kind of sucks. Like, okay, well, I wouldn't say you're in a bad financial situation. I'd say, well, that's great. Your house doubled. Sure, you have to pay more in insurance, but like, your net worth increased by whatever huge percentage because your
correct because
house doubled in value.
Your assumption is like, yeah, I don't care paying for it. Well, what if I care for it? What if that's something that I would take into consideration?
I'm not saying it's a good thing in terms of your personal cash flow that you have to pay an extra $250 a month. What I'm saying, however, is that when you're buying a house, you're buying the exclusive right to live in an area, excluding other people from a segment of land. When housing prices in your area double, that means the demand to live in your area doubled.
Correct.
Right? And so what? Right. Okay. So what that logically means is that the cost, the opportunity cost, and the implicit cost of you having exclusive access to that land has doubled. which means you have to pay more in order to maintain that exclusive access. It's just a very
And
logical
is there
thing.
No, but it's not logical to say, oh, you should be happy about it.
I didn't say you should be happy about it. All I'm saying is that if you're saying hold on, because if you're saying the economy's bad, part of the reason the economy's bad is because housing prices have gone up so much. Look at all these people whose net worths have exploded, but now they have a higher property tax bill. It's like, yeah, but that's not really that bad of a problem to have to face, right? Like,
the issue that I have with house prices, in addition to this one that we're talking right now, is that if the house prices are at the level that they are, but the real wages or the purchasing power of your dollar in December of 2018, that is a problem, because right now the houses are double for new people that want to get into a house. So that's a separate problem. That's not my problem, but that is a separate problem. I just want to separate the two of them, and we seem to be like conflating
again,
them.
if you wanted to say there's certain groups of people who are financially worse off since COVID, I mean, of course I would agree with that. It's just that when we try to make this aggregate, we try to build out this aggregate story that like, no, the economy is just like worse than it was in 2019, and there's not really redeeming qualities. Look at all these different. It's like, but you just can't paint that picture.
Okay, if I were to tell you that the average house prices, and Dennis, if you could pull up that graph, I'll appreciate it. It's on chat with the word MSPUS. The average house price in the United States has increased by 25% between 2020 and now.
Yeah, I would say I'd say that's a much bigger problem for non-homeowners than homeowners, right? Like the homeowners have a very unsympathetic.
Give me a second. For you to tell me,
I thought you were done.
No, because unless the wages have increased by that same percent, it is a problem for somebody. It is a problem that the price of the house right now does not correlate with the price, with the income that people have. That is a problem. Maybe not for me, because I'm a homeowner, but for someone else, it is.
I'm curious if the reduction in interest rates would more than compensate for an increase in taxes. Like if you had a house at 5.5% and then the value of the house doubled, but you refinanced at 4%, I feel like the monthly payment would decrease even with the increase in whatever you're paying.
I mean, just pull up a mortgage interest rate calculator. Right?
Actually,
like each
I don't know if that's true, because basically what a lot of people did during the time of high prices, they just bought with cash or using other financial instruments, and the interest wasn't that important for a lot of people.
If you had enough money to buy a house with cash or with other like cash equivalent investments, if you were able to do that, then you're saying that like having to pay an extra few thousand a year is breaking the bank? That we must be talking about an incredibly slim section of the economy. That's got to be a really rare person.
Really quick, an incredibly slim section of the economy that made a bad financial decision by getting a house that was too expensive.
By getting a house that at the time that they bought it was affordable, and then it doubled in price in the future. You're saying that was a bad decision?
No, it's not even a bad decision. It's a good decision. If you buy a house for $750,000 and then in 2 years it's worth $1.4 million, and you're like, fuck, I can't afford the taxes. I guess I'm going to collect my free $700,000 in a walk. That's amazing.
Yeah. So what do you keep saying it's a bad decision? Because that's exactly what happened to a lot of people.
I don't know what he said.
The bad financial decision, because what you're talking about is the idea that someone has bought what they feel like is their forever home. Right. And like, oh, I bought this $700,000 house. I'm trying to stay in this now $1.4 million house, but I can't afford the taxes. It's like, but that's not a good financial decision.
Why
the good
wasn't that a
financial
good
decision is sell your house, because you're sitting on a huge asset you can't afford the service costs on, essentially. Right. So you should obviously sell it, collect your huge capital gain, and then just move into a slightly more moderate house for free, because now you have enough money to just buy a new house.
So what you're saying that it's a bad decision is to decide to stay in the house, not to originally purchase it, correct?
Well, if you're draining your fucking savings because you can't afford the taxes on your $1 million home, probably selling your house is the best financial decision.
What do you keep saying $1 million home? This applies to people that bought a house for $200,000, that bought houses for $300,000, now become $5 and $6.
My analysis would be the same.
No, but the message behind it making it look like we're just like the
if I was talking to
the rich
a couple
uncle of Donald McDonald.
No, I mean it applies when you go down the income. If I was talking to a couple and they were both, let's say, elementary school teachers, so their household income is maybe $120,000 a year or something like that. Well, and then let's say that they get financed for a $400,000 home pre-COVID, which is already bending the bank account as it is. But then let's say, now because of COVID, their house is worth $700,000. They can't afford the taxes on it. It's like, okay, well, you financed at whatever 80%. So let's say your mortgage is 300 something thousand. Now your house is worth 700,000. Well, now you have the money to sell that house, buy a house mortgage free that you can actually afford, and downsize. And now you have a free fucking house. That's not a bad financial move. It would be bad to drain your savings and kill yourself trying to stay in a home that you can't afford.
Like I said, once you have kids and when you decide to stay in one region or section of the city because you like the extra amenities that provides in terms of schools, libraries, parks, that decision is a lot harder to make.
Okay, I mean, financial decisions aren't always easy, but again, if the worst case is, I have to move, a few miles away in a mortgage-free house because my first house increased so much in value, I just don't really see the tragedy that's occurred.
By a mortgage-free house, you mean equivalent a house that is substantially less than the one that you have. Because if it's going to be mortgage-free, yes, because it has to be market value less. Yes, because you...
No, because it's based on location. Not necessarily features of the house. You can buy just as big of a house in a different location.
Okay,
right?
Perfect. So I had to go to live in the middle of a swamp to have the same house, right?
Oh my God! Come on,
no,
Ladarius.
That's what you're saying. So if
what city do you live in? What city do you live in where it just goes from $1 million houses to swamps? Is that a place? Is that where you live? It goes $1 million houses and then swamps. There's no in between.
There's in between, but the problem is that the houses that you get in the in between are of less quality of the house of what you have. They are. Or in a bad neighborhood. That's what they're worth less.
I don't know.
You already made the decision to not live there.
I don't. Look, maybe I'm spoiled because I live in Houston. Maybe where you guys live, $400,000 houses are in bad neighborhoods, but I don't know. I don't have that personal experience, I guess. Is that a thing where you guys live in Florida?
No, 400,000.
Like the hood is $400,000 houses? I just don't.
I would say 400,000 in this area would be close to it, not in it, but close.
Interesting.
To it. And in Miami, it's probably close to it as well. And Miami may be higher.
That would surprise me. It seems like in the terrible areas that I'm familiar with, the houses are significantly less valuable than 400,000. But
absolutely,
you could be right.
You can. There's terrible areas here, but I don't want to live in those terrible areas. That's why you're forcing. That's what your option is. Live in a terrible area, but it's a good financial investment.
Well, yeah, but you're saying I want to live in this area, but not pay the cost that everyone else has to pay to live there.
I want to live in this area. That I already choose to live it. That I've been living there for a while, and now things changed on me. That's what.
Right, but things change. I don't understand. Like if you live in America, taxes might increase, and it's like, well, you've got to pay them, or you've got to move somewhere else, right? It's just a bigger problem. But.
Let me steal on this a little bit, okay?
Bridge the divide, Destiny.
No, I'm not bridge the divide, actually.
Oh, shit.
I agree with Lendarios. You're wrong, okay? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. But, okay, I actually think that this particular problem is an interesting intersection between what I scream all day about, which is that homes are bad investments in that they shouldn't be treated as investment vehicles. But I think part of the big drive for people buying homes is something Lendario said earlier, why don't I just rent? It's just like a waste of money. Like, I'd rather own something, blah, blah, blah. But then sometimes people don't want to deal with the cost associated with asset appreciation or ownership. I feel like there is an issue when we talk about the appreciation of an asset. If there's a cost associated with that appreciation, it's usually fine because it's offset by your appreciation. But the issue we have here is one of trapped equity, right? And if you do buy a house, like we could imagine a fictitious, like ridiculous world where houses double in value every year. Imagine you buy a house, you sit there, it doubles, you sell it. Okay, well, that's cool. I you get the windfall, I guess. But you buy another house, and then next you have to sell it because you're constantly getting priced out because of taxes. What do you think is a solution for somebody that is? I feel like if we were to actually look at the numbers, I don't feel like it would actually be like the dollar amount isn't going to be that serious. Yeah. What do you think would be a solution to like trapped equity situations where your asset just happens to be the thing you live in?
Like on a personal level or on a policy level?
I guess maybe for either.
I mean, the personal level, you're stuck with tapping into your equity. Either that or get a second job. Because you cannot anything else, and you already made the decision.
The thing
so you're stuck with the equity.
Oh my God, I should close my fucking stream. This sounds like the opportunity for a hot new financial product. You know what they should make? You know what banks should offer? You should have a financial product where what you do is you create like an auto escrow equity loan, where what it does is you basically allow a bank to tap into the equity of your home to automatically compensate the difference in what your future escrow payments will be, so that one, you can enjoy the appreciation of the asset of your house that will continue to appreciate, and two, you don't have to actually pay anything additional into escrow, or you can scale it over time because there's an automatic like HELOC that's tapped into in order to pay off the extra taxes and insurance. How sick would that be?
Maybe. I mean, at least it would allow the bank to not
kind of
affect.
fix your equity in your house, right?
It would kind of
Well,
no way would it fuck the equity because
it would fix it.
Oh yeah, it would
like
fix
your
it.
equity
Yeah.
would never go up. It would just you.
Oh no.
Your
Your equity would absolutely increase because remember the taxes and insurance are just going to be a percentage of the increase of the value of the asset, right? If I've got $1 million house and I pay $1,000 of insurance, if it becomes $2 million, I'm not paying $1,001,000 in insurance. I'm paying $2,000 in insurance. So I would
no. But if you're tapping into a line of credit to make up the difference in your financing costs, then your sort of net equity in the house is going to either become the same or it'll go down as you tap into that line of credit, right?
No, the net equity would dramatically increase because you're essentially, in a really convoluted way, it feels like you're kind of leveraging the increase in taxes and insurance. You're leveraging that to gain more asset value, right? Like, let's say that I tell you, hey,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, the
exactly.
asset value goes up more than the cost of insurance.
Yeah, like
and
90% more. Yeah, way more, right? Yeah.
I see.
All right, guys, I gotta go.
$1
It was
million
good talking to you guys.
Love you. Be careful.
Take care. Bye.
Dang it.
Dang it,
There
what?
you go. He's gone.
We'll talk more on DGG. Let's stop on DGG. We'll talk more in there.
There
The
we
best-
go, Lindarios.
best Destiny server.
Yeah.
We'll meet again.
We'll meet again. Bye.
Be careful.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I agree though, Destiny. The finance, well, I don't know. You could say financializations, but yeah, the housing as an investment's obviously caused a lot of weird problems, like what Lindarios has described, where you got these people that live in these like nice suburban areas. People want to live there, so shitload of people move there, drive the demand up, and now they've got these financing costs that are really expensive. But naturally, it's I don't know. It's hard to feel too sympathetic for them. It's like, dude, you're sitting on a fucking $1 million house or something. Like,
I think you're also in a weird spot where Americans feel, I don't know if it's like this in other parts of the world, but Americans kind of feel an entitlement to where they live, that them and all of their future progeny should be allowed to live there into perpetuity forever. Which is weird. I don't know how we build or do anything around that,
I mean, I'm not sure. Like, the best, I don't know. The only thing that I can think of is to just build really densely, and to make houses more, to make houses very low in value so that it's never like a significant concern for your investment. It's kind of what Japan has done, where Japan just like builds and like never gives a fuck about home value. And so they have depreciating homes. Like housing just really isn't a good investment at that point in Japan because they depreciate over time instead of go up in price. So, I mean, that's the only thing that I can really think of, because otherwise, every country's had this. I mean, I was following I don't know, I think it was like maybe the 2021 or 2020 New Zealand general election, and New Zealand's having a housing crisis like basically every other sort of, not European, but like, developed Pacific Islander European country, let's say. And the big thing that the Labour Party had to commit to was like, a big question was like, hey, will your policies cause housing prices to go down? And that was like a big gotcha. Like, oh my goodness, you're going to make our housing prices go down if you build more houses. And it's like, yeah, you dumb fuck. Like, would you rather have everyone be fucking homeless and only 60% of people be able to afford a house, or housing prices go down? Like, yeah, housing prices are going to go down when you build a shitload more, but that's good because, people can afford houses.
I think the problem
because
is that
so many people had so much wealth tied into houses, it's just like,
houses are weird because I think almost every citizen imagines themselves constantly on both sides of the transaction, and they can't be. So like when the economy is overheated and we need to bring housing prices down, well, now all the homeowners are mad as fuck. Interest rates are, I guess, arguably going up. People are saying, well, now, there's always like pressure on both sides. like for instance, like when people were saying like students can't afford houses, so we need to forgive all student loan debt. So the idea is we need to give them more money so they can afford houses. But if you forgive all student loan debt, the pressure on housing prices then would go dramatically up, right? Because now you've got all these people that just dumped a loan payment. Yeah. So now these people that couldn't afford houses before all have money, and now the demand for housing would skyrocket, and you're in this, and now everybody's like mad. But homeowners would be okay. Because they're making money, but not really actually. They're not okay because their taxes are just increasing. They're not really making money because the equity is trapped in the house. But then if the values plummet, holy shit, nobody wants to see. Like, it's interesting. Do you think that the anger for Leonardo, was that what his name? The guy that was just in here, right? Yeah. I'm not trying to strawman or accuse him of anything, because I think I would actually feel this way, right? Here's the thing. Do you think that if somebody's property doubled in value, okay, the level of anger that they have for the doubling of their taxes and insurance, right? Do you think they would feel the same level of relief if the value of their property halved and they had to pay less?
No, that's why we asked them the question.
Yeah.
They would be pissed off because their house went down.
Exactly.
In value.
Yeah. So it's interesting because like, yeah, it's like, what do you want? And you really don't want the value of your house to stay the same, right? Because if you bought a house for $200,000 in 1970, you don't want to sell that for $200,000 in 2020, right? You'd feel like, what the fuck? I could have invested this in literally anything else and had like $10 million or whatever, right? Like, not quite that much, but yeah.
Well, it's all about the aggregate market. Like right now, I would hate it. Like I would hate it if my house didn't increase in value, because when I move, the money that I get from selling my house is going to go into the next house, right? And so if my house goes down in value, it's like, oh fuck, like I have to make up that difference if I want to kind of upgrade where I live. But that's a result of the aggregate housing market, right? Obviously, we could have a market where housing prices were actually very stable, or they were decreasing, and it just wasn't that big of a problem. But that's where you get like the Labour government in Australia is doing something similar. I'll link you this article. This will trigger the shit out of any like YIMBY type person. But one thing that the Labour government's like piloting in Australia, and Albo, the leader of the Labour government in Australia, is pretty good, but he's just doing more of this demand side shit. The government of Australia they're calling it a shared equity scheme, and you can probably guess by the name what it is. It's where applicants to the program can get essentially loans from the government to make up the difference in a huge portion of their equity. So like, 30% of the value of the house, the government would just loan that out to you immediately, pay that off over time. That way you can get into a house at, a 60, 70% reduced rate.
Oh, Jesus.
But again, it's just the same problem. You get more and more demand side pressure, people getting into houses, which isn't a bad thing, but the fundamental problem is that housing is so expensive. It also
not sounds like you're stepping into like Nina territories. If they can't afford the houses, but you're doing subsidized loans to get them in, these seem like not a good idea.
Yeah, it seems like there could, be market allocation problems and overinvestment and stuff like that as well, which is bad. I mean, that's the thing. Like with the financial crisis in 2008, right? It wasn't because people were like building too many houses. It was as a result of investments, right? It wasn't on just, people built so many houses and housing prices collapsed. It was all these investments that weren't worth anything, it turns out. And unfortunately, with all these demand side subsidies, that's, almost like necessarily going to happen, right? When you subsidize demand for a certain market so much, well, obviously you're going to have some allocative efficiency problems when price signals don't mean quite as much.
Well, and I also think I feel like the big issue, the two huge issues for the housing market, because people always talk about, people talk about a lot of random shit. I feel like the one was the connecting of too many different financial markets. Like the idea that a person buying a home is somehow connected to like major investment, or financial products, like CDOs is not good, because like when things get intertwined too much like that, like one area faltering can literally destroy the entire fucking economy theoretically. And then the second part was that the pressure that was being driven to construct and buy houses, those were coming from, I would say, financial sectors, not really at all from the home ownership sector, right? Or do you disagree?
What do you're saying like in terms of why people it was more so like developers and banks like coordinating to build houses, not really just that people were moving places and
because the pressure became due to this like weird death spiral, or maybe the opposite of a death spiral, this inflationary dream, or this massive asset increase, or I don't know what the fuck you would call it. But because because people are incentivized to sell certain financial products because they can sell it upstream, the banks aren't responsible really for the loans. They just want to acquire more of them. So the increased demand in houses wasn't really coming from the consumer side. It was like being signaled by the financial services side, which was probably not good.
I mean, at a certain point, it just like necessarily becomes a problem at some point. You know, I recall talking to a friend, he works at a mortgage bank, and, you know, this was before COVID, and even during COVID, like right around that time, it was an incredible time to be in the mortgage industry because rates were just so unbelievably low. You could get a mortgage for like 2.25% if you timed it just right.
Yeah.
But I was asking him, you know, how business was. He was like, dude, it's like printing money. It's like we just like everyone qualifies for a mortgage. I mean, rates are super duper low. Everyone's refinancing their shit, right? Because rates are super duper low. And then like 8 months goes by and all these rate increases happen. It's like, oh, how things are going. He's like, dude, we've had like 4 rounds of layoffs. It's terrible. He goes, he'd been in the mortgage industry for like 25 years or something. He's like, this is worse than 2008. He's like, it's not even close. Like it is terrible right now. And I was like, yeah, no shit, dude. Like you guys didn't, there was no financial stewardship. Like you thought this would go on forever, even though the writing was so on the wall that rate increases were coming. Like
recently he was complaining about this?
Yeah. This was like after all the rate increases and stuff. And it was, it just creates a whole bad environment, you know, because I was talking to him about it. I was like, well, yeah, like you guys, it has been, to be fair, like since maybe 2009 or 2010 or whatever, it's been like a decade straight of line go up, basically no structural problems, housing prices steadily going up, mortgages are still pretty cheap. And you guys took all those returns. He's an owner of this business. It's like you guys took all those returns and you didn't like, you didn't save any of that money in your treasury, right? Which to some extent you don't have to. You're already rich anyway, but like, it's hard to feel sympathy. Like you guys are saying, oh, business is so bad now. It's like, guys, I mean, no shit. You guys are...
Which is also a little annoying because that also ties back into economy things where like the economy can be overheated for 2 years and then we undergo a correction and then people are like, this is bullshit, everything is fucked. And it's like, well, no, hold on, we're returning to normal, right? There's got to be like a correction. And then I agree with you. Like any like risk-adjusted return or whatever, I think average profits in a capitalist economy are around it's like fucking 7 to 10% or something. There's some like average profit among like all sectors. If your particular sector is enjoying returns of like 25, 30, 40% for several years, why the fuck would you complain when there's a crash later on? Like you should be prepared for it. Like that's part of what you're doing. Did you expect
like eventually there'll either be a crash or there'll be new entrants into the market that take up your premiums, you know? Because he was like, oh, well, because their specific bank is like a boutique bank, right? They're just a mortgage bank. That's all they do. And they're selling, their premise is like, hey, you lend with us because we're quick, right? It's not, we don't offer necessarily the best deal, but we can get you in and out on a financing super duper quickly. And it's like, well, dude, when interest rates are 8%, nobody's going to give a fuck about how fast it is, right? Like they want the lowest possible rate. So of course they're going to go to a credit union or Chase Bank or something, right? That just offers the lowest rate. But exactly like you said, I mean, people, they kind of want their cake and eat it too. And I don't know, the reality is there's just a lot of employees as well that are just kind of attached to the process and don't feel as strongly connected to it. They still get affected by it, right? So that's kind of unfortunate. Yeah. What caused this? Why was? Oh yeah, it was because someone linked that article of the economy was actually bad or something.
I'm just obviously I think you said it, we might have even talked about it, that consumer sentiment is kind of swinging around. I feel like I'm hopeful as long as there's no more crazy wars or nothing crazy happens. I'm hopeful that the economy is going to continue to tick back in a positive direction. Seems like so far we've survived like a lot of rate hikes and it has had no deleterious effects on the economy, I believe, right? It seems like
not aggregately.
Yeah, inflation is coming down. We still have a lot of like overhead. The unemployment is still incredibly low. I'm hoping that as the months go by, things continue to tick up. We get away from no bad events. Yeah, I feel like any big surprises at this point, as long as there are no more wars or no more pandemics, I feel like any surprises at this point are probably going to favor Biden over Trump because the big stuff to scare for Trump now is going to be stuff coming out relating to his court cases or any Republican drama, basically. Or yeah.
Yeah, I saw another crazy poll, which was there's this. I think it's just called Political Polls on Twitter, something like that. And the poll again, it was like, if Trump is convicted, would you still vote for him? Even crazier result. It was like, here,
2/3, I think, said they still would for the Iowa stuff.
No, it was the opposite. So this was, if all other things were equal, would you vote for Donald Trump for president 2024 if he is and has been convicted of a felony crime by a jury? And in terms of Republicans, 28% said they would not vote for him.
Yeah.
So
I think I think it was
28% said they didn't know. But like, man, if you lose 30% of your base,
that is really big. Yeah.
That's really fucking big. Well, yeah, because that would imply that Biden would literally win
in a landslide,
like almost every state. Yeah, I mean,
with probably every single state. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be like Reagan, fucking 1984 or some shit. Like, it would be ridiculous.
And that's, keep in mind, this is just the question of like, how would you feel if he was convicted? That's not the reality of what would the attack ads look like? What would the general like downward spiral look like? What would Trump's response be? What would the rest of the Republican Party start saying? Like that, yeah, all of that would also start to factor into it as well,
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to ask Pisco or somebody who is more in the know. By all accounts, it seems like the main line is that it's really uncertain if anything will be completed by the election. Because these things, it's like, these things typically take a really long time, and they're trying to go as fast as possible, but like, who knows if they'll actually be able to get done by the election? Because, the truth is, like, if Trump gets elected, these trials are just going to stop. Like, I just don't think they're going to.
There's no way any of these finish before any. Yeah, we're in like chaos territory. The fact that we're now going to start having caucuses and primaries, and the Supreme Court's not going to kick them off the ballot, but the fact that that's even hanging in the air as it's all going through, and then like, yeah, that none of these cases are going to be finished before election time. Maybe the Mar-a-Lago one because it's the simplest one, maybe. But like, yeah, what an insane nightmare of crazy shit. Like,
I thought I read that the Georgia one had the biggest chance of being completed. I think they requested like a.
Well, I know they tried to request a fast trial, but a quick completion on like on that RICO case for Trump. I mean, other people maybe, but that seems crazy that would go through that fast. But maybe, I don't know.
I guess my assumption was that because of the requested dates and because it's state charges, there would be less sort of constraints on the timing of it, and especially like in a lot of regards, the Georgia case is the most important just because of Trump. At least in theory, if Trump does become president, he could still be prosecuted by state level entities, right? Whereas federal entities, obviously, I don't know how
he would still be.
Trump would
I don't think the president can pardon himself. I don't think that the Republic would bear it. I think if the president of the United States was pardoning himself, I would hope that he would be instantaneously impeached in the House and Senate. I don't think that
0% chance.
You don't think so? You don't think so?
Absolutely.
I mean, 10 Republicans. 10 Republicans in the Senate last time voted for his impeachment, right? Like, what do they need? 20, 30? I don't know how many they would need to get. Is it 66 votes?
I think if Trump became president and he pardoned himself, he would say, "Oh, it's because the investigations were flagrant, they were wrong, they were crooked, this and that. Democrat ran investigations or whatever." And I think that the Republican senators would just be like, he's right. It was all a sham. It was all bullshit. We're not going to impeach him. He can just pardon himself. Because the reality is I just don't think Trump has the ability to be subtle. And I feel like if he became president while he's under multiple active federal investigations, I think that he would immediately just kneecap the investigations. Like, he'd fire everyone. He would, start, maybe getting rid of materials or doing whatever, shit he would have to do, like the AG, whatever, delegated powers.
I feel like if he if he got flagrant with it, because anytime he was privately flagrant, people like resisted, right? When he was threatening to fire the attorney, the stand-in, what do you call it? The temporary one? What's the name of it?
Acting.
Yeah, the acting AG. When he was threatening to fire Rosen, I think like half the White House staff said we are all quitting, and I think there might have been a lot of people in the State Department too, like we're we're quitting if you do this. And he was like, okay, well, fuck.
The problem, though, is that Trump has said he has openly committed, and based on his preliminary, like, who I would appoint to certain positions list, he is 100% committed to hiring only the most incredibly loyal people in his next administration. And he was talking about making Stephen Miller the Attorney General. That's like if Nick Fuentes was the Attorney General.
No, I agree.
Like,
I understand it's
imagine.
crazy. But, like, remember, like, the DOJ is not just the Attorney General, right? Like, all the people underneath, there's no way all these people...
I mean, look, you could be right. Like, there's a chance that there's literally so many mass resignations that our government just comes to a complete halt. But then that's almost just as catastrophic, right? I mean, our administrative state just shrinks by 30-40% because of all the incredible amount of corruption. I mean, I don't know. That's why, like, I don't know. Usually, I will say, typically speaking, I think that when both sides catastrophize and say, oh, if Biden gets elected, he's going to implement Venezuelan socialism, or if Trump gets elected, he's going to become a fascist dictator. It's like, I think they might have a point this time with Trump, like, really genuinely speaking.
I think, well, no, I disagree. I think that the point was actually overmade. I said this a few times, that there were a lot of people, me included, who were really worried about Trump coming in, and a lot of people saying that, like, the concerns were overblown. And, like, once Trump got into office, I was like, I mean, he's probably going to fall in line. It's probably not going to be as bad
as the opposite, yeah.
But it wasn't the opposite. It was worse than I think anybody would have imagined. I think that the J6 and all the indictment shit alone was already worse than anybody could have imagined. I think almost every other part of this presidency and his presidency, and then the fanatic, like the sycophantic fan base, the hostage taking of the Republican Party, these weird losers like McCarthy, the other losers like the Jim Jordans and the other impeachment inquiries and the obsession over Hunter Biden. It's crazy to me. Here's the most disappointing thing. It feels like an Onion skit. Do you ever see The Onion where they have an interview with a guy from Al-Qaeda and a conspiracy theorist, and the conspiracy theorist is trying to argue about how, like, the Jews did 9/11, and the Al-Qaeda guy is, like, screaming, like, no, we sent these guys, like, this was our plan, blah, 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 blah. It's crazy to me that the party that is so prone to conspiracy theories and sees them everywhere, look at Hunter Biden, they get one message from an email saying the big man, and they're like, that's it. 100% we know that Joe Biden is trading on his name, and Hunter Biden is trading on his dad's name. We know that he's involved in it, 100%. Yeah. And then you look at Jared Kushner, the stepson of the president, who people in the State Department are arguing this guy. Trump made a special position just for Jared Kushner to negotiate foreign policy on his behalf. And alone, he is doing huge Middle East deals, gets out of office, and then is in a hedge fund that's now selling $2 billion, or getting $2 billion at the rejection, even initially, of the crown prince from Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Or son-in-law. Wait, what did I say? Did I say stepson? Sorry, son-in-law, whatever. Right there.
Imagine if Biden owned, like, a bed and breakfast in Delaware, and he always chose to stay in that bed and breakfast, and he charged the Secret Service to stay in his bed and breakfast. The Republicans would immediately try to impeach Biden, but when the Secret Service was forced to pay, like, luxury rental rates to stay in Trump hotels and Trump properties throughout his entire presidency, and, like, the travel costs for Trump and Trump's family, like, exploded compared to any other president. A lot of that was reimbursed directly back to Trump because he was the business owner on record, and his assets weren't even in a blind trust, which broke precedent from, like, every single previous president. He was still running his businesses while he was president. Obviously, Republicans don't give a shit about any type of personal corruption as long as it benefits them politically. It's just that I think that, unfortunately speaking, that's just kind of the state that we're in. I think that Republicans, I think if Trump becomes president a second time,
they would support anything.
There's a real concern. Yeah, I mean, there's just
people talk about how much, like, it would be an egregious break of norms if the president of the United States was ordering the DOJ to do stuff. If Biden was truly, and I support this, I'll say this on record, if it comes out that, like, Biden is ordering Merrick Garland to, like, investigate Donald Trump or whatever, that would be an egregious breach of norms. And I think it's worth looking at. That would be crazy. But the fact is that Donald Trump could come in, he could appoint whoever the fuck he wants as the head of the DOJ, and he could say, DOJ, I'm ordering you to investigate all Democrats that were involved in the Russia collusion conspiracy, and Republicans would be cheering along the entire time. They'd be like, yeah, based. Finally. Finally a commander-in-chief who's going to drain the swamp and is finally using, like, the proper, like, they would cheer it on. It would be, like, insane.
The Republican lawyer Republican lawyers in Colorado were they were asked the question if the president they literally asked like the hypothetical that you said to one of those Republican lawyers, to the Trump lawyers. Yeah, where it was like, could the president just like murder everyone in Congress and kidnap them? And the guy's like, well, the punishment for that could be he could be impeached and convicted in the House and Senate. And it's like, well, yeah, but what if he just murders everyone that wants to impeach him? And he's like, well, he could just be impeached for that. And it's like, dude, you are talking about like a Saddam Hussein style takeover of Congress, and you're saying it would be only preventable by actors within, but there's nothing stopping him from just kidnapping and murdering those actors. The precedent you are talking about would make it trivially easy to implement dictatorship in this country.
Yeah.
That is the precedent you're talking about. And so, yeah, I mean, I just think that that's the argument they're making in court right now, is that the only way you can punish a president is impeaching him. And it's like, well, what if he just controls, what if he controls 34 out of the 100 senators, so he can just never be punished for any crime?
Yeah, and also, why the fuck would you ever vote? Why would you vote? How stupid would you be to vote to impeach a president who's immune from all criminal prosecution? What the fuck? No offense, but I'm not voting on that. What
controls
the fuck?
The military, controls
hell
the CIA.
No. You're telling me this guy can murder my entire family with impunity? Fuck no. God Emperor Trump, that's my... It'd be like... It would literally be the scene when Saddam Hussein has like however many people taken out and killed, and the guys start standing up in parliament. They're like, long live Saddam Hussein, as they're all sweating bullets, like waiting to be the next on the fucking assassination list. It just drives me crazy because it's an actual, like, quote unquote conspiracy. There are actual plots and plans, but like none of the conservatives actually care. Like, here you have one. This is what you're waiting for the whole time. But it's on the Republican side, so they don't care. Fuck me. Sorry, go ahead.
I've got a question for you. Okay, so you're in a unique situation. Obviously, you're a wealthy guy. Stream, you can stream from anywhere. Let's say November 2024 rolls around. Trump wins. Let's say that it doesn't really matter how the House and Senate work out. Let's just say Trump wins. And then in the subsequent 2 months before he takes office, he announces, like, let's say his vice presidential pick is Marjorie Taylor Greene. He says, "Oh, Stephen Miller's going to be my AG. Roger Stone's going to be my
head of the CIA or
press
FBI
secretary, or something." Like he announces picks like this, right? Do you leave the country?
I don't know. If I ever left, I'd have to like take my kid and probably then his mom, and it'd be a whole fucking thing.
That's a serious question. I mean, I've thought about this myself. I'm like, man, like if it's going to come down to who he picks, I think his VP will be a very strong signal as to like what he's thinking in terms of how he'll govern in his second term.
Well, I think in his first term, I think he was thinking, as long as I have like strong conservatives, Republicans, like I'm backed. But I think for his second term, he's like, I need other fascists. Like I need other people that are fully bought into what I want to do with the government. It's not just enough to have Republicans and conservatives. I need other like fasci-minded people in my administration if I want to do like my fasci-minded agenda, which is annoying. But like I'm pretty sure that's the direction it would go. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like Leandros is in the disagreement chat. He's come back. Maybe he's got some pro-Trump stuff he wants to say, but yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of that's just really scary, and I don't know. I agree. Like a lot of these Republicans, it's like, dude, you guys are complaining that Joe Biden's son paid his mortgage payment, but you don't care that Trump reimbursed like millions of dollars of expenses to his own business from the federal government, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the most minor of things, much less the whole, yes, he can assassinate his political rivals so long as he does it quickly enough that he's not able to be impeached. Like, goodness, guys. I mean, what's the framework you're using to evaluate what is right and wrong in these situations?
Yeah, Trump good. That's literally the framework. It's unhinged.
Yeah.
It's unhinged.
Well, all right. Hopefully we don't devolve into authoritarianism. Oh, Leandros. Let's do it.
Stepson Kushner, what are you doing?
What?
All right. I have an argument for you. Prior to 2020, set your mind to December 19, 2019. Is Trump the best president in the U.S.? Or at least
no.
I would say no.
No? Isn't he economically the best president?
No, he's not doing anything for the economy. He didn't do shit. He just attacked us.
He's not doing anything for the economy, so all those things that happened during his presidency were just hapstance?
Yes.
Yes, that's the position that you take?
Yeah, the president typically doesn't have like huge sway over the economy. There's just not much they can generally do, except for like cheerlead like legislation, or I guess like approving.
There wasn't a lot
drilling
of
on,
discontinuity.
Like, yeah, federal grounds or whatever, like shit like that. But generally, the president doesn't really have much sway over the economy. There's not much they can do. Releasing the strategic stockpile for oil to bring gas prices down a little bit, but there's not much the president can do.
What about the tariff that he imposed in China, and what about the behavior that the economic sector had under him?
If you wanted the tariffs under China, I would do a one-to-one comparison between what Trump was trying to achieve with those tariffs and the CHIPS Act by Biden, and I would say Biden wins hands down there. Like, it's not even close. In terms of how the economy responded, I mean, the economy was growing like crazy under Obama. It continued to grow under Trump. All Trump did was he cut more taxes and infused more money into the economy. I mean...
Did I say to compare it with Biden?
No,
well,
but I don't think tariffs. The tariffs weren't.
I said compare it prior to him. Let's just stop at
prior to
2019.
him. I mean, I'm not even necessarily a fan of tariffs in general. I don't think tariffs are even a great tool. I think most economists even agree tariffs kind of suck.
I mean, if you like them or not, I mean, they had some impact. I think in terms of manufacturing, they actually increased. During Trump, the manufacturing jobs on that website, the Feds that I used a lot, the manufacturing base actually increased.
Well, they made everyone else poorer, though, right?
Who do you mean everyone else?
As in everybody had to buy those goods from the manufacturing people.
I mean, every other person that wasn't a manufacturing worker was made poorer by those tariffs.
Okay, do you see that statistic that we had an hour ago with the graphic for real median income? How would that correlate with they made everybody else poor if the overall income went up substantially?
Well, you could, again, so you have to think directionally with each policy. So, for instance, it could be the case that you raise tariffs on goods by 5%, but real median income increased. But that's not to say that the tariffs didn't have a sort of negative effect on wages, because wages might have gone up more in real terms had we not increased tariffs. After all, tariffs are an increase in the import price of products, right? Yeah, it's a tax that is collectively paid by basically the consumers who buy products, right? And there's a reason why we import things. It's because we want those things. It's because they're cost competitive.
Do you have any statistics or data to show that people were made poorer during Trump's?
When he says, hold on, wait, stop, hold on. When he says made poorer, what he means is
he said
that
poorer. He said
yeah, I know, but that's not. He doesn't mean they like had less money. When he says made poorer, what he means is that if you're tariffing China, what you're doing is you're increasing the cost of a particular good from China. If the cost of that good increases so much that now domestic manufacturing becomes competitive, then domestic manufacturers will begin to manufacture that product. But if you're buying that product, if before you were getting it from China for cheaper, and now you're buying it more in the US for a greater cost, you're effectively losing money because you have to pay more for the same product. If you're one of those people that work in that sector, they either own the business or as an employee, you're getting wealthier because you've got a new job potentially and you've got a new manufacturing plant or whatever. But if you're anybody else in the country buying that, you're quote unquote made poor. That's what he means when he says that.
Well, so that's not the meaning of being made poor.
No, it's a shortcut, but like, yeah, technically, like
one would show up on that scenario that we pasted an hour ago with the real current. Yes.
Wait, hold on, wait, stop. Go. Okay, I'm sorry. What's your question? Why wouldn't it show up on the graph?
Yes,
because that graph is an amalgamation of 20 million variables at any particular point in the economy. The reason why Econoboy said that you would have to look at things on a one-to-one policy is it's possible that you could. So, for instance, I could probably look at a graph and I could look at all the times that like Donald Trump got laid and say, well, look, the economy grew because he had sex. That doesn't mean it grew because he had, or when he had sex. That doesn't mean it grew because he had sex, right? Just because you're drawing like an up arrow doesn't mean it's going up because of one particular thing that you point at. Like the idea that tariffs are increasing the overall value of the economy like belies every single, I think, econ analysis of tariffs ever. The economy can still go up, though.
So for the majority of people, would you say then that they become poorer or richer during Trump?
Well, hold on.
And I want you to bring data.
Wait. When you said become poorer or richer under Trump, what are you asking more specifically?
Both amount of money in pocket and purchasing power of that dollar.
My understanding is under Trump, I think both were increasing, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were increasing what, being richer or being poorer?
Being richer, they were increasing.
Okay, so it's good.
Yeah. Yes.
So you would say, okay, so at least something good. All right. So
wait, hold on. The question wasn't whether the economy was good under Trump. The question was the economy good because of Trump? I don't think Trump really did much for the economy other than deficit spend and tax cuts. Like, he didn't really do much else. There was no major legislation. There were no big changes in econ policy. Like, he just didn't really do much. The economy just kind of ran.
The question that I asked you was, during Trump, was the economy good?
Yeah,
okay?
it was.
If you want to determine the reason, if it was good or not, there could be a multitude of reasons that, to be honest, I may not be the best person to argue if a particular reason was a particular key
Well, but
indicator.
you didn't just ask if it was good under Trump. You asked if like Trump was like the best person for the economy, implying there was some causal relationship there.
I am definitely implying there is some causal relationship there, yeah.
Yeah, but I just don't think he did much. And when we ask, or if you point, like, what did Trump actually do for the economy? There's just not much that he did.
It just so your position is just happened by chance. That the two unrelated events with the two of them, other than some minor loss.
Hold on, stop. What? Hold on. When did I say happened by chance? Do you think that the only two things are, hold on, if I look outside and a guy pulls his gun out and he shoots another guy in the head and somebody looks at me and they go, did you cause that? And I go, no, I didn't cause it. It happened by chance? What do you mean? Why are those the only two things? None of the economy happens by chance. There's tons of things that cause the economy to do what it does. It just wasn't because of Trump.
So unrelated to Trump. So unrelated to a president, let's just say, unrelated to the great extent.
Yeah.
So I think that position nobody agrees with, that the president has very little power over the economy. I think we actually hold him accountable, maybe unjustly, for how the economy does, but that's how the cookie crumbles. You know, if it's a depression, you're not winning the presidency. If you're in an upswing, you may get a second chance.
Sure, I don't disagree with that, yeah.
And we use those metrics, particularly those metrics, to grade past presidents. We blame Bush for the housing crisis, even though he may not have actually anything to do with it, because like you say, hey, he's completely separate, or it's in another sphere of influence that he had no power of. But we still blame him for it. And we still look at some of the action that his administration may have taken, and we try to find some relationship between that and the housing market. Which, by the way, I do think that presidents have a lot more control over the economy, especially, I may be a little bit unjust to say it like this, but particularly like public sentiment or business sentiment about how the economy will feel.
Okay, that's fine. If you think that that's true, then you absolutely would support literally anybody over Trump then, because Trump had one of the worst economies of all time.
How can you say that after we just went over a graph an hour ago?
Because you put a very, 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 very special addendum to the end of your thing, and you said before 2020. I'm not going to let you cut that year off. Hold on. I'm not going to let you cut that year off.
Okay.
I'm going to go right to the end of his presidency. I'm going to say, then Trump ran the economy into the ground. He had almost nothing.
Do you think that the economy went haywire in 2022 to COVID?
I don't know. You just said we're giving the president a whole bunch of credit for what the economy looks like. If I'm going to give him credit for him not doing anything for the run-up, then I'm going to give him credit for not doing anything when COVID destroyed the economy. Yeah.
Maybe because you'll be quite, I don't want to say unfair. I want to say quite, it's kind of not unfair. The word is, the virus is something that just happened. You just have to deal with it. So in that scenario, he dealt with it. He had his policies, some good, some bad. The economy wasn't as bad in 2020, and it was still being brought up artificially by all the money that was pumped into the economy. So it's a different kind of economic stimulus at that point. But in 2020, still the numbers that we have for the economy was that it wasn't as bad as in 2021 or 2022.
When did the massive layoffs and unemployment start? Wasn't this before Trump left office? This was through 2020, no?
You have to be more specific, like which layoffs? The ones during COVID lockdown?
Yeah.
Correct, and it was supplemented by the government giving money to provide those, to maintain those the standards. The PIP, the thing that they did, the loans that they give to business owners, all those was under Trump as well. So when you want to consider that part of the economic policy, I mean, it kind of actually is part of the economic policy due to a quote-unquote emergency, which I guess at that moment you will agree that it was an emergency. So his response to that was still correct. And at the end of his term, still were things good economically. Like things were still good.
I mean, the economy was like hardcore buoyed by a fuck ton of government stimulus. It's like productivity and jobs and production, everything were falling dramatically. But
because people were not working because of COVID, absolutely, yeah. Different circumstances, different tools for the job. Yeah.
But do you think that economy was good when it was just like massive like UI and massive stimulus and massive government spending and people locked out and not working? Or
I don't think that's a reasonable or maintainable economy style. And the reason why it was done that way was because of the pandemic. So I kind of fault any president that decided to do that or any Congress that passed those laws because that was the conditions.
Sure, I can agree with you there, but this is why I just don't give the presidents, like I would look at the actions of the president, not how the economy was doing under a president. I would say, what did the president do to help the economy or hurt the economy? And that's why I would give credit or...
Do you think deregulation had any impact
No, I don't
on
think
the private sector.
I don't think
so.
I don't think that much. No, I've never
That
seen
much
like,
or nothing.
I mean, I'm sure I did a little bit, but like in the margins, like low single digit like improvements and stuff. I don't think that Republicans always scream about deregulation, but I've never seen papers or anything saying like,
well,
oh,
the problem is
deregulation.
that deregulation probably serves as an effect of increasing confidence that the private sector could go into a field. So even though you don't have to regulate everything about a particular field, but even if you just signal that you're willing to deregulate certain things about a field, that may feel
I don't think Trump
companies feel more inclined.
If anything, I think people would feel scared because of like things like tariffs. I think would make people feel more scared than like minor federal deregulations. Would be my guess.
Well, but tariffs were not on everything. And tariff was just from a specific location, on the specific rules. So it's not like we were taxing.
Yeah, but deregulations aren't on everything. If you're saying some deregulations make the whole economy feel great and people are going to be spurred to economic activity, but like tariffs won't scare anybody. Like, weren't we threatening like a whole like trade war at one point between like fucking China and Canada and everybody else over like trade? Like, I feel like tariffs. As soon as tariffs.
No, we still we rewrote the NAFTA agreement under Trump. I don't know if the terms that we got were better than before, but that was definitely an economic achievement that he did under his presidency.
I mean, it was like a minor upgrade to NAFTA. But I mean, like, that was good.
An upgrade nonetheless, right?
What?
An upgrade nonetheless.
Yeah, arguably, I guess, yeah.
Marginally. Right?
Yeah.
I can marginally get you to vote for him? No, I'm kidding.
No, I don't think that when you back out and you look at like what did both presidents do for the economy. Trump did a huge tax cut. And that's about his only major economic
base tax cuts. Yes,
that's fine. That's his only base deficit spending. I guess Republicans like it when they do it.
That was for my kid base. Yes.
Okay, so Trump did that, and then Trump, I would argue, completely fucked up and botched the initial COVID response. But it's hard to compare that to anybody else because nobody else was in that position at the time.
I agree with you. Yeah, it's everybody fucked up COVID response, and even at the time when the United States response was trying to close the traffic from China, there was like a big uproar. I don't know if you remember where people were being left out on the boats, and where people were like, "Don't even bring U.S. citizens back." It's like, come on, those are U.S. citizens.
I don't know anything about that. I know that Trump didn't close anything until the WHO was making announcements that like pandemic or epidemic or whatever was starting. But the main issue I had was Trump not coordinating with people, not coordinating with governors, or not coordinating with the NIH, or not coordinating with the government in general to get like a comprehensive response. Like we had tens of thousands of cases in the US while Trump is going on and making statements that there are like 1 or 2 cases here. Like that was wild.
Are you sure? Because I remember the
no.
process.
I'm not getting gaslit on this. Yes, I am sure. I've watched the videos. Yes. I think Hayward himself in that book that he released literally said that like Trump didn't want people to panic, so he was downplaying the numbers. Yes, we all watched him go on and say there's 1 case, there's 10 cases, there's 100 cases, it's probably not here.
It'll be gone by the summer.
Yeah, well, New York City is getting like fucking ravaged. Yeah, I'm not getting gaslit on that. That was that was.
And once the lockdown happened, wasn't that a coordinated national effort?
No, I feel like I'm gonna give a feeling. I could be wrong. No, it wasn't coordinated. Why would you say that?
It was decentralized.
It was coordinated because it all happened at the same time during the first week of March.
No, it didn't. That didn't happen. There was no coordination. Different states had wildly different implementations. People, if you went to like fucking Seattle and shit, you needed like actually this was after lockdowns, but you had like different people requirements for vaccines. But even for the lockdown, some people were closing gyms and places of worship, and some people weren't closing like hardly anything. That's why so many people like moved to Florida and shit. Like, no, there was no level of coordination there.
During the lockdowns, I disagree. There was a level of coordination, particularly with the start time. It was basically like I believe like it was like 2-3 weeks that it was like nothing nationally was moving.
I'm sorry. No, hold on. I'm sorry. No. No. Hold on. No. I'm sorry. Okay. Eat razor blades. Okay. Republicans denied the start of the pandemic over and over and over again. They fought tooth and nail to resist every single fucking measure. I would jump off a fucking cliff before giving the death cult lunatics credit for anything related to COVID. Fuck that. I hope the next pandemic has like a 50% fatality rate. Okay. So that we lose half the voters of this fucking party. There's no shot that I would ever give a fucking conservative any credit whatsoever for anything related to COVID. That's fucking wild, okay? They shit on the vaccines. They said that COVID was fake initially. They said that there were no cases here when tens of thousands of people were infected in New York. Like, it was lie after lie after lie after lie. And then after all of that, you think I'm going to give Trump or any conservative whatsoever any credit at all for how they handled the lockdown? That's delusional. That's like the most gaslighty shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Absolutely not. No, fuck that.
Are you done? Can I go?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, so you were to open Wikipedia and do a quick search for like lockdown or when was travel actually banned from China, you're gonna see that a lot of countries had different ranges. I believe England was actually one of the first ones to do it, I would say December of 2019. But the United States was right up there, if not like top 3 countries that closed their doors to travel from China. In fact, it was highly criticized, the decision at the time from the United States.
Okay,
So-
Landarios. Okay, so this is what I've heard a lot of conservatives make this. They're like, Trump did a
Not in
great
China.
Trump did a great COVID response. Look at this. He was one of the first people to close down travel from China. So obviously, if you could imagine in a good faith way what we might say, like I would say, yes, in hindsight, that was good. Now, to be fair, Trump doing a good thing is kind of like just a dumbass falling ass backwards into a good thing, it turns out, because his rationale for doing things that even turn out to be good are oftentimes very poor. But nominally, I can agree, like, yeah, closing down travel from China early was probably a good thing. But that doesn't, like, closing down travel from China marginally earlier than most other countries does not an entirely good COVID response make. So you can pick out certain good things that are, like Operation Warp Speed was a good thing. Like, can't argue with that, obviously. I mean, that's good when we developed a vaccine so fast. But again, when we disaggregate all the individual things that Trump did and the administration's response, and we put them all in the entire response that Trump did, it's probably a pretty bad response on net.
But it's not nothing, which was 5 minutes ago. But I guess that was just a rant.
Hold on. No, wait. It's not that he did nothing. It's just that the response was like fucking horrible. There was constant denialism. There was like, for instance, like what Counterboard just said, I've actually given Trump a lot of credit for Warp Speed, which ironically is the number one good thing he did, which is ironically the number one thing that every fucking conservative rejects, by the way, is the vaccine, which is hilariously fucking
boo him
ironic.
when he talks about it.
Yeah. It was good that he did it. I don't think I would give him credit for it. But I would also say that like when the United States actually took COVID seriously and we put our minds to things, we got all sorts of shit handled incredibly quickly. The manufacture of the vaccine was really well done. The creation and distribution of PPE was really well done. In terms of like making sure that like supply lines were running, grocery stores were stocked, and all of that shit that everybody was fear mongering about us losing, that was all incredibly well done. Yeah, our emergency services worked overtime. Like, we did decent things once we took it seriously, but Trump dragged his feet like crazy in the beginning. And if I had to go back and check through all the fucking rhetoric and everything, he probably did close down travel from China, although I'm pretty sure, I'm almost positive, it was after the WHO had already declared a pandemic. It wasn't that he was prescient. I'm trying to find when everybody closed travel because I'm curious. But if he did close it from China, my guess isn't because he was like, we need to do something because there's a serious pandemic right now, so we need to close travel from China. The rhetoric was probably more like China manufactured this virus and they're sending sick Chinese people over here to try to infect us, so we're going to block travel from their country. Because why the fuck would you only block travel? Yeah, why would you only block travel just from fucking China? Like, the fuck? It's a worldwide pandemic. Like, I'm pretty sure people in Europe were already all getting sick and shit.
I don't know if people in Europe at that point were in the height of the pandemic. I think that the time that I get to Italy, I think we're talking about late January. But when you go back again to like that early beginning of January period, late December, I think the UK was first. I want to say by Christmas they had basically, lifted the gate on their moat and live in their island. But the United States was close following. And then after that, everybody went through. Because I don't think the WHO at that point had issued the this is a pandemic statement. I think the United States was first on that. I think, but I'm
almost positive it should, because I think there's a claim that Republicans tried to wheel out in the past, and I don't think I could find any.
I mean, do we have anybody chartered that could find that? Because
well,
I
that's what I
basically
meant
see here.
Googling around, I'm trying, but.
January 3, the CDC it was the first time that we issued a travel advisory. Then on January 5, the WHO advised against travel. So it was 2 days after us. So the good economy, even if it's just by chance, is still not a good reason for you to vote for the guy.
No, because I don't think he did anything for it. Like, if we were to talk about, like, what has Biden done for the economy, Biden hasn't even necessarily on his own done anything, but at least I can point to things like, oh, we've got the CHIPS Act, we've got the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we've got the
IRA.
Yeah, I was going to say the American Rescue Plan, but maybe that's stimulus. You won't count that. Yeah, but you've got the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah, these are like major pieces of legislation that we can argue are good investments into different sectors in the economy, and that are done at the behest of the Democrats in office. I would say that these are like good things that are pointing towards like good economic conditions, and those are the things that I would credit. But I wouldn't say that like the fact the economy is going up or down because Biden is president I have to look at the actions that the people are taking. I don't think Trump took good actions to help the economy. All you had were tax cuts that were not deficit neutral, that were like deficit spending, and then
he got rid of the mandate.
You got record unemployment at that point.
What did Trump do? What, was he hiring everybody to go work at his resorts?
The conditions that he created allowed for that, or the conditions that happened. I'm sorry, by
why
mistake.
Do you think that
while he was there?
Hold on, you're saying mistake. Why do you think he created these conditions and then we're just continuing? Why do you think these conditions were just continuing from under Obama?
There could be probably an argument saying that they were just basically, a continuation of some of the Obama policy.
They were, and I think it was just because, the economy is growing. That's what economies do. As long as you stay the fuck out of the way and you don't do any crazy shit, the economy is generally going to grow.
Then what happened to Biden? Of your answer.
What happened to Biden?
Lindarius, no, what about it?
Wait. What happened to Biden?
Well, you said right now, economies generally tend to grow.
You know, one of the spoiler alert. You know, one of the most annoying things Ben Shapiro did when we were debating, and this will come up in the next episode, is when we started talking about the economy. Shapiro says, "Well, if you look at the economy for Trump, we have to be fair, and we've got to do pre and post COVID." And my response was, you know what? It sure would be nice if we could look at a Biden economy pre or post COVID. So no, I can't grading Biden's economy when I have to do all of it in a post COVID, post stimulus, post like worldwide inflationary environment with like that's a hard comparison to make. So no, I mean like I'm still gonna have to look at the actions that people are taking.
Can I say pre-war and post-war for Biden? Wouldn't that be an accurate comparison?
I don't think the war is affecting anything near as much as COVID did. Not even close.
Well, nothing affects COVID, okay? Nothing affects COVID. I'm not going to argue with that. But the action of the Russian invasion of Ukraine was an action that Biden had nothing to do with it, if you believe most people. That had an impact on the U.S. economy, and it's going to have an impact in the future. I personally agree that the United States should continue to fund the war in Ukraine. But the economy before that and after that is two different economies. One deals with a country that is doing a major factor to the world trade, particularly oil and food, while the other one was before that. So before the invasion of Ukraine, the Biden economy was kind of bad in terms of inflation. So did the war make it worse?
The question I wanted to ask you was, okay, so essentially all Destiny and I are saying is that a significant portion of like the growth and wage growth and unemployment gains under Trump was basically just a continuation of trend before Trump took office, which is to imply that the Trump policies probably didn't have a huge effect on any of those metrics that you're citing, right? But
except manufacturing. Let's just get that out of the way. That manufacturing was actually going down really quick. Before Trump.
So what were but that's not an aggregate measure, right? You're talking about unemployment at large, right? And by any look at the data, those tariffs caused more unemployment in other sectors than they caused employment in manufacturing. But that's the question that I have for you is, what were the things that Trump did? Like, point us to policies that Trump did that increased growth and wages and decreased unemployment aggregately. Because, I mean, the tariffs that doesn't make any sense that tariffs would do that. But what are the other policies that you can point to?
Like I said, I already pointed to the regulations as being one of them.
What are some of the regulations?
I went to find that's a little bit disingenuous, Econoboy. To actually find the effect. Really?
Well, hold on. I would agree. I would agree. Wait. I would agree that it's a little bit bad faith to be like, what is the specific regulation? But like, do we even have like a general idea of like what was deregulated that helped? Like,
can you scroll up on that page a little bit, Connor? The United States, where's that? United States on that?
January 3rd.
Success. Yes.
Well, what was it? Italy announced on December 28th. France was January 5th, along with the UK. Spain was also January 3rd. Germany was January 5th. Sweden was the 7th. Australia was the 5th. Canada was the 5th.
December 28th, we started. Look at that. United States.
We didn't. No. December 28th was the announcement, but it didn't go into effect until January 3rd. Japan looks like they did from the 30th. South Korea was the 5th. India was January 1st. Malaysia was December 30th. Israel
so top 3 in the world? Top 3?
I can keep reading, but I'm pretty sure I've already kicked them out of the top 3. India was January 1st. Malaysia was December 30th. Japan was December 30th. Israel was December 30th. Qatar was January 3rd. Morocco was the 3rd. Maybe we were top 10?
Sure, I'll take top 10.
Okay.
All right, so back to your question about deregulation. I cannot pinpoint to a specific deregulation or something that was passed that this one will hey, this one created X amount of things.
Well, it's just if you're saying deregulation was such a big deal that it basically is a huge part of the credit for all of the economic success under Trump. I mean, I don't think it's bad faith to say like, yeah, you should have some examples. Like, what are the things that he changed, right? I mean, that's one of the issues, right? Like, I can agree in abstract, deregulation probably, all else equal, creates growth, but we have to look at those regulations and the magnitude thereof, right? I mean, a lot of the stuff Obama deregulated a lot of stuff, right? I mean, he talks about, one of the things he went on a rant on at one point was like, I made it easier for milk farmers to deal with EPA regulation, in this way. And it's like, but yeah, that's good, but a super small thing like that probably doesn't lead to huge changes in economic output, right? So.
Okay, so if I were to tell you that they removed $25,000 pages from the Federal Register, more than other administration, and streamlined regulation, that would not be a reason for you?
No.
Because it's not specific enough?
It doesn't mean anything. Streamlined, what's happening? Who's saving money? What's actually like?
No, it's just reducing the Federal Register, the book. All right. If I would tell you,
I mean, it's not like he decreased the debt, or like he was still massively deficit spending. Like,
if I would tell you that they reduced the approval time for major projects from 10 years down to 2 years or less because of this regulation, would you consider that a good thing?
Depends on why they needed 10 years. What was the decrease? 10 years to what?
From 2 or less.
For what?
Major infrastructure projects.
Let me look it up.
I mean, I'm just looking at the Trump White House archive.gov. Trump administration accomplishments.
What was the deregulation, or what was the major infrastructure projects? What is, if I just Google major infrastructure projects, U.S.
In the abstract, I would say is reducing red tape or reducing approval process to be speed line.
No, neither. No, nobody in here would agree with that, right? You don't agree with that.
Why? What do you mean I don't agree with that?
Do you think that
if a project takes 10 years in getting from beginning to end to get approved versus taking 2 years, how is that not a good thing?
Well, why do you think there's time on the approval process? You can't really believe this. If I streamline the FDA and I make it so that you can approve a new drug in 1 day, would you say that's really good because now I've super streamlined the process?
I mean, if you want to go to that extreme.
Oh no, come on, no. Deal with the hypothetical. Answer the question. Why would that be bad? I'm streamlining it, right?
Oh, because in that point you're just bypassing the process and you're just rubber stamping it.
Exactly. So if you go from 10 years to 2 years, why was it 10 years before? But the question is, what are you cutting out from 10 years to 2 years?
You're obviously cutting out some portion of the process because it doesn't take 10 years for have something approved that it could be done or less.
How do you know that? What?
How do I know that? Because obviously bridges aren't falling, the ones that are being approved on the 2 year timeline.
First of all, I don't know that, number one. Number two.
You don't know that?
I don't know if a new bridge built under Trump would have fallen yet. Yeah, I don't know I'm sorry, hold on, my bad. You might know this. What is the average length of time it takes for a bridge to fail? Okay, so you don't know either. So I don't know why you asked me incredulous. No,
Miami,
no idea.
Before they get built, they fold in Miami.
Okay, yeah, so you don't know either, right? So neither of us know, right? I don't know what the average lifetime of a bridge is, but if something is cut down from 10 years to 2 years, it could be good or it could be bad. It might be that Trump said, I don't believe in global warming, so we're going to get rid of all environmental impact studies relating to this, and that's going to cut out 3 or 4 years or whatever, right? That could be one thing, right? And I guess that type of bureaucratic red tape reduction is probably bad. But if there's a lot of bullshit processes where there's 20 government agencies involved where 2 could handle it, and you cut that out, then I'd say, oh, well, that's probably good. The United States is known for a lot of bureaucratic red tape on construction, so it could be good. But I wouldn't say that reducing taking a process and take only 20% of the time is necessarily good. I'd have to know what's being changed in the approval process, right?
Can we assume that it's the latter one that you mentioned, where unnecessary bureaucratic processes are reduced?
I mean, you could make that assumption, but why would I grant that?
Why would you grant that? Because you're a good faith interlocutor that doesn't assume the worst of the opponent?
Okay, that's fine. Would you be a good faith interlocutor and assume that every single time a Democrat adds more length to evaluations, that those are actually really good and they ensure the longevity of a project?
No, after a certain amount of time.
Oh my God.
After a certain amount of time that you add to a project in terms of planning, then you're just adding time for the sake of adding time.
Okay.
Isn't that a reasonable statement?
No, that's wildly inconsistent.
Because
I think the issue is that what you heard throughout the Trump presidency was he's slashing regulation, and in your head, because of your priors, you said, "Oh, that must be a good thing." but you actually didn't look into what those regulations were at all. And that's why the question of like, what are some examples? Like, that's why it's a powerful question, because I think there's a lot of people like you, no offense, obviously, who they in their heads think government bad, regulations bad, guy cutting regulations good, that's good for the economy. But there's no like foundational analysis to why that would be a good thing or a bad thing.
Okay, I can tell you that instinctually, I can tell you that a process that takes 10 years to approve is way too long.
You have no idea. What you don't even know.
That's why I
just
said
proved my
instinctively.
point, Lindarius.
That's why I say instinctively. Like my instinct tells me that any human process that takes 10 years to be approved, that's 1/5 of the average. 1/7 of the average human lifetime. Particularly for a public infrastructure project. We're talking about building a bridge, building XYZ, building a water canal. For you to tell me that for you to plan a water canal takes 10 years or takes an average of 10 years, I would say that seems a little bit excessive. But you're right, I know nothing about the topic. So I will give it, I know nothing and I know what I don't know. But to tell me that the standard is 10 years and it should always be 10 years and it's not possible whether it could not be cut, I also don't think that's the first time.
Neither of us know that though, but we're honest about what we don't know. You're the one that's saying that it's obviously long. I don't know. Maybe the actual appropriate length of time to evaluate things is actually 15 years, and the United States like does it faster, and that's why we've got like so many weird drought conditions or trouble getting water to LA or something. I don't know. Or maybe 10 years is way too long, and actually you could do these projects in like 2 to 5 years. But there's a lot of dumb bureaucratic red tape because we've got a state federal system that's inefficient. What?
This is not do approve. Just go through the red tape. I think 10 years of red tape is just too much.
But you don't know what that red tape is. Do you think all red tape is bad?
I don't think all red tape is bad. That's not what I said.
Then how do you know that the 10 years of it was bad? How do you know that?
So you're saying there is no possible scenario that too much red tape, that exists such a thing as too much red tape?
Yes, I just said that. I said there's no possible scenario where there's too much red tape. That's what I just said. Yes, I think it should take 100 years to approve infrastructure projects. Actually,
it's the opposite of the argument that you're making about me. You're taking me to like, do you think there is no amount of red tape that is good? To the guy, there is always that you can add red tape. No, there's a middle ground.
No, there is no middle ground. The problem is that you're taking something that's value neutral. Red tape is neither good nor bad. We just have to evaluate the actual red tape. So if somebody says, well, we added more red tape, I mean, red tape is a negative connotation, but that could be a good thing. If somebody says that we took some away and there's less, that might be a bad or a good thing. It depends. What we removed a lot of red tape from was approving people for homeownership prior to 2007. We got rid of a lot of the red tape on that. They were no longer wasting bullshit time on income verification or bullshit time to see if you actually had the money in your bank account, you did, and they just fucking approved you. That was a huge reduction in red tape, but that wasn't good, was it?
And there is other cases of red tape, like in the case of the COVID vaccine, that it was a good thing to reduce the red tape, right?
Yeah, sure, maybe. Yeah.
But you wouldn't hold the same energy and say, oh no, the amount of red tape that was removed, we don't know that, we don't know. No, the circumstances at the time require for that amount of red tape to be removed.
No. You're just not connecting with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that red tape in and of itself is value neutral. You have to see what the regulation is to see if it's worth removing or not. That's it. Like just saying that we removed some or we added some doesn't say anything to me. I don't know if that's good or bad. I can't make a statement. If somebody says we increased the approval time from 2 years to 5 years, or we decreased it from 5 to 2 years, I have no preference for either of those statements, and I don't know if either is good or bad. I can't even begin to guess. I have no idea.
Well, you can say that if that amount of red tape is, for example, to building hospitals, you can say that the total number of hospitals you're going to build is less because now simply takes longer to approve a hospital. That's not a bad statement to make. It's a logical statement.
It would take longer to build hospitals, correct, yes?
Right. So you would say you will have less number of hospitals.
Is that bad?
Yes.
Okay, let's say that I have 10 hospitals that took 10 years to build and the accidental fatality rate is 1%. Let's say I could build twice as many hospitals if the approval rate was decreased. Now I've got 20 hospitals, but the fatality accident rate increases to 25%. Is it good that I have more hospitals now?
I have no idea. I lost you in that comparison, to be fair.
Okay.
I mean, if the point is that, no, I mean, to be honest, I lost you. I'm not going to tell you that I was following you.
It's a very simple hypothetical.
It's just the problem is you're just assuming like more is better, and you're just looking at like a quantitative analysis without looking at the quality of any of the stuff being constructed. That's just not the case. Like it might be the case that if we made it so that hospitals could be built in 30 minutes or whatever, right? We just had the fucking pod set up or some shit like that. Yeah, you could build a fuck ton of hospitals really fast, but we don't want to just build hospitals. Nobody cares about building a hospital. You care about building a good hospital. That's the important part.
Okay, we're assuming that they're all good hospitals.
Why would we assume that? No, we would never make that assumption that they're all good hospitals. There's probably a fuck ton of like
probably good
regulations and restrictions. Yeah.
In the assumption that the approval time goes up and down. I'm sorry, in the assumption that the approval time of national infrastructure projects went down, we have to assume, for the base of the discussion, that the projects are good by themselves. They're just not being capriciously picked to pick a bridge. Can we agree on
I
that?
don't know why that's a reasonable assumption. Like if we forget about the hospital example, talk about housing, for example, right? If we got rid of all housing regulation, we'd probably have more affordable housing. We'd probably have more houses in general. But if the houses are like the average sort of villa quality in Brazil,
good.
It's probably not good, right?
Did I say to get rid of all?
No, but that's Destiny and I's point is that he and I are both open to the idea that cutting regulations can be good. I think we should deregulate zoning, and frankly, there shouldn't be as many building restrictions for things like hospitals and houses and stuff like that as well. It's just that the issue is that a lot of conservatives like you, and you've admitted earlier, like parrot this line of, oh, he cut regulations, therefore that's good. That's why we had this economic growth. And that's just, these two things aren't necessarily, it's like one doesn't necessarily follow from the other, right? And the reason why a lot of people don't know about like the great deregulation under Trump in terms of specifics is because that's all people know is what you just parroted. Oh, well, he cut regulation. Isn't that a good thing? Like, that's not really a good way to analyze
the reason that I'm
policies of administration.
The reason that I'm unable to provide to you specific list, because even if I provided to you this list that is on this website, you're still not going to agree with it. Because
the regulation, list. I don't even know what list you're talking about.
Yeah, I told
it's the Trump achievement list or whatever.
The list on the WhiteHouse.org.
But yeah, we wouldn't agree with it because you need to justify those arguments. Yeah.
So Economo, your point still doesn't apply. So because I will have to go and find each one of those, or what the specific dollar impact of those, for you to actually say, okay, it may have a marginal impact.
No, it's not just. No. Hold on. Wait. You're making a false. You're doing like a Nirvana comparison. No one is saying that you need like the exact fucking thing and then 16 studies to prove like this particular thing or whatever, right? Like this could be a thing. Maybe Donald Trump made it so that instead of a 10-year waiting period for a bridge construction, maybe now it's only a 5-year waiting period for bridge construction. And maybe we find out that 10-year waiting period, that Donald Trump's argument or his administration's argument was that 10-year waiting period was enacted in 1925, okay, when the composite materials we were using for bridges, had a much higher fail rate. And ever since the year like 1980, 1990, every other country in the world has moved to approving bridges in quicker and quicker times. So in the United States, they did an evaluation of bridges. They found the safety profiles. And they're like, oh, you know what? We're going to change this to 5 years or 2 years or something. Like, you wouldn't even need data. That would just be an argument. And now that argument right there, that's a good argument for reducing reducing that regulation. That'd be a good argument. Now, in terms of did it actually play out? Well, if we want to be not autistic, we're going to fight like, okay, well, let's look at the impact and the stats and then the stage afterwards. You can do that. But at the very least, now that's a regulation, a reduction of one that increases the speed of bridge building, and there's a good argument for why it happened, right? But just saying like, oh, we reduced the regulation, that's not an argument. That's just...
Correct, but then I did went ahead and specifically pointed out the regulation for the specific case of bridges or projects. Now, I don't know if the specific reason why the 10-year was originally done, it could be what you said, it could be something else. But in the absence of bridges falling down and bridges being able to be built faster, going from 10 to 5 seems to be a net gain. Because until bridges start falling down or something bad has happened that you can say, oh, look, shit, that was the reason we have 10 years, and now you change it to 5, you fucked up, you idiot. In the absence of that data, going from 10 to 5 is a net gain.
Okay.
Yes or no?
I don't... All I wanted was an argument for, like, why was the restriction changed? Because if you just looked and you go, oh, a lot of our bridges are falling apart, let's go ahead and just, like, cut by 80% the approval time of a bridge, boom. That's not a compelling argument to me. That sounds childlike. But if there's more thought into the argument, like, oh, okay, maybe there might be a good reason to do this. I'm just curious what the regulation restriction or the regulation reduction was done for.
You don't care about the impact that it may have had?
Well, none of us are talking about the impact. You don't have the impact because once we get into impact, now we have to like get studies and data and shit out, right?
Well,
I'm sure it's not hard to find. I'm sure it's not hard to find studies on like the result of the aggregate results of the deregulation under the Trump administration in terms of economic outcomes, right? It's just, I don't know, the evidence presented of like, well, it's easier to build a bridge. It's like, well, that's all Dusty and I are saying is that it's just not very compelling evidence, right? That's all. Like, we're open to you being correct. The evidence you presented just doesn't, it doesn't seem very convincing.
I I'm Googling to see the number of public projects done under Trump versus Obama, because that would be an equivalent comparison. But I don't have that data at the moment.
A number of what?
Public projects approved.
Public projects approved?
Correct, because the change is that you went from 10 to 2. So the corollary is that then under Trump, there would have been more than before if it was taking 10 years. And it's only taking 2.
Yeah, but what if twice as many projects are approved, but like the fail rate is 3 times higher? Then it'd be bad, right?
Correct, but that hasn't happened. We know that the fail rate.
I don't know if that's happened. We don't even know if they built more bridges. We don't know any of this.
Correct. I definitely know for sure they haven't been failing. I don't have the data. The one from Miami was just a joke because the Miami bridge fell like 4 years ago. I don't know if you remember.
Okay.
But we definitely can tell that the new projects that have been built, they haven't been falling. So at least we have that data that says, no, look, nothing negative has happened. If not, we would have been hearing about it. It's not like every time a bridge falls, it's all over the news.
No, it super depends on what the media profile looks like. Everybody thought that in fucking Palestine, that was the first time like a train had ever derailed in the history of the fucking United States over that whole thing in Ohio or whatever. So,
I mean, that's a separate thing from a public project exploding or from a bridge falling. I mean, the last time that the major bridge collapsed, was the one in Minnesota, right? And we all heard about it.
I have no idea. I'm sure more bridges have collapsed. They're just like probably smaller bridges, right? There's like probably like probably like 1 million bridges in the United States or some shit. I'm sure that there have been others that have collapsed. But I don't know the overall. I have no idea what the overall. I'm just guessing, but
fair enough. Sure. All right, my man. It was good talking to you.
Okay. I love fighting with you. Be careful, buddy.
Okay, bye.
All right, Dustin, anything else you want to talk with me about?
No, I think I'm good for now.
Sounds good, man. All right, good talking. See you later.
Yeah, love you, buddy. Be careful. Jesus Christ. He seems like a wonderful person. Oh, no, he's fun to come and argue with. It's good. He's argued with us a lot. Why do you think the usual centrist and intelligent people like Jordan Peterson, the Weinsteins, Joe Rogan, etc. are all in on Trump and think people like you are catastrophizing? CIA spy and Tom Bilyeu expressed the same sentiment. Is this the same guy that I saw on Lex Friedman?
Have a bureaucratic process that allows us to slow things down, allows us all the time and the space to learn and ingest and accept and internalize what we believe to be true. When we move at lightning speed, we can be duped, we can be confused, we can be tricked. Let ourselves slow down. Embrace the fact that we slow down. If we didn't slow down, we'd be fucking China. An authoritarian rule where literally things change at the drop of one person's public announcement. We don't want that. We don't want that. We want something different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 100% on board with that. So as you look at this with your analyst eyes, what do you think will be the reaction to, let's say, a Trump getting elected? Because my concern is when watching the Sam Harris thing happen on the internet, I don't know how closely you paid attention to that, but basically the entire internet turned on what I think is one of the smartest, most thoughtful people. I think he's wrong, but to your point about you want to triangulate anyway, you're not just going to listen to one person. Sam's right about so many things, but I believe I understand Sam maybe better than a lot of people in that the thing that Sam believes is that Donald Trump is an existential threat. And when someone becomes an existential threat, meaning it could wipe out humanity, I want to be very clear about what an existential threat is, that it's a whole new set of rules, baby. And you do whatever you have to do. And that if Sam, who is incredibly smart and extremely thoughtful, and I think a hyper-moral person, but I also think he's wrong about this. So my thing is, okay, I think the real problem we have is we don't agree on what constitutes an existential threat. I actually don't know that we disagree about what to do in the face of a true existential threat. But like when I look at Trump getting elected, I'm like, please, Jesus, no. But at the same time, I don't see it as an existential threat. So, and I look at, like, we had 4 years of them. The world didn't end, everybody. Like, but at the same time, other people look at it and like, bro, we dodged a nuclear weapon. Like, what do you say? Like, it could be the end of humanity if he gets elected again. That freaks me out. The fact that people think, hey, him getting elected could end the world. Now, if this were like fringe crazies, I'd be like, whatever.
Yeah.
This is coming from some of the smartest people I know that they're very good at thinking through problems. So of course, part of me goes, is he an existential threat? Like, I don't think I'm the arbiter, right? So I'm Captain Distrust Yourself. But so the only thing I'm saying is when I analyze the situation, there are enough people that believe that he's an actual existential threat that if he gets elected, I think you have a problem. I don't think, look, I'm a big believer that America's freakishly resilient. I don't think it collapses. But do I think that at a minimum we take another step towards a civil war? Yes, I really do. That one really freaks me out. Like I can buy into the proxy wars that World War III is going to be fought very surreptitiously. There won't be as much hot to the war. Okay, don't love it. Still very high stakes. Still makes me very tense. But that's a lot better than say World War II. But dude, in the summer of 2020, I sat on my balcony and watched LA burn. And that wasn't even around existential threats, right? So yeah, I don't know. And I don't know what's worse. And again, I'll ask you with your CIA analyst hat on. What's worse, Trump getting elected or Trump not getting elected?
So I'll start by saying that I disagree with all the smart people that you're referencing right now. And I would gladly...
Who think he's an existential
threat?
Yes,
I would gladly sit in front of anybody who believes that Trump is an existential threat and have a healthy debate on any topic they want to talk about.
Oof. Tweet it out, boys. I don't know if I'm big enough for this guy, but because he's been on Lex and I wonder if he's been on Rogan yet.
Because I have actually seen existential threats and Trump is not that.
Can you paint an existential threat picture?
An existential threat is imminent. It means that it is the last step before the holistic destruction, the existence, destroying from existence, the target that it is threatening, right? So let's consider a battleship, right? A hypersonic cruise missile will destroy a battleship, right? It is not an existential threat to the battleship. Even though it will destroy the battleship, it is not an existential threat to the battleship because if even one soldier survives, the memory of that battleship in current memory still exists. Not to mention all the documentation about the battleship existing, and then they rebuild a new one, they give it the same moniker, and it's right back in service again, right? It is a perilous threat. It is not an existential threat. Truly existential threats are things that will wipe you off the face of the earth, right? Iran wants to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. That is an existential threat. And when they say that, when they announced that, they were talking about Israel, the state, and Jews. They want to destroy them. Nazi Germany posed an existential threat to the Jewish faith. Literally a systematic commitment to destroying an entire generation, like the entire existence of it forever, taking it off the world stage forever. That is an existential threat. What happens is that we have become spoiled in our terminology. Catastrophizing has become so common that now to get people emotional, to get people to move on their beliefs, you have to ramp everything up.
I don't want to go too much on this because Hassan shit is boring. The brain rot and the cope on this shit where people talk about me bringing on like Fuentes or Lauren Southern is unbelievably fucking retarded. Like, even if it was the case that I brought on Lauren and Nick together and all we did was play video games and had a jolly old time and like laughed and cheered with each other, even if I did that, it wouldn't be at the level of what Hassan did. In order to get to the level of what Hassan did, I would have to bring on Lauren and Nick, and I would have to cheer for white supremacists. That would be the equivalent thing. Nobody is mad because he's just talking to a dude. They're mad because he supports the Houthis, and now he's brought on somebody that at least went on a ship or whatever. I don't think the guy's an actual Houthi. Like, went on a ship, and he agrees with him. That's the issue. Notice how when people talk about me and like Lauren and Nick, they're always like, oh, he argued they shouldn't call him a Nazi. He argued that he shouldn't say these things about blah, blah, blah. Nobody's actually saying, oh, Destiny agrees with all their points. Destiny was cheering Lauren when she sailed into the Mediterranean and shot flares at ships. Destiny was cheering when Nick said that we should, kill all Jews and put them in bakery ovens and that the Holocaust is fake. They're not saying that, right? But Hassan actually cheers the Houthi terrorists shooting missiles at boats, right? And he supports them. I don't know why they would draw the comparison between me having people on stream that I was debating all the time and explicitly said I didn't agree with all the time, that they would draw the comparison like what I'm doing is anywhere even remotely close to this level of dick suck, this level of terrorist glazing. It's like fucking retarded. Ugh. It's stupid.
To get past the volume and the velocity of data.
This is stupid. I don't care. Okay, don't care. Do I read this? August, you still want this video of me going over this or no? Because I'll do it next if you want. Is August even awake right now? Can we dunk on Mindwaves real quick? Mindwaves is... supposed to do some fucking dinner tonight. Oh, then I need to double check the timeline. Have target time. We'll be back. 1 sec. I also need to put my things back in. My teeth. My teeth. Am I allowed to say teeth, or is that like blackface? The victims of CoffeeZilla. Oh shit! New video. Wait, were we halfway through another video? Oh, why iDubbbz hates Sam Harris. Wait, where did it go? Fuck it. Do the otter mode challenge. I'm good. Do you think Sam Cedar sounds like Charlie Day?
Still doing the exact same crime, smoking pot on the street. I mean, they're still involved in the same thing. But we know that, like, for instance, you know, there was like 4 times the amount of arrests for black people over. Still.
They have like a thing, like this kind of thing going on with their voice. I don't know like how to do it, like a rasp in the back that kind of sort of makes it similar, but other than that, no, I don't think so. But
scamming.
Yes, stealing content. Do you actually have one of those pods to clean your Invisalign, or do you just brush them? I usually just brush them. But also, I think for Invisalign now, they say that you can swap them out every 7 days instead of 2 weeks. I think if I was keeping these in for 2 weeks, I'd probably do a thing. Okay, I'll be back. Hold on. Would you recommend Invisalign or Smile Direct? I heard that if you do like Smile Direct, that it's like a knockoff Invisalign, that you can run into issues with the measurements and everything not being quite as exact, and you can have bad results. I don't know how true that is. Maybe there's like a pro strat where you can do like Smile Direct and then Invisalign after, just to correct it up. No, Invisalign probably costs the same no matter how many trays and everything you get, right? Or is it? Maybe does it vary cost? I'm not sure. I don't know, but wait, why, by your own admission, you don't know much about the situation? You have been on a good roll. Why break the streak? Wait, no, much about what situation? What does Invisalign even do? It's like braces, but softer. Destiny doesn't know about the situation. Oh, Houthi. Oh, well, I'd just be reading through this guy's post, so. Do you really believe Trump is an existential threat? Yeah, of course. Hold on. He literally was.
Is an industry that's existed for thousands of years. Even back in the 1800s, people like Sir Hemingway III would take out a life insurance policy on their dear old mother they planned on accidentally giving an unfortunate tumble down the stairs.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
In Roblox, of course. In contemporary times, these schemes occur on the internet, aimed at those with limited knowledge about investing, cryptocurrency, and business. The prevalence of fraud within the crypto industry has contributed significantly to the perception that cryptocurrency as a whole is a scam. Notably, figures like CoffeeZilla have gotten attention in recent years thanks to his relentless efforts in unmasking various cases of deception.
I would contend
that these people are literally financially murdering people. I mean, literally, it's a fact. People committed suicide because they lost everything.
I'm sure FTX as well.
Of course. You know, the bigger the scam, there's just statistically, it almost becomes impossible that you don't at least, if not financially, sort of metaphorically murdering a family, you literally kill somebody.
His efforts have not only exposed these individuals, but have directly contributed to their arrests. Others have gotten off, like Logan Paul, Rice Gum, Ice Poseidon, and the actual Wolf of Wall Street, while some, like Sam Bankman-Fried, have actually gotten extremely long sentences. In today's video, we'll delve deeper into these cases and determine if they deserve their status as a victim of CoffeeZilla, or rather, a victim of their own greed. One of the first big breaks for CoffeeZilla was Jay Mazzini. Jay gained considerable traction on Instagram around 2019, strategically curating a persona of generosity. He posted videos in which he handed out large amounts of cash to drive-thru workers, essentially constructing a narrative of being a good guy who gave away his wealth to the less fortunate. Subsequently, he garnered a following of nearly 1 million people on Instagram, collaborating with personalities like 50 Cent in the creation of his giveaway-themed content. Alongside these endeavors, Mazzini ventured into the fashion industry with Mazzini Italy. Supposedly, the proceeds from this clothing line played a significant role in his giveaways. He then launched Mazzini Academy in July 2019. This paid online program purported to offer guidance and assistance for those eager to learn effective investment strategies. But it wasn't long before dubious practices and suspicious activities began to emerge. Mazzini was promoting cash giveaways through his clothing brand, sometimes as high as $10,000. The catch being that you had to purchase multiple items from Mazzini Italy to enter.
See, this is how Jay Mazzini really makes his money. He does giveaways where he will say, for the next X number of orders, I'll be giving you back money. And it's not like an insignificant amount. This is often life-changing amounts of money, but the requirement is you have to buy products from his site, MazziniItaly.com, in order to enter to win.
Jay then ventured into a new realm that significantly bolstered his earnings: Bitcoin, specifically utilizing deceptive practices within the crypto sphere. He'd make Twitter posts indicating his interest in purchasing Bitcoin at prices exceeding the prevailing market rates. To amplify the allure of his offer, he claimed to bypass exchanges due to their limitations on the purchase quantities he desired. He urged interested parties to message him on Twitter. Employing a deceitful tactic known as an affinity scam, Jay would attempt to establish a sense of camaraderie and trustworthiness with potential victims by attempting to identify with them as a fellow Muslim. This tactic was a way to foster a false sense of familiarity among his targets. Victims would initiate a conversation with Jay and eventually send him money in anticipation of the promised transaction. It never came. These individuals who had already entrusted him with their funds were left with severe losses, sometimes in the thousands. Meanwhile, those enrolled in Mazzini's investment education program grew increasingly suspicious following an unsettling incident wherein the influencer directed them to collectively invest in a single stock, insisting they hold it until its value soared significantly. He orchestrated a pump and dump strategy, which led to financial losses for numerous individuals who had trusted him. Moreover, those who entrusted their investments to Mazzini's halal capital observed no discernible returns, exacerbating their financial woes. These fraudulent activities persisted until CoffeeZilla released a series of videos shedding light on his deceptive practices. Coffee conducted interviews with victims, meticulously outlining their experiences, including instances where Mazzini flaunted cryptocurrency accounts purportedly filled with substantial sums, yet failed to deliver any returns on investments made by his followers. As these videos gained traction, mounting scrutiny intensified the pressure on Jay Mazzini. Under this weight, it looked like Jay knew the gig was up when he deleted almost every one of his accounts. But this is where things get weird: kidnapping and arrests. Yeah, it got crazy. The backdrop of this unexpected arrest stemmed from a heated dispute between Jay and another Instagram account holder named Amjad Mashal. Mashal had asserted on Instagram that Jay was a scammer, and he was clearly not happy about it. This led to a bit of a feud, but it looks like negotiations were going to finally take place in person to calm it all down and explain Jay's side. On March 15th, 2021, it was reported that Mazzini arranged a meeting with Mashal under the pretext of discussing the contentious scam Instagram account. But instead of engaging in a civil conversation, Mazzini and several accomplices reportedly abducted Mashal during the meeting. They subjected him to physical assault, coercing him to confess to operating his Instagram page. Court documents detailed how how Mazzini explicitly instructed Mashal to delete any post that labeled him as a scammer. Threats of violence were made by Mazzini and his associates if Amjad dared to involve the police, further intensifying the distressing situation. Following this ordeal, Mashal was abandoned on a street in Passaic, New Jersey, requiring a visit to the hospital due to the injuries sustained during the abduction and assault. Law enforcement arrested Jay 2 days later in connection with the kidnapping, and this is when the walls really started to crumble.
Jay Mazzini just got an arrest warrant issued by the FBI. He's been detained by the FBI, and we got new charges related to the Bitcoin scam we covered a long time ago. We've been going after Jay Mazzini for 3 months, guys. Over 3 months. And boys, he's done. The goose is cooked. He's finished.
The incident of kidnapping triggered a series of substantial legal repercussions for Jay. His arrest on kidnapping charges prompted the FBI to intensify their scrutiny, leading them to delve deeply into his finances. Authorities unearthed that Jay had amassed millions of dollars through fraudulent means, implicating him in various illicit activities such as wire fraud. Subsequent to Jay's incarceration, a surprising development transpired. One of his associates attempted to approach the individual that Jay had kidnapped. This associate offered a significant bribe of $100,000 to persuade the victim to alter his testimony in favor of a friend within Jay's inner circle. Astonishingly, the victim, Amjad Mashal, succumbed to this bribe and provided false testimony, manipulated under the deceitful circumstances. However, Mashal himself then faced legal consequences much later for his acceptance of that bribe. After an extensive legal process spanning 2 years, Jay eventually entered a guilty plea encompassing charges of kidnapping, wire fraud conspiracy, and money laundering, amounting to a staggering sum of at least $8 million. On the kidnapping charge, Jay secured a plea deal that would result in a 5-year prison sentence. However, the charges of wire fraud conspiracy, and money laundering carried the weight of potential repercussions of up to 20 years in prison. This marked a monumental triumph for CoffeeZilla, who played a pivotal role in the real-time apprehension of a scammer, resulting in substantial prison time. Moreover, this high-profile case would receive additional attention as it became a part of a new Hulu show titled Age of Influence, where CoffeeZilla participated in an in-depth interview, further shedding light on the intricate details and implications of this case. His 11-part video series on YouTube had brought the story to the public, from the $100 million scam he uncovered at the onset to Jay going to jail, something Coffee gladly took credit for. Jay had operated for years despite the attention from Coffee's channel. He thought he would get away with it forever, which is probably why, after years of not being caught, he was so confident he wouldn't be caught for kidnapping someone.
As I said, the recommended sentence is 8 to 10 years, which is just insane. And I think just sets such a good precedence for people who think they can scam online and get away with it. They think that just because you're an influencer, the rules don't apply to you. And clearly that's not true.
I think the moral of the story is probably don't commit wire fraud and don't kidnap people. They seem like pretty good lessons to learn here. The Save the Kids token emerged as a cryptocurrency created for charity, purported to allocate a portion of its transaction fees toward a charity operated by Binance. Prominent celebrities like Rice Gum, Joel Morris of Xcademy, and Summer Rae, along with several members from the FaZe clan, including Kay, Jarvis, Nikan, and Tico, extensively promoted the Save the Kids token. Their involvement ranged from appearing in promotional videos to posting incessant tweets actively encouraging their fan bases to invest in this cryptocurrency.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. A BEP20 token redistributing wealth to both holders and charities. Actually, it turns out to have just redistributed wealth to the people who got in on the ground floor, aka these guys.
The Save the Kids token made its debut on June 5th, 2021, entering the trading arena via the PancakeSwap exchange, identified by the symbol KIDS, with an initial trading value hovering at approximately 2 cents USD per token. However, the token's value swiftly plummeted immediately after launch, experiencing a drastic nosedive, dwindling to less than half a cent. This downward trend continued, with the token's price dwindling even further, eventually reaching a dismal valuation of around 0.00138 US dollars by the onset of July 2021. Several members of FaZe embroiled in the Save the Kids debacle hastily initiated damage control measures. FaZe K in particular attempted to mitigate the fallout by asserting his naivete regarding the endorsement of what he deemed as an exceptional investment opportunity to his devoted fan base. He offered profuse apologies, acknowledging his own foolishness and the betrayal of his fans' trust. But amid his attempts to elicit sympathy and understanding, many saw through what they perceived as insincere excuses excuses and attempts to pass off responsibility. While a segment of the audience seemed inclined to accept his explanations without question, the majority were not swayed. It's important to highlight that the actual masterminds behind this enterprise weren't widely recognized figures. According to CoffeeZilla's investigation, the project was started by Lucas, who then in turn revealed that the initiative was initially conceived by two individuals known by the pseudonyms Manny and H. Just the letter H. Yeah.
My theory, a group of large money names are going around finding dev teams, finding promoters, and setting up a large hyped launch, then dipping initially. He also told me the only real contact he had was to a guy named Manny and H. I asked for their contact information. He said no clue. Blocked. I got blocked by all of the team, basically.
CoffeeZilla then shed light on the significant crash experienced by Save the Kids. He highlighted the specific actions of key influencers involved in the project, attributing the token's downfall to specific sell-offs by influential figures that backed the project to begin with. According to Coffee, Jarvis offloaded approximately 2/3 of his token holdings, while Nikan sold off around 1/3 of his stash. FaZe K purportedly sold nearly his entire collection of tokens, an action projected by CoffeeZilla to be valued at approximately $80,000. Their actions triggered a domino effect, causing panic selling and a significant devaluation of the token.
This is FaZe Jarvis's wallet. He got in the pre-sale and quickly sold out 2/3 of his total holdings within days of the launch. This is FaZe Nikan. He immediately sold about 1/3 of his total holdings and then seems to have held on to the rest. But by far, the really bad one was FaZe K's wallet. He dumped all of his kids' tokens immediately. Within 24 hours, he went from 6.2 billion tokens to 4 tokens now. That's right. He sold all but 4 tokens.
The occurrence of this pump and dump stemmed from its anti-whaling mechanism, a feature implemented to deter major stakeholders from offloading a significant portion of their holdings in a short time period. Initially, the platform outlined a mechanism which designated that any individual possessing over 0.5% of the entire token supply as a whale. These whales were subject to stringent limitations, restricted to only selling 20% of their total holdings every 24 hours. This constraint would persist until their ownership stake fell below the designated 0.5% threshold. However, upon further scrutiny, it came to light that there had been a last-minute alteration to the coding of the mechanism. This unanticipated modification allowed these designated whales to bypass the initial constraints entirely. This granted them the ability to liquidate their entire holdings within 1 minute. Following Coffee's investigation, FaZe Clan swiftly released a public statement on July 1st in response to the scandal. Instead of providing support, the company chose to take action by suspending 3 individuals associated with the controversy. FaZe K, however, faced more severe repercussions as he was completely ousted from the organization. FaZe Clan maintained a stance of detachment, asserting that they had no direct involvement or even a comprehensive awareness of their members' involvement in promoting this questionable token. The company positioned these activities as independent endeavors pursued by individual members outside the scope of their affiliation with the FaZe Clan. Approximately a week later, K attempted to address it with a 2-minute-long apology video. Contrary to offering a sincere acknowledgement of his errors or extending genuine remorse, K's approach veered in a different direction. He opted to portray himself as both the aggrieved victim and a valiant hero, poised to unveil the actual mastermind orchestrating this deceptive scheme, Sam Pepper. This maneuvering paints Sam Pepper as the primary culprit, deflecting accountability from other implicated parties.
So we've uncovered significant evidence which confirms that a dishonest person abused his trust with me to scam everybody. This person gained my trust and the trust of my friends while still encouraging us to be the public faces of his scheme. He then abused that trust to go and alter the code right before launch, resulting in 6-figure profits for him and then leaving the rest of us to be blamed.
Yet, the details seem to contradict this narrative. CoffeeZilla swiftly responded to FaZe K's attempts to issue a cease and desist notice, unraveling the deception woven in an effort to shield himself from the looming backlash. In FaZe K's version of events, Sam Pepper was portrayed as the single instigator behind the notorious Save the Kids crypto scam, allegedly manipulating investors and capitalizing on the peak by selling his tokens for personal gain. But the timeline of sales contradicted this, with with compelling evidence that K had initiated his own dump 30 minutes before Sam Pepper. Moreover, the accounts and wallet supposedly uncovered by K, flaunted as incriminating evidence, crumbled under scrutiny. Rather than belonging to Sam Pepper, these accounts were linked to fellow investors who bore the brunt of losses, while the wallet in question was attributed to a user known as Boink_Boink. While Sam Pepper did indeed have a role in the debacle, this hard evidence presented by CoffeeZilla painted a more intricate picture, implicating FaZe K as an equal participant in steering the calamitous trajectory of events. Both individuals seemed entrenched in a frenzied effort to cast blame, each endeavoring to absolve themselves of accountability. Reports even surfaced alleging Sam's departure from the country, purportedly fleeing back to the UK in an attempt to evade the mounting repercussions. The Save the Kids debacle stands out as one of the most egregious influencer scams to date. And even more shocking is that it was all done under the guise of charity. These guys used saving kids as a way to get rich quick. And I don't even think they saved any kids. Despite the magnitude of this scandal, no one ended up facing actual legal repercussions. The only thing that was actually hurt was the reputations of all of the creators involved, especially K. TechLead is someone that CoffeeZilla has had an extended relationship with in the past. TechLead himself, known for his satirical take on tech content, has seemingly been on a downward spiral since 2020, encountering a series of personal and professional setbacks, notably including the loss of his wife, child, and his job at Facebook. Recent controversies starting in 2020 have also embroiled TechLead in drama, with a fallout with another tech YouTuber named Joma, alongside a third partner, Clement, over an issue relating to advertising his interview prep business.
A few days ago, one of them released his full name on a web page that was designed to try to make sure that he never got a job. That was preceded by several days, even months of threats. I was part of some of those exchanges as an intermediary, and I tried to prevent this dox from happening and tried to explain that this is not the action that should be taken.
But it goes far deeper. Allegations surfaced regarding questionable tactics by TechLead and Matt Tran, such as utilizing a fake site resembling Clement's to redirect users to his page. This YouTuber's approach has long been steeped in a satirical style that occasionally crosses the line of controversy, combining a facetious demeanor with elements of self-promotion. Despite his controversial persona, TechLead's content remains popular, particularly among tech enthusiasts eager to glean insights from an ex-Googler and ex-Facebook employee. Trent Black, another burgeoning tech and comedy YouTuber, took a comedic stance, producing videos that humorously mocked TechLead. These videos seemed well-deserved and maintained a respectful tone. However, the situation took a disturbing turn when Trend became the target of a damaging SEO campaign against his name. CoffeeZilla would cover this controversy around 2020 and call out TechLead for his unfair use of the copyright system. But that's not where their shared history ends. TechLead had found himself entangled in legal issues due to redirecting web traffic unethically from his competitor's site, AlgoExpert.io, to his own site. This led to a subsequent apology and issuance of an apology letter addressed to AlgoExpert in May of 2021. Moreover, he also made a significant shift in his stance on cryptocurrencies. TechLead, real name Patrick Shiu, initially voiced skepticism and concern about the crypto market, cautioning investors and revealing his decision to sell off all of his Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Cardano holdings. In a YouTube video from May 19th, he alerted his viewers to emerging information that made him cast doubt on the legitimacy of the entire crypto market, hinting at the possibility of a Ponzi scheme inflating it. This startled many of his followers, who trusted his insights.
Recently, some information has come to light that has made me skeptical about this whole cryptocurrency market, thinking that the whole thing could be being pumped up by a Ponzi scheme. And I wanted to make this video quickly to warn any of you out there as well who may have substantial life savings of your own also in cryptocurrencies.
But on the 1st of July 2021, Shiu blindsided his audience by unveiling the launch of a new digital currency dubbed Million Token. This revelation obviously starkly contrasted his previous warnings against crypto investments. The announcement touted Million Token is a decentralized digital currency tailored for millionaires, pegged to a minimum value of $1 USDC, with a total supply of 1 million tokens and a market cap exceeding $1 million USDC. In a bid to lend credibility to Million Token, Shiu declared in a YouTube video that he had invested a staggering $1 million of his personal funds into the venture, positioning himself as having a substantial stake in his success. If he did it, it, why wouldn't you? This declaration captured the interest of his subscriber base, fostering the belief that Xiu had significant skin in the game, potentially giving him a lot to lose if the venture failed. He was building trust. However, as the truth unraveled, it became evident that Patrick Xiu's claims were unsubstantiated and misleading. Contrary to his assertions, investigations into his own wallet address by CoffeeZilla revealed that the entirety of the funds used to kickstart Million Token came directly from the project's investors. Xiu had misled his subscribers by falsely claiming to have invested $1 million of his own money at the onset of the Million Token initiative. As he sold off the tokens, he used the money amassed from the investors' contributions to back Million Token, creating a facade of personal investment when in reality, he didn't have much.
He never discloses in the video that he created the coin. Instead, he pitches it as if he just found it randomly.
In fact, what's really been taking all of my attention lately has been the new Million cryptocurrency. In the charts, Million has continued to dominate, up 60% over 24 hours with heavy volume, $15 million of trading volume.
Guys, I sat through this whole video. The whole time he makes it sound like, hey guys, I found this coin. I found this cool coin. And not only does he obscure his involvement in an ad about his token, he then lies about it by saying there are no whales.
I mean, in the Million project, we don't even have whales anymore. It's just distributed amongst everybody. The largest whale maybe owns 3% or so.
3%. The largest whale owns 3%, says the guy who right now still owns over 14% of the coin.
Upon conducting an in-depth analysis of TechLead's blockchain wallet address, Coffee revealed that while TechLead did indeed purchase $50,000 worth of USDC from Coinbase, the funds utilized in his transactions via Uniswap were exclusively sourced from the contributions of Million Token investors. In essence, TechLead didn't assume any real financial risk of his own, but instead employed the money from other individuals to finance the entirety of the Million Token initiative. Moreover, TechLead's own admission in an August 8th YouTube video corroborated this, where he openly confessed in his personal investment in the Million Token amounted to only 50 grand. His statements can be heard in the video posted on August 8th, underscoring the negligible extent of his actual financial commitment to the project. But it doesn't end there. TechLead, perhaps anticipating potential regulatory entanglements with the SEC, took a strategic approach to cover his tracks and mitigate legal risks. He explicitly cautioned both his subscribers and prospective Million Token investors, stating, "This token is too risky for investment, so Million Token should not be considered an investment by any means. This is a social experiment and really pure speculation. It's kind of a game to see what happens to us with this." In essence, he tried to reframe Million Token as a mere speculative venture rather than an investment opportunity, possibly to skirt any legal repercussions associated with investment claims. In the end, TechLead would make $3.3 million, but still receive an insane amount of backlash for essentially scamming his entire fan base. TechLead would then actually respond with a video. He titled it, "I'm so sorry, I'm going to jail as a millionaire." In his video, TechLead challenged CoffeeZilla's perspective, accusing him of embracing a victim mentality and discrediting his accusations. Curiously, TechLead attempted to portray his own cryptocurrency as successful and widely trending across crypto charts, a claim that contradicted the actual performance of his coin, which wasn't faring as well as he said. Adding to the mix, TechLead didn't stop there. He took to Twitter and hurled accusations of racism at CoffeeZilla, an accusation that was seemingly unfounded and was puzzling to many. In an almost paradoxical twist, TechLead, while attempting to refute the allegations, inadvertently ended up confirming their validity through his own words and actions. Moreover, TechLead's attempt to deflect blame and shift focus away from the core issues at hand became evident when, despite his earlier admissions of deceit caught on camera, he now sought to downplay or dismiss these confessions, creating an aura of inconsistency and confusion around the entire thing.
There is one point TechLead did address of mine, and this was the part where I said he lied about saying that he put $1 million of his own money into Million Token. And guess what? He admits I'm right.
And to clarify, okay, when I started the project, I bootstrapped with 50,000 USD coins paired to 50,000 Million tokens.
That's exactly what I said. So he's admitting it. He did not put in $1 million of his own money. He used your money.
Ultimately, TechLead's response seemed to be a convoluted mix of self-defense, deflection, and baseless accusations towards Coffee, which further muddled the already murky waters surrounding his involvement in the cryptocurrency scandal. The attempt to discredit CoffeeZilla and divert attention from the crux of the matter only served to create more skepticism and reinforce the validity of the accusations brought against him.
All in all, I feel nothing but sympathy for the people who will end up losing money on this project. You thought your money was going to the moon, and instead, it went to this guy who can't stop bragging about how rich he is.
But to this day, TechLead is a pretty successful channel. His views have dipped, but they're still there. He's getting more than 100,000 views per video. That being said, his credibility around investments is largely gone thanks to CoffeeZilla's reporting on his strange tactics. Ice Poseidon's journey in the realm of online streaming began with a bang, gaining prominence in the mid-2010s, notably around 2014 and 15 through RuneScape. However, his tenure on the Twitch platform was nothing short of tumultuous. The saga of suspensions and infractions followed Ice Poseidon like a shadow, culminating in a permanent ban from Twitch in April 2017. The final straw that led to his banishment from the platform was an alarming incident of being swatted while on board an American Airlines flight bound for Phoenix. The notorious swatting incident that led to his ousting from Twitch was shrouded in controversy, with claims that it was a staged hoax orchestrated by Ice Poseidon for publicity in tandem with his viewers. I personally don't believe it was orchestrated. I think Ice's audience was just crazy, and as a result, someone decided to swat him. I should also note here that I consider Ice to be an internet legend, and I like a lot of his streams. That being said, not a lot of nice things to say about him today. After a lot of turmoil, Ice Poseidon found a new home on YouTube where he continued streaming and posting videos to his fan base. But apparently, the money just wasn't what it once was for him, and he was desperate for a quick buck. Coffee had been investigating Ice for a while, and he would finally reveal what he'd been looking into. In a nutshell, Ice Poseidon managed to deceive his followers into investing in CX Coin, a platform he proudly initiated for content creators to receive cryptocurrency donations. However, he didn't stick around to make it a success story. Instead, he swiftly turned the tables on his faithful supporters. Here's the kicker. He amassed a whopping $500,000 from them, padded his own pockets with $300,000 of that $5, and treated himself to a new Tesla. I take back anything nice I said about this guy because not only did he rug his fans, but you bought a Tesla? Literally buy any other car. Anything. Oh, the comments are turned off. I wonder why that is. Once he investigated the situation, Coffee posted a video to his channel going over what Ice had done with the CX coin, and he even managed to get an interview from Ice himself. But rather than apologize or even admit wrongdoing, he seemed to have a much more self-centered perspective, saying he would not be giving the money back because he wanted to keep it.
If you want the answer, yeah, I could give the money back. It is within my power. But I'm gonna look out for myself and not do that. I don't know what else to say. That's just the most honest answer.
He did not display an ounce of guilt. Instead, he blatantly admitted to betraying every single one of his fans who had placed their trust in his questionable project. What's more, it took him merely 2 weeks to abandon ship. He justified his actions by claiming he was just looking out for himself, shamelessly shifting the blame to his followers, accusing them of getting too emotional about it all. Ice would then make another response on Twitter after the insane amount of backlash he would get after the video was made. The post has a lot of terminology and might be hard to grasp if you are a noob to crypto, but everything is verifiable and I encourage people to go check for themselves. I did not steal or scam anyone, nor did I make money on the expense of others. I don't really expect anyone to side with me because the narrative of me stealing from my fans is much more juicy, but that's not the reality, and I hope some people can see that. His defense rested on the assertion that he promoted the project solely to individuals knowledgeable about cryptocurrency, suggesting that he avoided marketing it to casual fans who might be easily swayed. In his defense, he vehemently denied it was a rug pull or scam, adamantly claiming that while he did pocket a significant $300,000 from the venture, it wasn't at the expense of his fans or investors. He delved into some technical details, explaining his actions behind the scenes. He took a dive into the intricacies, mentioning, "When I took a portion of the LP, nearly $300,000, there weren't many real holders or substantial investors in the token by that point. The top holder had around 15 BNB worth of tokens, and the 50th holder had a meager 0.6 BNB worth of tokens." Ice Poseidon argued that the staggering 400k in the liquidity pool, with 264k in LP and 156k in buyback function, was excessive and posed a risk of devaluation due to the crypto market fluctuations. He revealed his move to withdraw 250,000 from the LP, placing 80k back in the LP and leaving 100k in the buyback function, ostensibly to salvage the situation. But despite the explanations and attempts to rationalize his actions, Ice Poseidon's CX Coin project was a failure, meeting an abrupt end just a few weeks after its launch, contrary to the promises he made to many regarding its long-term viability. CoffeeZilla promptly created a response video, delving into the intricacies of Ice Poseidon's TwitLonger. Summing up the situation, it was, by far, one of the most brazen and audacious examples of scamming that he had encountered. Ice Poseidon adamantly claimed that what happened wasn't a scam, yet declared he wouldn't refund any of it.
You could just replace it with "I'm keeping the money." It just reads so much better that way. Look, the whole thing actually reads better. I'm keeping the money, I'm keeping the money, I'm keeping the money, I'm keeping the money. See, it doesn't the idea gets across so much better. Now, another amazing part about this too is the idea that he says right there, which is that he has to take out the money because the crypto markets are dropping. But when I asked Ice Poseidon where he was going to put the money that he took out of the crypto markets, he told me he's going to put it in the crypto markets.
Invest into crypto, Ethereum, mainly.
See, it's so obvious, guys, if you just have a big brain. You have to have a high IQ. Remember, he had to take the money out of the crypto markets because that's a terrible investment. And the real place to put the money is in the crypto markets because that's where the big money's at.
The fallout from this particular incident had a profound and enduring impact on Ice. Even today, many individuals continue to regard him unfavorably due to this crypto event. In fact, Ice is kind of fine. Ice never prided himself on being a good person in the first place, openly embracing his persona as a scumbag content machine since his days of IRL streaming on Twitch. Today, he's moved his operation to Kick, and while the viewership analytics on that site are questionable, he reportedly is averaging well over 10,000 viewers per stream, and is likely making tens of thousands a month in donations and crypto casino payouts. He also recently wore women's underwear in Thailand and got arrested for it, before being released and leaving the country. Pretty funny, but also, why? Speed is one of the biggest and youngest streamers that's blown up over the years, known for his immense admiration for Cristiano Ronaldo and being very good at practicing his inside voice. Speed's prominence in the realm of influencers makes the subsequent turn of events all the more startling. It was a momentous occasion. Speed announced his eagerly awaited stream where he would meet his idol. This sparked a massive surge in viewership, attracting tens of thousands to tune in. But the twist was unexpected and rather disappointing. The Ronaldo whom Speed was set to meet turned out to be a hired actor. Instead of a genuine interaction with his idol, the stream was a paid sponsorship to promote a crypto venture. He appeared on live wearing a shirt blatantly advocating the purchase of Paradox crypto coin. Alongside him were a few guests who emphatically declared that this new coin would inevitably become the biggest crypto in the world. They even enticed viewers by promising a PlayStation 5 to those who signed up for the coin. Naturally, this abrupt shift infuriated Speed's entire audience. The chat was quickly inundated with dissent and disapproval from viewers. As Speed began receiving donations and signing consoles, his audience called him out for his apparent promotion of the Paradox coin, which many predicted would be just another coin promoted to get a quick bag. But instead of owning up to the misdirection, Speed took a different approach. He instructed his moderators to ban anyone expressing criticism about the Paradox coin during the stream.
You sold out. They're using you, Speed. This is just sad.
That is crazy, bro. Like, them comments like that, bro, is making me like, that's crazy, bro. The fact I ever made, like, Chad, the fact that y'all y'all just thinking me like that is just crazy.
CoffeeZilla delved into this promotion with an intent to uncover the real essence behind the Paradox coin. His exploration led to an unearthing of several facets of the project, exposing 7 different elements connected to it. Among these facets was a peculiar discovery. The coin was associated with a video game, but the reality was far from the grandeur suggested by its developers. The game itself appeared antiquated, reminiscent of a dated PlayStation 2 era game, rather than anything resembling a modern, polished creation. They had boldly proclaimed this to be a AAA project. I mean, I guess you could call it that, if you're lying. Instead of exuding the sophistication and refinement one might associate with a top-tier gaming experience, the game bore more resemblance to a mobile game.
And frankly, I have to take serious issue with your claim that this is a AAA game. Yeah, this looks like a basic game you designed in Unreal Engine. I'm sure you have developers behind it. But you admit, you, in your own marketing, you describe yourself, wait a second, you describe yourself as an indie game. You describe yourself as an indie game, and then you have the audacity to come on my stream and call yourself a AAA game when you describe yourself as an indie game.
I don't interrupt you, but just give me.
You are interrupting me. Of course you are. You don't call yourself an indie game on your YouTube channel and then have the audacity to come on my channel and call yourself AAA.
The entire concept behind this venture appeared to be more of a sham than a genuine gaming endeavor. This so-called game revolved around the idea of purchasing NFT avatars that allowed players to take part in-game, ostensibly earning them Paracoins, a currency claimed to hold tangible real-life value. As much as $400 per week, according to their claims. Their sales pitch took an even stronger turn when they proposed that users could rent out their avatars, supposedly generating a mysterious form of passive income. Additionally, they introduced a staking feature, wherein users could stake their Paracoins to earn more Paracoins. The entire setup sounded alarmingly akin to a Ponzi scheme, a realization that CoffeeZilla was quick to point out. The promises of substantial earnings, the intricate system of staking and renting avatars for supposed passive income, and the lofty claims of Paracoins having substantial real-world value raised a lot of red flags.
The longer you lock up your money, the more you earn in a process they call delay and get paid. Sure, I guess. Now, if you want to understand how this entire staking process works, their flowchart will leave you even more confused. Here it is. And instead of explaining it, I'm going to label all of this Ponzi nonsense. This is a pro tip for you guys out there. If you ever see a flowchart that seems almost impossibly complicated, it's Ponzi nonsense.
Alongside the main branch of Paradox Coin, there were 6 other offshoots like Paradeo and Paradox Pad, each claiming to yield an incredible 10 to 100 times return on investment. When the developers were cornered and questioned about the clear get-rich-quick nature of their scheme, their response was very telling.
It's hard for me to be quote-quote professional when y'all are dodging my questions. If y'all want to answer
We
my
haven't dodged a
questions...
single question. Ask us the question.
Great. Advertising 10x to 100x, is that a get-rich-quick scheme? Yes or no?
No. Why? Because it is. Because it can happen.
Okay.
It happens every single day of the week in the crypto space. Please get knowledgeable about what happens in the crypto space.
So much of the crypto space is a scam!
Oh,
now
you we gotcha! Gotcha! We got you, buddy! You're a Bitcoin hater! You hate crypto! That's why you don't like us!
Speed found himself entangled in a flurry of furious comments within his chat, with him adamantly asserting that what had happened wasn't a scam. However, the situation took a turn for worse as their viewers expressed anger, feeling deceived into watching something they hadn't signed up for, and then being bitch-slapped with a crypto promotion. This led Speed to issue an apology shortly thereafter.
I'm not a scammer, bro. Why they keep spamming? I'm not a scammer, dog. I made a little mistake, you know, that I wish I never did, but I'm not a scammer, bro.
Coffee suggested that Speed's error was somewhat forgivable given his young age of 17. He expressed hope that Speed had learned a valuable lesson, that he didn't need to betray the trust of his audience in pursuit of quick financial gains. After Speed's part in the incident, the narrative around Paradox Coin didn't close just yet. Approximately 1 week after CoffeeZilla's confrontation with the founders, a founder initiated threats against a small TikTok creator who echoed similar sentiments to CoffeeZilla. Paradox Coin's sketchy premise, along with the gangster tough guy act from its promoters, were not a good look to say the least. Why would a legitimate crypto investment need its owners to threaten violence against critics? And these threats aimed at the smaller creator were in stark contrast from their previous interaction with CoffeeZilla, where they at least tried to be cordial.
Watch when I catch you, I'm gonna smash your teeth in. Every single time you look at your face in the mirror, you're gonna see your broke up nose bust up in 20 different places. That's what I'm gonna do, that big nose of yours. Right? You thought it was funny, innit? You thought it's funny. You can just troll mans on the internet. Bro, I'm not an internet guy. I'm gonna put your name out. I'm gonna put 10 bags down. So anyone that shows me this guy's address, I'll give him 10 bags. And then I'm gonna see what you're gonna say when I come there.
But this wasn't the only time this had happened. CoffeeZilla, being the thorough investigator that he is, delved further into the background of the founders to uncover any prior instances akin to this one. And indeed, his efforts yielded results. He stumbled upon a video capturing the individual in question engaging in a heated altercation, issuing threats, and even resorting to physical confrontation with an individual who expressed discontent at being recorded without consent. This discovery underscored a pattern of behavior, shedding light on a recurrent tendency towards confrontational and aggressive actions in comparable circumstances.
He's apparently lived a lot of his life being a tough guy and threatening people for seemingly no reason. Like, for example, he got in a fight with this guy at the gym who didn't enjoy being filmed.
What the fuck? What are you swearing? What? Who you swearing at? Taking a picture of me. I'm taking a selfie, you bitch. Don't swear at me. Swear at me. You're nobody. What are you talking about?
Moreover, in addition to the previously uncovered incident...
Wow, next time. I'm unmuted now, okay? Okay. Love you. Oh no. This can't be real. Join hashtag Galaxy Unpacked 2024 with Valkyrie. Oh no. .1% of all deaths were medically assisted in Canada in 2022. 13,241 Canadians were euthanized, a growth rate of 31.2% over 2021. Wait, didn't they just pass the MAID thing? Wouldn't that make sense? That it would increase as they make it legal?
What does he have to say to dumbasses that consider him to be a terrorist? What does he think about that? That's
بقول
my
لك
question. I just banned one of those stupid fuckers in the chat just now.
بيقول لك شو رأيك بالمتخلفين اللي بيحكوا عنك إرهابي؟
منهم؟
He says, who are they?
Just fucking dumbasses.
He's like dismissing them.
Yeah, oh, okay, nice. Okay, respect. I mean, I want to ask about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
شو بتسموا السكاكين اللي
Wait. منهم؟
He says, who are they?
Just fucking dumbasses.
He's like dismissing them.
He just doesn't even, okay.
Yeah, oh, okay, nice. Okay, respect. I mean, I want to ask about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
شو بتسموا السكاكين
Is he a Houthi or renegade in Yemen? I've just read like passing by Reddit comments. I think he's just a like random guy that was able to go on a boat, maybe, or maybe it was like PR for the Houthis or something. I don't think he's actually a terrorist, but I'm not sure. I'm just like going by some Reddit comments I've seen. I have no idea.
اللي بتحملوها بالفيديوز.
جنبي اسمها باليمن. جنبي ايوه جنبي.
بدي اسالك عنهم يعني هل انه شو اهميتهم عندهم؟
والله هذيك يعني اهميتها هذيك عندنا اذا طلعت ما بترجع الا في دم.
He says if one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh shit. Okay, my bad. Well,
It's not going back until it has what?
Comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, until it has blood on it.
Shit. Okay, my bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. Okay, maybe explain why you're trying to get this type of humanizing information from. Okay, shut up, chatter. Come on, it's not like that's crazy. We're not gonna explain that. Can chilling with the captains. Like, how does he feel about that? Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like he seems just normal, but it's not normal to have your ship blown up. You know?
Yeah. بيقول يعني انه شو رايك انه انتوا قاعدين انه مع يعني بتسولفوا مع القبطان وبتخزنوا معه وبترقصوا معه وبنفس الوقت امريكا قاعده بتقصف باليمن انه كيف هدول الاشياء عم بيصيروا بنفس الوقت؟
والله صدق يعني احنا يعني باحترامنا وخلقنا يعني نجذبهم الينا يعني خلاص نكسبهم يعني خلاص يكرهوا امريكا يكرهوا الحكومه الامريكيه.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships and they like win them over with their charm and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. Okay, that doesn't probably take much to be fair. What does he have to say to dumbasses that consider him to be a...
Okay, I can't. I'm gonna start getting unhinged. If I watch shit like this and I watch his response, I'm gonna actually get unhinged. Okay, let's just keep hating conservatives. Do you think he could end up on a no-fly list if people reported enough? What do you mean? Does it matter? He's just flying private anyways, right? I guess a no-fly list technically keep you going from going through TSA, right? Hassan's video on the Houthis is terrible and full of lies. Effort post, 3 days old. Video in question, U.S. strikes Yemen.
Joe Biden, the U.S. president, is expected to make a statement tonight in the wake of the military strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. The strikes are expected shortly with a series of carefully choreographed statements of the U.S., U.K., and other international allies to follow. That came right after Britain is expected to join in the U.S. in carrying airstrikes on Houthi military positions in Yemen tonight. America and Western forces are taking stronger action once again against the trade routes that the Houthi military has been able to stop instead of course, doing anything about the ongoing atrocities, crimes against humanity in Gaza, because that's their ally. That's how it works. If you're looking for honesty, if you're looking for integrity, if you're looking for moral clarity in the situation, you will not find it. America operates on the boundaries of self-interest. That's it. It's that simple. Do not ever allow any of these liberal losers to come in here and try to muddy the waters and to talk about how progressive America is. If you have a situation where on the one hand you have genocide, on the other hand you have those who want to stop the genocide and are implementing a blockade at the behest of stopping that genocide. America is attacking the side that's trying to stop genocide. It's done. It's very obvious to me.
Yeah, I can't. Yemen, the Houthis are the side that's trying to stop genocide. That is the Houthis. It's literally just like America bad. That's it. That's all it is. It's America bad, right? God, it's so good to watch this guy fall off. I will say though, more wrong than Mr. Girl, more wrong than I was on Lav. Hassan is probably one of the people that I've gotten the most wrong. I always thought this guy was a grifter. I never thought that he was an actual hardcore subhuman tanky fuck. I never thought that. I truly did not know that. But I guess the recent arc has brought it out of him. So, Jesus. This video is full of disinformation, and I tried to go through the whole video. I only highlighted the flaws that I could easily find to be wrong, and if anyone who is more knowledgeable about the region's history is willing to go through it, I would be happy to edit it. Also, if I messed up somewhere, please tell me. I will correct it. I also didn't go into too many of his statements about what is happening in Gaza and Israel, so it's just not worth the time. As I went on through the video, I lost motivation, so there will be less links and data in the later part of the post. Also, if he told the same lie again, I didn't bring it up in the later part of the video. Again, if I made some error, please tell me so I can correct it. Do you know if the Tim Houthi guy asking for military aid money is real? I don't even know anything about that. I don't know anything about that Tim Houthi guy. Will you reveal the whole video unclipped first? I don't think there's much of a point because I just don't know enough about the history of Yemen.
What is going on here, okay?
General Marks, what do you see in this video that we have taken from the ground in the distance looking at, it's hard to say, right? It's multiple plumes of fire, looks like multiple explosions lighting up the sky, but what do you see when you watch this?
That looks like these are secondary explosions. That's significant. Frankly, if there aren't any Houthi fighters co-located with where those ammunition depots might be, or some of their capabilities might be located, I'm okay with that. Let's get rid of all of their inventory.
I'm sorry, but like, that's a whole different country, man. Like, is it okay if people start blowing up like random parts of America because there's ammo depots there? Like, what are we talking about? You can't do that. You are the United States of America. You're like 8,000 miles away from this area, and you've decided like, I'm gonna blow up your weapons depot. Like, this makes no sense. Just did it, Bubba. I know it makes a lot of people's dicks hard to think like, oh, they're doing this and we're showing our might towards a population of people that we had been doing, we've been genociding basically, and not directly genociding, indirectly genociding with a regional proxy. Like we outsourced our genocide of the Yemeni population to Saudi Arabia. Okay, like it blows my mind that like Americans champion this kind of thing. You get no benefits from this, dog. They're not even.
All of his political analysis is going to hinge on the genocide and the Gaza Strip from now on. What's he going to do in like 5 years when the population continues to increase? There hasn't been a genocide. They're still there. Like, what is the?
Doing this for your security. They're doing this to flex for Israel, basically. So it's additionally odd when Americans are like, well, they're going to find out why we don't have healthcare. And it's like, bro, you really think that's chill? You just said it's cool that you don't have healthcare because America gets to aid and abet in genocide. Like, you think that's fun? You think that's a good thing? You just basically posted your L publicly. You are no different than like the dumbass hogs that we make fun of every day. Red Sea blockade, Operation Prosperity. Oh yeah, they already call it cleverly Prosperity Guardian. Operation Prosperity Guardian.
Oh, he's talking about the Saudi Arabians genociding in Yemen. Gotcha. Okay, my bad. All the genocides. So many ongoing genocides right now, except where they're actually ongoing.
You know, they are defending prosperity done through commerce. Israel's brutal war on Gaza, followed by tension in the region, particularly in the Red Sea, has created a security dilemma for the U.S. On one hand, the U.S. wants to avoid the expansion of the conflict into a regional war. On the other hand, Houthis, Ansar Allah, attacks on Israeli ships pose a greater threat to the U.S. role as a global and regional maritime security guarantor. The U.S. initially announced the expansion of CTF 152, 153, but when the Pentagon announced Operation Prosperity Guardian, it only had 10 members, missing the most critical and relevant, including KSA, Egypt, Oman, and UAE. Later, reports citing Pentagon officials came up that 20 countries have signed up for the OPG, but they don't want their names to be published. This was a self-destructive exercise even before the operationalization of the force. OPG aimed to send a strong message showcasing U.S. dominance of leadership as a maritime security guarantor, but failed at the very step when it signaled a lack of confidence in U.S.-led venture by regional players. This hasty announcement by U.S. officials shows their lack of coordination with its allies, but also a lack of a comprehensive strategy about what exactly the U.S. wants to achieve with this operation. I like that they were like, step aside Saudi Arabia, we got this. We'll pick up where you left off. To the Houthis, a similar goal and a similar attitude remains. These guys have nothing. They just came out of a blockade and a genocide. Now they have sidestepped Saudi Arabia, America's guys, and are directly fighting with America itself. BNO News says the USA and the UK have started carrying out airstrikes against Houthi targets in Yemen, according to Voice of America. Event sources have aircraft overflights in airspace in the city of Hodeidah. Yeah. In the wake of all of this, let it be known that America cares more about commerce being stopped than actual human lives being ended by Israel. And the rest of the world sees it. They see it. And to every single person that says like around and find out, by the way, you're gross, 100%. If you legitimately think that Israel's actions are unacceptable, if you claim that you think that boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel is morally just and righteous.
What is the? I'm sorry. What is the argument? The war in Israel against Gaza is bad. Therefore, Yemen gets to close all merchant vessels that go through the Suez Canal. Is that like everybody has to ship stuff around the world more? Is that Is that the argument? Or Yemen is imposing a blockade on Israel, but it's not just Israel, right? Aren't they trying to like blow up everything in the, what is it, the Red Sea? The Aden's number, the Gulf of Aden's number.
Then you can't be criticizing the one group of dudes who, at least with the limited resources they have, tried to implement it. When it comes to the operations of Ansar Allah, they are pursuing their interests despite possible coordination with the strategic level with Iran. The ceasefire and high-level engagement of other parties and regional powers with Ansar Allah with respect to Yemen is viewed by Ansar Allah as the de facto recognition of their role as permanent players in Yemen. Post-ceasefire, Houthis are seeking recognition at a much bigger level by linking the siege in the Red Sea for Israeli vessels with the siege on Gaza by Israel. Ansar Allah have provided a political cove. This is one of the reasons why regional countries, especially the Muslim majority countries, are reluctant to be a part of any such operation, which in any ways is connected with Israel. This U.S.-led coalition is dominated by extra regional players because the Saudis, the UAE.
This is research time for Hassan. Gotcha, cool. I'm a loser who reads Wikipedia passages in books. News articles. Boring. Hassan, Twitter threads. This is the same shit I roasted him for over the Kamala Harris shit because he refuses to educate himself on any fucking topic. And the only thing he does is he reads through Twitter threads. These are like the longest like books that he can read are tweets.
Like all of the other regional actors that are a part of the pro-Israel, pro-America, anti-Gaza coalition know how popular these actions are in the region. This is something that I've stressed quite a bit. This is why I said like Iran doesn't need any extra permission to be able to like directly wage war with Israel at this point. That's important to understand because getting so much popular support from the actual populations of the region spell trouble domestically for all of these individual countries. Why does the U.S. go so far for Israel? They're a huge liability at this point.
Wow, Aloe Reza, thanks for that 5 gifted subs.
Because it's our military base. What do you mean? Weird takes from an American? I'm sorry, what's the weird? Awful takes, as usual, brainwashed. I love looking at a situation like this and being like, you know what this spells to me? America's definitely not bad. America's good at it.
You're criticizing his take on Yemen and the Houthis when you haven't learned anything about them. How are you proud of yourself? I mean, I'll hedge it a little bit. I guess it is conceivable that I might do some reading and research and actually come to the conclusion that the Houthis targeting civilian ships in the Gulf of Aden is good. But I'm going to say probably not going to happen. Probably not going to happen.
Actually, if it wasn't America doing all this, if it was Russia, for example, or foreign adversary, China, you would be losing your mind. You'd be like, we have to nuke Beijing right now. That is what you would be saying. But when America's doing it, it's like, no, actually, you don't get it, dog. This is, I'm doing profound foreign policy analysis here. Okay, let me tell you. I somehow always magically find the exact triangulated position that America is good. Actually, they're trying their best. You see some of the worst genocidal superpowers historically come together and like start bombing Yemen, a country that they were, dishing out their regional actors to do a genocide in. Shortly after that genocide is ended, the blockade is.
A top 10 chess player in the world donated to him? Wait, what? Who? You're trolling me.
Is ended. And you're like, I think the guys that were doing the genocide are the good guys here, I think, yeah. Do you even question why does
If they were only targeting Israeli ships, would you support it? To support the people in Gaza? Yeah, sure. As long as we accept that it's okay for the United States to wipe everything that they're firing with off the face of the earth. Yeah, sure. That's a fair game.
Everyone complain about the supposed America is bad takes you have. Isn't there enough proof to show that they are bad? Yes, because the reason why people get very mad at that? Because liberals fancy themselves to be like intellectually superior to the dumb hogs that they want to desperately not identify with. But when it comes to foreign policy, if you are pro-American global dominance, you are identical to a hog. That's it. The difference between a hog and a liberal is that on its foundations, they still come from the same place.
Number 1 French chess grandmaster, Alariza Ferruz. Isn't there high likely the guy on YouTube that's just like his name, but it's not actually like that's the guy on YouTube's name, or he's like named after the chess player, but it's not actually the chess player?
It's American exceptionalism, and America has to be the world police. Just the hog says more slurs while conducting itself and making an argument.
Also, what is this argument that America has to be the world's police? Isn't Yemen literally trying to be the world's police right now by policing what ships are allowed to go through this particular, what would you call it, a waterway, shipping lane? Like,
on the other hand, that is not a hog, a Democratic Party voter, still has the same interest, still wants the same things to happen, but they don't say as many slurs. They think it's like kind of mean and rude to champion genocide while simultaneously also saying that you're championing genocide. It's a kinder, gayer imperialism. The U.S. and the U.K. are now bombing Yemen so the British Israeli occupation regime continues genocide in Gaza, and the Western media and political class are cheering on and celebrating the same ones who demand every nation on earth do everything for Ukraine. I guess the analog is basically like, what would we do in this situation? You know what I mean? Like America already did this against Russia to a certain degree, what Yemen is doing. But if like Estonia tried to do this to Russia, right, as Russia was like blowing up Ukraine, everyone was celebrated. Everyone was like, oh, thank God there's someone out there that's like doing the righteous.
Wait, did we, over the Ukraine war, was the U.S. closing shipping lanes to Russia? Did this ever happen? Was Russian traffic blocked through? I'm trying to remember if you can get through the Mediterranean from the from Ukraine. You can, right? Through that Crimea and through there and like through Turkey and stuff. I don't remember blockades. Did Turkey close it? Turkey blockade Russian traffic? Did Turkey do it? It's the Turkish Navy blocking Russian ships from crossing the Bosphorus Strait. To Russian warships after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But they're still allowed to return to their home bases in the Black Sea. Okay. But they weren't closing it to like trade or merchant vessels. He's talking about warships. Hassan is talking about
Analog is basically like, what would we do in the situation? You know what I mean? Like, America already did this against Russia to a certain degree, what Yemen is doing. But if, like, Estonia tried to do this to Russia, right? As Russia was, like, blowing up Ukraine, everyone was celebrated. Everyone was like, oh, thank God there's someone out there that's, like, doing the righteous thing. Do a poll of Americans tonight. Ask them if they know who the Houthis are, where they live, why we are bombing them, and whether the president has authority under the Constitution to bomb them. Go. Yeah. 30% of GOP voters support bombing Agrabah, the city from Aladdin. America has a ton of blockades on countries that aren't at war. It's not at war with, yeah. The statement from Biden on the airstrikes.
How is this not, like, cringe as fuck? Like, this is the guy that's supposed to be politically informing me? Like, why would I need, you know, some barely literate frat boy dipshit like this to read Twitter threads? I can read Twitter threads. Like, what? Can't we get like some more in-depth analysis, or like read something with a little bit more substance, or analyze something with a little? Why do I need him to just read tweets for me?
And in Gaza, of course, not mentioned once. Statement from President Joe Biden on coalition strikes in Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen. Today, at my direction, U.S. military, together with the United Kingdom and with support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada, and the Netherlands, successfully conducted strikes against a number of targets in Yemen used by Houthi rebels to endanger freedom of navigation in one of the world's most vital waterways. The strikes are in direct response to unprecedented Houthi attacks against international maritime vessels of the Red Sea, including the use of anti-ship ballistic missiles for the first time in history. These attacks have endangered U.S. personnel, civilian mariners, and our partners, jeopardized trade, and threatened freedom of navigation. So why are the Houthis doing this? This is a question I would love to ask. Like, why are they implementing a blockade? Why has America killed more than they have? You can't just meme away from the Houthis have done. They've been trying to topple the Yemeni government for 30 years, of which had normal relations in the Middle East. Why aren't we talking about Iran sponsoring Shia military groups all over the Middle East? The rise of Sunni governments, which are much more in favor of normalization with Western powers in Israel. Not that Sunnis are innocent in killing Shiites, but this is a 1,000-year conflict that's not going to change. I'm done. I can't do this. What do you mean, dude? Normalizing with Western powers and Israel? What are we talking about? Hello? Are you familiar with Western powers in Israel and what they're doing? You have America's boot shoved so far up your ass that it's coming out of your mouth when you have this conversation. You just immediately take it for granted. Like, your standard of modernity is how well they get along with two imperial powers in the region, two destabilizing forces in the region that have killed more than anyone else. That is unimaginable. I know it's taken me 11 days to yell at a chatter, but god damn, what a idiotic approach to the subject, dude. That's insane. That's your standard? Wow, I can't believe how good Saudi Arabia is in the region because of how aligned they are with Western powers in Israel, even though they're doing a genocide in Yemen or they conducted it. If this is your standard of who's a good operative in the region, then yeah, you are morally righteous, except this is an incredibly idiotic way to assess the situation. How else is there going to be stability? Brother, please, I beg of you, just take a deep breath and really think about your output here. You are a f***ing neocon. You might fancy yourself to be a liberal, to be an intellectual, to be above that, but you are no different than a Christian fascist neocon with this way of thinking. Whoever doesn't align with the Western world.
If you don't support the Houthis, you are a Christian fascist neocon. Oh my God.
Deserves to get killed and deserves to get slaughtered. That's crazy. Want to be morally correct? Question mark. Acknowledge the fact that they're all bad. And this whole my team, their team debate is garbage. There's nothing right happening in the Middle East. The only people suffering are the actual civilians that live day to day in poverty. Thank you for your big brain take, dude. No, there are morally correct positions to take. Two things that I always have to relitigate with an overwhelmingly American, overwhelmingly Western chat, which will never see the subjects as real humans. You only care about the civilians in the Middle East, the Muslims, whether they be Shia or Sunni, it doesn't matter. You only care about them when you can use them as a talking point against whatever foreign adversary of the United States of America or Israel, because it's an extension of the United States of America's foreign policy interests. Don't come to me with this bullshit. You are no different than the Republican that says, what about our homeless veterans when talking about how immigration must stop? That's it. Two principles. Let me explain to you. Two principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. An example I tell you all the time is the Turkish coup d'etat. A coup occurred in Turkey. The American-backed forces in that situation was the terrorist cell of Fethullah Gulen. He still lives in the Poconos, by the way. The Muslim cleric Fethullah Gulen had aligned with the CIA. Him and Recep Tayyip Erdogan grew up together, basically. His Islamist faction had basically overtaken the police, the court system, schools, and every facet of government. They've slaughtered a ton of Turkish people in that coup d'etat. I can't even go back to Turkey because of all of my criticism of Erdogan. And yet, I much prefer Recep Tayyip Erdogan to the American puppet. That's how it works. That's it. This doesn't mean I love Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
He's not allowed to go. Is that true? He would be killed if he went back to Turkey? He wouldn't be. This is a complete conspiracy theory, by the way. Oh, is it? He's banned. He couldn't go back to Turkey. When was the last time Cenk went back to Turkey? Is he not allowed to?
Simply means that he is better than Fethullah Gulen. That's it. You, on the other hand, living in Langley, make this assessment from your perspective. So as someone who lived there, I can tell you what is what. So when I look at other countries, I look at a regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. And let me tell you, in almost every single case, the overwhelming majority cares about making sure they can deal with their own problems internally, domestically, not the Western-backed powers. That's a principle that you can take home with you. If you want to actually be moral, or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation. I hate when people come in here and try to talk about implementing stability by the metrics of who aligns with America's interests better.
Yeah, damn. I didn't know he was an asylum seeker in the U.S. Good for you, Hassan.
So the idea that there is no real journalistic interest here.
Did he turn his mic bass boost up? Sorry.
So the idea that there is no real journalistic interest here, okay, is laughable. So please do not get your information from Wikipedia consuming, Reddit point regurgitating, YouTube debate lords. If you want to be in the know.
Yeah. Instead, let's all read Twitter threads together.
If you want to be, knowledgeable on things that are going on. So the idea that there is no real journalistic interest.
Wait, do you think it's a reference to me? No. Look at the tab bar.
So,
what am I looking for? Google, Twitter, YouTube, Twitter, something, YouTube, Forbes, Twitter. Well, I don't understand what. Here are some lies I've caught. At 2:20, he's suggesting that we have assisted in the genocide of Yemen's people.
Oh, they're doing this, and we're showing our might towards a population of people that we had been doing. We had been genociding, basically, and not directly genociding, indirectly genociding with a regional proxy. Like,
I guess everything is a genocide nowadays. The U.S. has supported the Saudi-led coalition of 9 countries in their intervention. This intervention was in response to a request from the Yemeni president to stop a coup by the Houthis. Saudi-led intervention in the Yemeni civil war. We'll just read the intro to these, I guess. On March 26th, 2015, Saudi Arabia, leading a coalition of 9 countries from West Asia and North Africa, launched an intervention in Yemen following a new joint request from Yemeni President Abdrabbu Mansur Hadi for military support after his forces were ousted from Sana'a by Houthi insurgents during the Yemeni civil war. Government forces, Houthi rebels, and other armed groups fought after the draft constitution and power-sharing arrangements collapsed despite progress made by the UN during the political transition at that time. Violence escalated in mid-2014. Houthis and allied insurgents seized control of Sana'a in September 2014, and thereafter, in response, President Hadi asked Saudi Arabia to intervene against the Iranian-backed Houthis. Do I need to watch this Philip DeFranco since all you fucking retards are going to spam the link all day? Twitter is the least reputable source for anything. If so, Microsoft collapsed and everyone on iPhones. Like Twitter, people push. Twitter's not necessarily bad for news. I'm just saying it's funny to make fun of somebody for reading Wikipedia when you get all your news off Twitter, right? Like, it's just funny. You can find good information on Twitter. I don't think Hassan does, but... The intervention, codenamed Operation Decisive Storm, initially consisted of a bombing campaign on Houthi rebels and later a naval blockade and the deployment of ground forces into Yemen. The coalition attacked the positions of the Houthi militia and loyalists of the former president of Yemen, Ali Abdullah Saleh, who are supported by Iran, fighter jets and ground forces from Egypt, Morocco, Jordan, Sudan, I think, the UAE, Oman, helped provide medical services. Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and Constellas, formerly called Blackwater, heeded the operation. Djibouti, Eritrea, I don't know how to pronounce this place, and Somalia made their airspace, territorial waters, and military bases available to the coalition. Damn, everybody hates these people. Okay. Which makes sense, right? Iranian-backed group. The United States provided intelligence logistical support, such as aerial refueling and search and rescue for downed coalition pilots. It accelerated the sale of weapons to coalition states, continued strikes against AQAP. What does that mean? Islamist military. Oh, is that Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula? Oh, okay. The Saudi foreign minister said the U.S. and British military officials were in the command and control center responsible for Saudi-led airstrikes in Yemen, having access to lists of targets but were not involved in choosing targets. The intervention received widespread criticism and had a dramatic worsening effect on Yemen's humanitarian situation, that reaching the level of a humanitarian disaster or humanitarian catastrophe. The question of whether or not the intervention is in compliance with Article 2, Section 4 of the UN Charter has been a matter of academic dispute. Conflict status was described as a military stalemate in 2019. The global COVID-19 pandemic is said to have given Saudi Arabia an opportunity to review its interests in Yemen. In early of 2020, it was said that Saudi Arabia was searching for an exit strategy amid the COVID-19 pandemic military defeats. On the 29th of March 2022, the Saudi-led coalition announced that it would cease all hostilities within Yemen starting at 6 a.m. the following day in order to facilitate political talks and peacekeeping efforts. Okay. Why are they all losing? What? We need to do more history here, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't have it. I feel like there are just no soldiers in the entire Arabian Peninsula. That's what it feels like. Or not peninsula. Or peninsula? The Gulf? I feel like none of them have any things. They don't have anything. There's nothing. There's just no military anything there for all of them. What do they do? How do they fight? Why don't they take over each other? Why don't other people take over them? It feels like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, they have all this money, all this oil. Why doesn't anybody go take over their shit since they have like nothing? I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't get it. This country's gonna have big native populations. What is the population of Saudi Arabia? 36 million people, bro. It's a decent chunk of change. Twitter, you're reading one person's thread without input from other people. Sometimes it's not even sourced, and misinformation is rampant. Wikipedia, for all its faults, a collective effort and has a higher standard for sources. You can obviously find good info on Twitter, but it's obviously not the same. Destiny should stress that Wikipedia is better. I mean, I'd say in general, Wikipedia is better. Well, but that's why I said you can find good information on Twitter. I don't think Hassan does. But yeah, obviously in Twitter, you're reading single-sourced threads, and you're way more likely to stumble into propaganda. On Twitter, you can edit your newsfeed a lot more just to show you stuff that you like. That is not necessarily going to be good information, so... The intervention was in response to a request of the Yemeni president to stop a coup by the Houthis. The U.S. has provided nearly $4.5 billion in aid to alleviate the suffering of the people of Yemen, but I guess this really shines a light on the problem with Hassan's coverage of Israel and Palestine. Man has no idea what genocide means, and he simply thinks that genocides is when many civilians die, because yes, the war in Yemen is tragic. UN Humanitarian Office puts Yemen war dead at 233,000, mostly from indirect causes. UN News, UN officials call it tragic, they call it sad, they call it an imminent catastrophe, but you know what, they don't even call it once a genocide. Genocide, by definition, needs intent to destroy a group. Waging war is not genocide, and people dying of famine caused by the war is not genocide, but Hassan likes to throw out words without even understanding them to make it say, yeah, we've done the genocide talk, basically, right? Genocide Watch did call what happened in Yemen a genocide emergency, but it said that both parties are committing the genocide, so if we go by this standard, Hassan is also supporting a genocidal terrorist group. Based. The actual native population is 18.5 million? Oh. The other 20 million are probably just girls being flown in on spring break. My bad. $250. America does this to flex for Israel. The Houthis attacked many different ships since October 17th, and somehow they failed to attack Israel's ships. Here are two articles that are pretty good about going over it. The U.S. says it shot down 4 drones in the southern Red Sea launched from Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen. Drone attack follows the Pentagon openly accusing Iran of directly targeting ships for the first time since the start of the Gaza war. Actually, hold on. Quick question. Can you just not shoot down drones? Are they like, do they get like invincibility cast on them and you're just like not allowed to shoot at them like they're out of the map? Because I don't understand when I see videos of like Russian soldiers watching the Ukrainian drones come to drop bombs. Why don't they just like shoot them with their guns? Can somebody explain why they don't? Like they'll just sit there and look at them. Why not shoot them? Destiny, it's really hard. Is it? Why don't they shoot drones? How high up are they? Ukraine. it also seriously reveals their positions. I feel like the thing that's revealing your position is the drone that's like watching you. What is this, just like an EMP or whatever? Huh. It's at least 70 meters up above them. Good luck hitting something probably not even 30 cm in diameter that far up. Hassan stream right now. Oh, is he losing his mind over the Philip DeFranco thing? Oh, I have to register for The Guardian. Oh, it's still free to read. It's not a paywall. Have I not read it? Hold on, fuck it. Wait, if I click, I'll do it later. Oh, thank you. Hassan is watching you live right now. No shot. You need a really good missile to shoot down a drone, especially if it's a moving target. Imagine spending 200K on a drone. You have to pay $2 to $3 million to shoot it down. There's no way you need to use a missile to shoot down a drone. I don't believe
He
that.
literally thought Erdogan was the Palestinian president. He's a fucking joke. I know.
Why do you... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, why would you lie like that? Like, at any
Is
point...
there more so we can't claim that you're clip chimping? I don't...
Like, does he really think I've
don't-
ever, at any point in time, thought that Erdogan was the fucking Palestinian president? Like, it's so stupid. It's funny that Hassan is... For all the claims of me being friendly with Groypers and Nick Fuentes, Hassan has probably propagated more Nazi misinformation about me than probably any other person on the internet. Hassan literally is subscribed to a lot of the Groyper threads, and he repeats all of their talking points about me. It's so fucking funny. Even when he was talking to that one Adam Friedland guy, when Hassan was saying like, oh yeah, remember when Destiny said he epically debated his wife's divorce or whatever? He was quoting a Groyper Twitter thread when he said that. Like, yeah, it's just so stupid. He was liking those tweets on Christmas Day. I don't know if he was liking those specific ones, but drones drop vertically most of the time as opposed to a plane which keeps on flying. Shooting a drone basically drops it on top of you. Okay. Oh, communists allying with Nazis against liberals. True. History repeating itself.
No, I know, which is why I usually don't spend a lot of time
reading or researching
kind
or
of
getting
thing.
educated on anything.
Actual journalists like Ryan Grimmer retweeting your interview. Meanwhile, Globe Emoji liberals are speedrunning 2001 Islam.
You did actually confuse the two once. It's not a lie at what Hassan said. I watched a video, I think, of like, there was also one with like Assad and Erdogan, and I didn't know what they looked like when they were younger. If you want to say like, I don't know who a leader looks like, that's fair, sure. Sometimes I don't know what the people look like. Although I've seen Assad, I've seen Erdogan, not Erdogan as much. I've seen Assad more because he got that fucking facial shit. But the idea that like, I thought that Erdogan was the fucking president of Palestine is fucking retarded. But like, I think that Israel should just drop its fucking. Oh yeah, I play that clip again. Basically, the one prior, the one that was like a month before October 7th. He's so mad. Holy shit!
You can say that. You 100% you can say that. If you are a supporter of Israel, you can say that as a joke, seriously, and you're not gonna suffer repercussions for that.
Also, Destiny.
What is he watching? Bashar al-Assad, is that this guy? No. Fuck, wait, who is this? Who are these people? I don't know what they look like, so I mean, I have no idea who they are. By the way, I'm glad he's showing this, because this is what that person on YouTube was referencing. Is it Erdogan? Erdogan? I don't know what the fuck to pronounce this guy's name.
Why should he know? Why should he know these things? That's the whole point. If you are directly motivated by racist screeds, and that is your substitute for Middle Eastern policy, I mean, there's plenty of
And it's so funny, too, because, like, if I'm so retarded that I don't know any of this shit, imagine how easily you would just crush me in a debate. Imagine how easily you would crush me, right? If I'm so retarded. I think Erdogan, that's the president of Palestine, right?
culture or black existence in America? No, of course not. They don't. Why should they? If they did, they probably wouldn't have those positions. That's my point.
He should do the one where I also can't find Palestine on a map as well.
America, there are a lot of people as a consequence of the 20-year affair that is known as the War on Terror and all of the media training that was necessary for people to either turn the other cheek, look the other way, or directly champion in that war on terror have been brain poisoned into thinking that every Muslim is this like barbarian freak that deserves ethnic cleansing. So my point is,
how would that even make sense if you also say that I'm dick sucking all the Saudis and all of the U.S. allies in the regions too, that are also Muslim, by the way?
what they are saying, what they are defending, they think about this as, you know, haha, whatever.
Censored
who gives a
men.
shit?
I wonder if
can't
that's a
wait for his
Griper
new
account.
Wikipedia research stream so that I can actually develop my positions, even though I'm just basically, you know, going to repeat whatever he's saying. It sucks. I just simply want charitability, okay? Charitability. That's all I ask.
Not looking good. Sean Strickland outlines his issues with the LGBT community. 10 years ago to be trans is a fucking mental illness. There's a mental fucking illness. Do you agree with Sean? When did he become... An Israeli influencer laughs and eats a popsicle as Israel bombs Gaza. I guess he does align with the
That's
Nazis
it.
on some things. Groups of American Christians go to Israel to serve Jews. This is
it's
who
gonna be so
Assad is
annoying anytime
quoting?
you
He's actually, this is an actual Nazi account? What the fuck? Jew flag, Jew flag, Jew flag. An Israeli colonial, I'm sorry, colonel, admits using tank fire on civilian infrastructure. This could just be, you know, Israeli war, you know? They're just, the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, acronym ISIS. Oh! Israel army rabbi once justified rape of non-Jewish women. God, dude, Nazis are probably... You know, in some ways I say they're probably really happy right now, but in other ways they're probably like super molding. Like, again, imagine if you're like Fuentes and you see like all of the anti-Semitic shit now, and you're like, fuck. But Kanye West is like, fuck, I should have waited a couple years. I would have been gold.
Those Reddit logs or those DGG posts are still very much available for all that want to see it, where he's like so upset about Hassan's success. I made him, blah, blah, blah.
Really? Right? Which ones? Link them. What linked the Reddit post?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Before I get to the heated Israel versus Palestine debate with Bassem Youssef again, it's not the fact that he's a music school dropout that makes him bad or not knowledgeable. There are plenty of brilliant people that didn't go to college, and there are plenty of dumbasses who did go to college. I'm a dumbass who went to college, okay? Doesn't mean shit.
What's the problem, though? Tell us the problem, though.
The issue is, if you have these incredible biases,
yeah,
it actually neuters your commentary. It's ironic because many people say I have a bias against America, that I'm America bad and America bad only, and that's
why would anybody think
my
that?
only commentary.
Nah,
on the subject.
No way.
That's not the only commentary I have on the subject. There's plenty of historical background that I provide.
Wait, why would he say that's not the only thing I say? Wait, why wouldn't you refuse that? Why would you say, no, of course I don't just think America bad. Why would you be like, well, that's not all I say. Why would you own that?
Description, anytime I...
It's like somebody said that I raped a girl and beat the shit out of her last night. Okay, listen, hold on. We did a lot of stuff that night, okay? Why would you own that?
Because America decided they were bad, and you're bad. You hate America. Okay? There's so much more. Anytime I give historical context, people say I'm rambling as well. It's just a way to, boom, stop the conversation dead in its tracks. Just agree with me. It's the same principle behind going, you're a terrorist supporter. You support terrorism. Why would you cover this conversation? Why would you have a conversation with a person? Why would you even humanize them? They're a terrorist. They love slavery. They love doing slavery. I bet they love doing slavery. And it's like, you don't know any of those things. You made this assertion. And the leading motivator when making such an assertion in your mind was racism.
The funny thing is that all of this stems, all of this hatred, the mind break. Remember how I said, like, everybody goes to like one thing that breaks their mind? It was this moment. Where's the Casey Tron quote? Was it this top thing?
For example, if you came up and said, I don't like white people, right? And nobody would hold you would be.
No.
Okay.
So if someone that a hate crime, or would it just be a murder or a killing? It would be a fucking hate crime if he's targeting white people. So it is a hate crime,
has nothing to do with the race of the people. It has to do with the motivation, explicitly.
No, if you hate this group of people, therefore it is a hate crime. You go on a mass shooting against these people because you hate this group of people.
I just said the motivation. Okay, if I go out and...
So you can, that's what I'm arguing, is that you can be racist to white people, just like...
collective identity for themselves, and that is the main difference between white culture and black culture.
Yeah.
And why black culture is
Destiny, get in here.
I just have a question.
Well, actually, no. I'm sorry. Raina, go ahead.
People, you can't be racist.
Oh no, hold on. Where is it? We're gonna find it. If he's gonna play old clips of me, well, we gotta play old clips of Hassan.
It was like, fuck white people, it wouldn't really affect us much because white people are more socioeconomically privileged because we have more businesses, we have more representation in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas if you're a majority power person and you can be oppressive towards a minority class person, like by virtue of them being minority class, like by that virtue alone, they're already typically disadvantaged in American society. So when we say like, can somebody be racist against somebody under like, I guess like the common vernacular of like, could somebody hate somebody because of their skin color? Of course, anybody can do that. But when we start like analyzing society, we look at like meaningful demonstrations of racism. So for instance, like the criminal justice system or economic disadvantages, right? In these ways, minority people can't really exercise racism against majority people because they don't really have the status or the power in society in order to do so.
I vote for Destiny.
It's like I wish Destiny could just come in at the beginning and give us the right answer right away instead of making us wait.
So we didn't have to list a fucking Hassan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes me feel
like we have the
so
cheat sheet right here.
Honestly, like
it's funny because like the only
it's
way
such a fucking retarded thing to say. Like I'm sorry, but like if you can't comprehend the fucking shit that I'm saying, it's on you. Okay, I'm doing as best as I'm doing.
Wes.
You said the R
Wes, he
word.
literally said the exact same thing that I just said. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
You can say retard on Twitch. Set up and says it all the time.
Fuck Twitch then.
No, wait, relax. Hey, come on now, Wes. Let's be nice.
Wait, what did I do?
Well, look.
I was just joking. I don't make jokes about people taking it so seriously.
Why I use prejudice or discrimination over racism is because, again, like Destiny mentioned, that I padded up with legislative background information.
Do you want my actual
You can't
answer?
have fucking power.
Even though you think I'm stupid, what I was trying to say is that because all arguments are based on your definition. So what he did is he laid.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, he's super. His molding goes on for 15 minutes after her comment, on and off. Yeah, I know. But the funny thing too is that like she's saying it. I think she knows she's like triggering the fuck out of him because she laughs like right after she says it too. It was just funny. His insecurity is hilarious. I think.
But let.
These attacks. Wait. The United States shut down 4 drones, blah, blah. These attacks represent the 14th and 15th attacks on commercial shipping by Houthi militants since October 17th, CENTCOM said in a post on X, formerly Twitter. God, what a stupid fucking name change. This article was written on the 23rd of December, so almost a full month ago. The Iran-aligned Houthis, who control much of Yemen, disrupted world trade for weeks with attacks on ships passing through the Bab al-Mandab Strait at the southern end of the Red Sea, and what they say is a response to Israel's war on Gaza. The U.S. Naval Forces Central Command responded to distress calls from 2 ships under attack, CENTCOM said. A Norwegian-flagged, owned and operated chemical/oil tanker reported a near miss of a Houthi drone attack, and a Gabon-owned, Indian-flagged crude oil tanker reported being hit by a one-way attack. When it says something owned Indian-flagged, does Indian-flagged mean that, like, it's the vessel came from India or is owned by somebody in India, or like Gabon, the country, owns the vessel, but what does that mean? It means it's under the protection of, or it's operated by, or that's the point of origin. Registered in India. Okay. Does it sail under an Indian flag? Like if I have a U.S. vessel and I do shipping, but I like launch from France, am I going to be called like America-owned France flag? Do I have to fly a fucking French flag? No way, right? Ships have to show a flag that indicates their port of origin? No way. Don't ignore Trainwreck. Say hi back. Did he say hi in chat? Sorry. Hi. I love you, Trainwreck. Oh, what's up, Dust? Hi. I love you, babe. Ships with those flags are considered persons of that nation as well. Pull up the Perun video. He goes all over Perun or Peran? Flag shit? Ugh. Cringe. Okay. 2 Houthi anti-ballistic or anti-ship ballistic missiles were also fired into international shipping lanes in the southern Red Sea from Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. It said no ships reported being impacted by the ballistic missiles. Is that intentional that they're firing and missing to like get like certain attacks or whatever like stirred up in the area or something like that? Is there like a reason why, or are they just missing because they don't have the tech to hit the ships? The UK Maritime Trade Operations Agency earlier reported that an unscrewed aerial system had exploded near a vessel in the Bab al-Mandab Strait, 45 nautical miles southwest of Salif, Yemen. There's probably a lot of electronic warfare going on there, messing with the guidance. Really? Meanwhile, a Japanese-owned chemical tanker struck Saturday off the coast of India. It was targeted by a drone fired from Iran, the Pentagon said. Also, when something is targeted by a drone, what does that mean? Like a drone flies over and drops a grenade? A drone like kamikazes in? Or a drone has like a rocket launcher attached? Or... we need to watch a video on drones at some point. Saturday's attack took place about 10 a.m. local time and caused no casualties aboard the vessel. It said, adding that a fire was extinguished. They have a big charge. The U.S. military remains in communication with the vessel as it continues towards a destination in India, it added. It was the first time the Pentagon openly accused Iran of directly targeting ships since the start of Israel's war on Hamas, according to Agence France Presse. Mostly suicide. The Pentagon statement said the MV Chem Pluto ship flew under a Liberian flag and was operated by a Dutch entity, although the ship is owned by a Japanese company. Christ. Ombre, a maritime security firm, said the chemical/product tanker was Israel affiliated and has been on its way from Saudi Arabia to India. The Indian Navy said it responded to a request for assistance. An aircraft was dispatched and it reached overhead the vessel and established safety of the involved ship and its crew, a Navy official told AFP. There was no immediate claim of responsibility for the strike. The Red Sea attacks on shipping shipping since the start of the Israel-Hamas war have prompted major firms to reroute their cargo vessels around the southern tip of Africa despite the higher fuel costs of much longer voyages. Jesus. The Houthi rebels have launched more than 100 drone and missile attacks, targeting 10 merchant vessels involving more than 35 different countries, according to the Pentagon. Keep in mind, this is about a month-old article, so I imagine the numbers are probably quite a bit higher. Quite a bit higher. On Saturday, an official in Iran's Revolutionary Guard warned of the forced closure of other waterways unless Israel halted its war with Hamas. With the continuation of these crimes, America and its allies should expect the emergence of new resistance forces and the closure of other waterways, Mohammad Reza Naqvi said, quoted by Iran's Tasnim news agency. The United States launched Operation Prosperity Guardian 3 days ago, saying more than a dozen countries had agreed to participate in an effort that will involve joint patrols in Red Sea waters near Yemen. I'm so curious about Iranian history. Well, one day we'll do it. Maybe after Saturday, maybe after Greenwald. 3 commercial vessels attacked the Red Sea by Houthi rebels. This is also almost a month old. What is this?
Folks, if you're coming in here, fully grasp the situation on the ground. Okay? Folks, if you're coming in here and you've never watched me before or you've only seen clips of me,
oh, you can see the reduction.
I urge you to stick around.
If you've only seen
because
clips of me,
I promise you, okay, beyond the massaged narratives off of 8-second clips, you will develop a much better understanding of what I support and what I advocate for and where I'm coming from. Okay? I am first and foremost...
he says as he watches like 15-second clips of me from 6 months ago.
...going to be charitable, no matter what. And I do admit that over the course of the past couple of years, the relentless attacks have made me infinitely less charitable to those, and it makes me feel as though, sometimes, inappropriately, that any contentious chatter is actually a bad faith debater. Okay?
Not a debate pedophile.
Interesting you say
term,
that,
dude.
but then do the exact same to D-Man, use 8 seconds of clips against them. So mad, Omega Lol.
Oh, I can't believe you read that one out. Uh-oh.
I think that is a charitable and honest framework that I have withstood time and time again. If Destiny wanted, to present himself a little bit better, I assume he wouldn't personally say vicious things time and time again.
Wait, what? Did he just justify using 8-second clips against me after saying that people shouldn't use 8-second clips against me? Wait, what the fuck?
But I don't think that there's any way that I can convince you that he is Islamophobic, for example. Okay?
How would I be? If I was Islamophobic, why would I support, like, Saudi Arabia? Like, how is that Islamophobic? He's using Islamophobic as a stand-in here for racist, I guess. Like, it doesn't even make sense.
I can't. Because I think you agree with him.
Also, what a lazy analysis.
That's the point. But it's okay.
Yeah, I literally pay a fucking Somalian, Malaysian fucking foreign exchange student on my payroll, okay? I'm an equal opportunity employer. A guy, by the way, that argued against me, you should be able to beat the shit out of people who make fun of fucking Muhammad. Jesus. That's how I met Q, by the way. So you're saying people can't be anti-Semitic if they support Israel? It'd be pretty hard to be. That sounds like a pretty hard thing, but you could be. I'm just saying there's no proof that I'm like Islamophobic in the way that he's saying. If anything, my analysis is probably, of all the like large people that I know of that look at the Middle East, my analysis is probably one of the most devoid of religious context like ever. Like, I'm pretty sure I've said over and over again that the religious analysis of Israel-Palestine is boring to me. I don't even hardly engage in it, like barely at all. I think I've said multiple times, I don't think it's that relevant, at least until 20 years ago. I don't think it's that relevant. Even 20 years ago, I don't know if it's that relevant. I'm like one of the only people that look at this like particular comic. I don't even think religion is an important part of it. I don't think religion even matters in this part of it.
But that's not what I said. I said according to Hamas. Yeah, but so like whether I believe the numbers. When you say according to Hamas, it's like it's the undertone that you don't believe the numbers. With all due respect, you're missing my point. 30,000, other than the Hamas fighters, because I will stand to kill these people. I hope 0 civilians.
Do you actually support the regime of Saudi Arabia, or you're just saying that in a very broad way? I don't know if I support the regime of Saudi Arabia. I'm just saying that I support roughly like U.S. interests and U.S. allies, and Saudi Arabia is one of those, and that's what he was criticizing me for.
In the process, it blows my mind. Except much worse, okay? Literally much worse. Genuinely frustrating.
Do you think it's unfair to think that Hassan's talking points are leading to increased anti-Semitism among his viewers? I don't think he's actually anti-Semitic, obviously. No, I think it's fair to say that. Well, I mean, unless he does a lot to combat it amongst his viewership, but I doubt it. I think he would flirt with that, and he'd court that, and he'd make excuses for that. Did you sell your men on Tuesday? Sheryl Sanders stepping down. Wait, why? Was it a bad sale or a good sale? It's definitely fair. Look at his fans. Love when libs present themselves as intellectually superior to conservatives or empathetic and then just go on a racist rant about how a 19-year-old Arab dude from Yemen is a fan of child soldiers and slavery when he never said anything of the sort. How dare I humanize him? You're doing a great job. Keep digging that hole. Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Son of a Jew is a popular slang among Arabs. Jew in most Arabic dialect means stingy. It is racist and very stereotypical, but it's a word that completely lost its meaning, and most people have been using it blindly for decades without connecting it to the Jews. Holy Christ. Okay. Okay. Sorry, we're going to make it through this. Will you debate Hassan on any topic if he agrees? On any topic? No, it'd have to be one we both care about, obviously. I want parents to know what their kids are watching on Twitch. Hassan Piker is a self-admittedly propagandist now brought a literal Houthi terrorist on his stream. What in the interview was detestable. We've put literal war criminals on TV and asked them what they think about shit. But Hassan supports the guy. Why do you guys keep ignoring this? Hassan actually supports this guy. Also, this guy barely said anything about anything. Just said he supports Palestinians and that's it. There's no record of this guy doing anything, by the way. Hassan said, we think what you Houthis are doing is what Luffy would do. This is clearly in support of a terrorist act of the Houthis group by comparing them to a main protagonist of an anime who is a good guy. Yes, that's what the Houthis are doing is good. Oh, nice. Oh, not the same guy, but... Just for the record, Yassine, you think attacking, targeting random civilians that have nothing to do with the conflict at all, and then taking them hostage is considered good, correct? They're not keeping hostages. The crew are fine. It's the ship itself being held hostage. And yes, I do think it's good to target Israeli shipping and shipping to Israel to enforce an anti-genocidal blockade. They were, though. What the fuck are you on? They aren't hostages. They're guests. They're being treated with the utmost hospitality. Bro. What is happening? Are they allowed to leave? Their lives aren't being threatened or used as a negotiating token in exchange for anything. By definition, they're not being held hostage. Are they allowed to leave? Yes or no? Even if we try to claim they're blockading Israel, the attacks can be easily proven to be indiscriminate against anyone who goes through there. 255. Hassan suggests that people who support the U.S.'s bombing think that this is a trade-off for healthcare, and even then, willing to support it. That's not how government spending works. If U.S. citizens really wanted healthcare that much, they would help someone win the primary and then the election who promises healthcare. Also, it's not a comment anyone made. True. 340. Houthis attack Israel-linked ships. Based on the previous articles, most attacked ships didn't have any link to Israel. 530. He's implying that the Houthis tried to implement sanctions to the best of their abilities against Israel. They attacked non-Israeli affiliated ships that did not go to or came from Israel. What does this mean? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Wait, what? Did he say
just and righteous, then you can't be criticizing the that you think that boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel is morally just and righteous. Then you can't be criticizing the one group of dudes who, at least with the limited resource they have, tried to implement it.
I'm sorry, BDI is when you try to blow ships up in the fucking ocean? What the fuck is this comparison? Wait, what? Or BDS, sorry. What is BDI? BDU. What the fuck am I thinking of? BDS is boycott, divestment, and sanctions, right? BDS. This is all the stuff in the U.S. that makes it so you can't boycott Israel, otherwise your state will get very mad at you.
When it comes to the operations of Ansar Allah, they are pursuing their
They attacked non-Israeli affiliated ships that did not go to or come from Israel. It's a pretty uncommon way to sanction a nation by attacking unrelated civilians. Saudi Arabia stays out of this war because the population support the Houthis' action. There is no evidence for this, and a more likely explanation would be that they don't want to interfere to not jeopardize their peace talks with the Houthis, which could end a 9-year war. MBS, what does MBS stand for? That's like the the monarch in Saudi Arabia, right? MBS. What did it stand for? Mohammed bin Salim. Oh, is that the crown prince? Or is that the king? MBS. Crown, it is the crown prince. Oh, it's just the abbreviation of his name. Okay. Crown prince and also head of the government. Yeah, I think in the effective sense, I think the crown prince is the one that basically does all the, more or less, I think all the shit in the country. It's considered like, technically the king is the most powerful person, but I think the crown prince is the one that does effectively everything. MBS, the crown prince, he cooed the king. Wait, wouldn't that make him the king then? Or... because the king is dying? I feel like effectively, didn't the crown prince generally always do everything? Or also in Saudi Arabia, don't they do weird shit where I don't know anything about the Saudi government structure. In Saudi Arabia, can't the kingship like pass from brother to brother, not just to son? Or am I making that up? He could the power, not the position. Gotcha. That's Lion King. Depends on secession or succession. Depends, but the son takes priority over the uncle. Oh, okay. I don't know fuck all about. The crown prince is appointed by the king. He's not the oldest son or anything. No, wait. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is the second most important position in Saudi Arabia, second to the king, and it is his designated successor. Currently, the Crown Prince assumes power with the approval of the Allegiance Council after he's nominated by the king. This system was introduced in the country during the reign of King Abdullah. This isn't the same King Abdullah from Jordan, right? They just all use the same fucking names? Okay. In the absence of the king, an order is issued to have the crown prince manage the affairs of the state until the king's return. You tell me 222 has subscribed. Thanks, buddy. When you appoint like the crown prince, I imagine it has to be familial related, right? Aren't they big on like the royal families and shit? Or is it like there's like 20 royal families that you can just pick and choose from? Holy fuck, why do these shit-ass fucking cultures all use the same hodgepodge fucking Toontown character creation style naming schemes? True. Anyway, here's our 57th politician with the last name Kennedy. The Saudi Arabian Purge was the mass arrest of a number of prominent Saudi Arabian princes, government ministers, and business people in Saudi Arabia on the 4th of November 2017, the following few weeks after the creation of an anti-corruption committee led by the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, am I face blind? I feel like I've seen this picture before, and I thought that my face was photoshopped on it. Does this look like me, or am I going crazy right now? Wait, people are saying no? People are saying yes? That looks more like Dan? Really? Jesus. Okay, sorry. We're getting lost in the sauce. Wait, okay, hold on. I've seen this picture before. Is this photoshopped, or is this photoshopped to look like me, or is this his normal face? Can somebody tell me? I can't. No, bro, it's my face. I know my face. What is my... I needed 23andMe. There is a better Photoshop? Wait, so is this a Photoshop or not? What is this subreddit from? Is there a way I can click? If I click visit Reddit, it doesn't even take me. Image search. Bin Salam smiling. Okay, these don't really look like me. Wait, where the fuck is that one picture? Maybe that was a Photoshop. Okay, hold on. These don't look anything like me. Destiny reacts to Hassan commenting on him live on stream. Right click. Search image with Google. Wait, why is he smiling here but not smiling here? I feel like the smile, we've got the same like wrinkle lines or something. Wait, here's the original? No, wait, that is photoshopped. Okay. Okay. Wait, so I'm not face blind. So all of you that said I was face blind, you're wrong, because it was literally photoshopped with my face, okay? Fuck you guys. You guys were wrong. I was right. This is literally photoshopped to look like me, okay? It was literally photoshopped to look at me. You guys are the face blind ones. Okay. Fuck you. I feel like I'm looking at the Big Stinny Instagram account again. Okay, stop. Iran doesn't need extra permission to wage war with Israel at this point. Not sure what to say about this, but I wanted to bring attention to this Hassan quote.
In the region. This is something that I've stressed quite a bit. This is why I said, like, Iran doesn't need any extra permission to be able to, like, directly wage war with Israel at this point. That's important to understand.
Because they're a theocratic dictatorship. Why would they ever need permission for anything? Permission from who? What? Yeah, from Allah? From God? Is this photoshopped, or is that me wearing a grandma's picnic table tablecloth? Okay, stop. If it was Russia or China doing it, we would be like, we need to nuke Beijing right now. I don't think anyone would have particular problems if China defended its civil ships from terrorists. Fun fact, China and Russia could have stopped America in the UN Council, but they abstained from the vote. So while China did raise the concerns of destabilizing the region, they didn't vote against the US and UK protecting civilians from terror attacks. Ooh. Security Council strongly condemns Houthi attacks on Red Sea shipping. 10th of January, 1 week ago. Russia first proposed 3 amendments to the draft text, but all were defeated, paving the way for a vote on the draft resolution. There were 11 votes in favor, none against, and 4 countries abstained: China, Russia, Algeria, and Mozambique. If you ever want to know if somebody's really fucking up, when the United States or NATO, or the United States leading some coalition, you want to go bomb the fuck out of somebody, when China and Russia are abstaining, when they're like, you know what, we're just not going to vote on this, then somebody is definitely fucked up. Okay? Somebody's definitely fucked up. The UN Security Council on Wednesday passed a resolution condemning in the strongest terms the multiple attacks by Houthi rebels off the coast of Yemen, which have disrupted global trade and raised fears of further spillover from the war in Gaza. The meeting follows an emergency briefing and consultations last week to address the growing threat posed by militant attacks in one of the world's key shipping channels. The United States reported earlier in the day that together with UK naval forces, it had shot down 21 drones and missiles fired by Houthi rebels from Yemen on Tuesday in the southern Red Sea. There have been over 24 separate attacks on international shipping carried out by the rebel movement, which controls much of Yemen, since the 7th of October terror attacks by Hamas led to Israel's offensive in Gaza. Houthis control the capital Sana'a, I don't know how to pronounce the name of this, and large swaths of the country, including the Red Sea coast. They began targeting what they believed to be Israeli-bound vessels, or Israel-bound vessels, in mid-November after first launching missile and drone attacks against Israel itself in support of the extremist group Hamas. Now they have widened their aim to all international shipping companies until, they say, Israel allows full humanitarian supplies to enter Gaza, causing many companies to divert ships far to the south around the Cape of Good Hope, driving up costs and threatening to disrupt the entire global supply chain. Council members previously condemned the Houthi attacks and demanded the release of the Japanese-registered Galaxy Leader and its crew in a December 1st, 2023 press statement. Last week's briefing and consultations were held following a lack of consensus on a draft presidential statement in late December. The draft resolution condemns in the strongest terms the Houthi attacks on merchant and commercial vessels since November 19th, demanding that the group immediately cease all such attacks as well as release the Galaxy Leader and its crew. The text calls for respect for the exercise of navigational rights and freedoms by merchant and commercial vessels in line with international law. It further takes note of the right of member states in accordance with international law to defend their vessels from attacks, including those that undermine navigational rights and freedoms. The text commends efforts taken so far to protect shipping under fire in the Red Sea and encourages member states to support capacity-building efforts of the Yemeni Coast Guard to protect the sovereignty and integrity of the country. It also emphasizes the need to address the root causes of the attacks that are contributing to regional tensions to ensure a prompt, efficient, and effective response. The resolution condemns the provisions of any arms to the Houthis and urges caution and restraint to avoid further escalation of the situation in the Red Sea and the broader region. It urges continued support for the UN-led peace process to end Yemen's long-running civil conflict. Japan Permanent Representative Yamakaze Kazuyuki, who drew up the resolution along with the U.S., denounced the Houthi attacks and demanded the release of the Galaxy Leader's crew. The delegate called upon the Council to speak in a single voice on this issue and expressed hope that the resolution would help create common ground to respond to the security crisis in the vital shipping channel. Russian Ambassador Vasily Nebenzia expressed what he described as emphasized what he described as the dangerous side of the resolution presented by the United States. This text should not create a precedent, said the delegate, adding that international law deals with freedom of navigation in peacetime, not in wartime. He regretted the politicized nature of the text, as well as the allegations of politicization voiced by the U.S. towards his country. While condemning the attacks on civilian ships, the Russian delegation stated that the objective of the resolution was not ensuring the safety of navigation of the Red Sea, but an attempt to legitimize the coalition's actions led by the United States and the United Kingdoms, and to obtain indirectly the Security Council's blessings. In order to correct the situation in the Red Sea, Mr. Nebenzia said it was important to recognize the direct consequence of Israel's very violent military operations that have lasted for more than 3 months in Gaza. China, Algeria, Sierra Leone. The omission of this causal link in the wording of the resolution was also invoked by Algeria, China, and Sierra Leone to justify their absentations. We could not associate ourselves with a text that ignores the 23,000 lives that have been taken since last October in the Gaza Strip, summed up Algeria's top representative, Ambassador Amar Banjama. China's permanent representative Zhang Jun saw in the resolution's ambiguities a reason to fear an exacerbation of regional tensions in the U.S. After having noted that few of the ships under had actually been chartered by Israeli companies, the U.S. considered that what is at stake is not a conflict in particular, but the fact that freedom of navigation is being taken hostage. We should not obscure the fact that Iran offers its support for the Houthis to attack merchant and commercial ships passing through the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandab Strait in violation of Resolution 2216 of the Security Council, insisted Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield. Hyphenated last name. Big yikes. The threats to navigation rights in the Red Sea are a global problem that requires a global action, she said. Let's see. Houthi attacks in the Red Sea help China criticize the U.S. but threaten long-term policy. I don't need this shit. Destiny, bro, you got a number in your name. That's... Shut up. It's called a suffix, loser. Since December 15th, the Shanghai Containerized Freight Index benchmark, which measures rates for transporting imported goods from China, has risen 161%, from $1,029 to $2,694 as ships take the longer journey around the Cape of Good Hope to avoid Houthi attacks in the Red Sea. God damn. China has stated its concern about regional instability in the UN Security Council, but distanced itself from the U.S. and its allies' narrow framing of the escalation as exclusively a freedom of navigation crisis. Instead, China's deputy permanent representative to the UN, Geng Shuang, interpreted the situation as a direct spillover effect of Israel's war in Gaza and highlighted that any U.S.-led military response could further degrade stability in Yemen and the wider region. Houthi attacks, therefore, allow Beijing to develop its criticism of U.S. policy as fueling an unjust war, contributing to regional instability, but any escalation of the crisis would also represent a threat to China's influence in the Middle East, one that could damage its growing interest in the region. China's position is influenced by the Houthis' claims to be targeting only Israeli ships and those bound for Israeli ports. Beijing believes, we already came about that. Even though the attacks have also targeted ships with no ties to Israel, Beijing believes that any political support for the U.S.-led maritime coalition against the Houthis would undermine its support for a permanent ceasefire and peace process in Gaza, antagonize regional populations, and delegitimize its long-term prospects for leadership in the global south. China's trade, meanwhile, is unlikely to be severely affected by the attacks. The Houthis have ignored oil tankers so far and will almost certainly avoid targeting Chinese ships to avoid embarrassing Iran or instigating a dramatic shift in Beijing's position. From a purely economic cost-benefit calculation, shipping costs and insurance premiums shot up, but they are still well below COVID-19 2019 levels. China's exports have lagged since June due to weak global demand. They're expected to remain slow throughout January due to the end of the Christmas season before picking up again before the Lunar New Year in February. The cost for Israel seems to be low too. The Houthi attacks reduced traffic at Eilat port by 80%. But this port handles only 5% of Israel's seaborne trade. Again, this permits China to criticize the U.S.-led Operation Prosperity Guardian as not so much about protecting Israel's economy or asserting U.S. power in the region. The fact that other major Arab states chose not to be involved in the coalition and that there is still not a UN mandate for it, unlike the anti-piracy military task force of the Horn of Africa, in which China is a part, means that China sees absolutely no benefit of People's Liberation Army Navy planned participation in a security operation against the Houthis. Wait, what was the date of this article? It was the 9th of January. And then the Security Council resolution was on the 10th of January. Okay. China also has to acknowledge the concerns of its most consequential Middle East partners, Saudi Arabia and Iran, concerns relating to Yemen's peace process. The Houthis want to use the crisis to improve their position in negotiations with the Saudis, gain recognition as a real resistance movement, and assert themselves as a central pillar in Iran's axis of resistance. A U.S.-led military campaign against Houthi targets would harden the Houthi stance, but could also collapse Yemeni peace negotiations. That could provoke a resumption of Houthi missile and drone attacks against Saudi and Emirati targets, a worry which the Saudis have also been privately stressing with the U.S. Collapse of the Yemen peace process would undoubtedly throw the China-brokered Saudi-Iran de-escalation process into the abyss. The return of an intense rivalry between the two countries would in turn set back China's efforts to promote its vision for regional security under its global security initiative. The Iran-Saudi deal is the bedrock of Beijing's regional vision. The three likely scenarios for escalation in the coming weeks illustrate how Chinese interests could come under intense pressure. The U.S.-led coalition could conduct a major military offensive to end Houthi control of Al-Hudaydah, a strategic port on the Red Sea, and redesignate the Houthis as a terrorist organization. Alternatively, it could carry out targeted strikes on the Houthis' inland missile launching sites, command and control headquarters, and naval capabilities. Both military responses risk triggering a regional war with Iran's direct participation, increasing anger among regional populations, as the U.S. will be increasingly seen as fighting Israel's war. Such a scenario would encourage the Houthis to try and block navigation of the strait entirely. In this case, fighting in Yemen, the Houthi missile attack on Saudi infrastructure could swiftly resume. China may well be pressuring Iran to rein in the Houthis, but will be pleased with the strategic bind the Houthi attacks create for the Biden administration. A U.S.-led military response might further destabilize the region, supporting Beijing's narrative. U.S. inaction risks projecting weakness, which could accelerate regional countries' hedging, bringing them closer to China and Russia. The U.S., the U.K., and their allies should increase their coordination with Arab countries on the crisis and take their concerns seriously. To delegitimize China's position, they must first legitimize the coalition by seeking a UN mandate for its operations, which they did, that's good, while prioritizing diplomatic solutions. This will kill two birds with one stone by potentially achieving de-escalation with minimum risk to regional stability. But the ultimate policy to bring about stability will be U.S. support for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. More than any other action, this will help to reduce tensions in the Red Sea and help the Biden administration counter Chinese and Russian long-term influence in the region. Without it, Chinese narratives portraying the U.S. as a destabilizing force will continue to carry weight in the Middle East and the wider global South. Interesting. Okay. 6:30. Iran doesn't need permission to wage war with Israel. Oh, we already did this. 7:40. Hassan calls the U.S. and the U.K. the two worst, historically most genocidal superpowers. While both the U.S. and the U.K. has committed many terrible things in their history, they just don't compare to most other superpowers. So let's see some of the bigger genocides, or the biggest genocides. The Uyghur genocide, China is still ongoing. We don't know the numbers. The Holocaust from Nazi Germany was 4 to 7 million. Oh, wait, I thought the Holocaust was like 11 million. Is there something weird going on here? Wait, how many people died in the Holocaust? Wait, am I fucking retarded? I thought it was 20 million. Was it 20? I thought it was like 6 million Jews and like 5 million Soviets, and then I guess like other people too. Or maybe does the Holocaust only include the Jews or whatever? Oh, maybe. Okay, whatever. Holodomor is 3 to 5 million. German atrocities committed against Soviet prisoners of war. Oh, Nazi. Okay, that's probably okay. 3 to no. There are tons more that have casualty rates in the hundreds of thousands. But if we look to the biggest genocides, we can see the superpowers responsible for it are Nazi Germany, Communist China, USSR, Russian Empire, Ottoman Empire, Chinese empires, both the Republic of China, Imperial Japan, or if we want some more historical examples, Rome, the Mongol Empire, and the Han Dynasty. Notice how he didn't put US and UK numbers up. The British Empire killed well over 100 million. Wait, debate me. Who are the over 100 million people the British Empire genocided? The whole world. India and Americas. Okay. You're just counting like wars, I'm guessing. I don't know enough about the Indian famine to know if I could blame Britain for that or not. Oh, Jesus. Wait, hold on. Let's see. 8 minutes. America is bad. While America has done so many bad things historically, but compared to any other nation, what do we respond at this point for? Liberals and hogs agree on foreign policy. It's really easy to go on Twitter and see the conservatives are calling this an illegal intervention from Biden, but if we want to bring up who agrees with who, far left and far right was never this close in America. Hassan and Nick Fuentes are basically saying the same things. Genocide in Gaza, Houthis were in the right and they want to stop the genocide. Israel is evil. America should intervene against Israel, a legal war against Yemen. He also says that liberals want America to be the world police, but I think a better way to phrase it would be that liberals want NATO and the UN to be the world police, while hogs couldn't care less about America policing the world. It's really clear that since Trump, conservatives became isolationists, but while we're at it, I really want to know who Hassan wants to be the bigger superpower in the world. No one. Leads to total chaos across the globe. China, Russia, India? Liberalism is a kinder, gayer imperialism. Okay. How are you doing tonight, you Houthi sympathizer? This is your daily reminder to read YouTube chat. P.S. Can we stick with politics tonight? Maybe. Well, I also have to leave for dinner soon, so I think. Stay mad. Not too soon. I gotta look one more time. Where did the word hog come from? I have no idea. America did this against Russia. This refers to the piracy that the Houthis have done. No, America didn't drone strike any non-Russian or even Russian civilian cargo ships that went through international waters close to Russia. He got this take from the squirrel. Oh, that would make sense if that's where it came from. America has tons of blockades on countries they aren't at war with. Yes, but unrelated. The Houthis didn't have a blockade over Israel. They simply attacked any ship. No, okay. The U.S. not blockading any country, much less one they aren't at war with. This likely comes from lefties criticizing or conflating an embargo and a blockade. An embargo is when a country doesn't allow its citizens and companies to trade with a certain country. A blockade is when a country prevents other countries from trading with a certain country using military force, for example, by sinking ships or carrying goods to that country. For instance, the U.S. has an embargo against Cuba, which means that American companies aren't allowed to trade with Cuba, but the U.S. doesn't block other countries from trading with Cuba. A blockade against Cuba would mean the U.S. is sinking ships and shooting down planes from China. For example, they're going to Cuba, which is obviously not happening. Biden's speech about bombing Yemen didn't mention Gaza. Yes, because Gaza is mostly unrelated, and they attacked Houthi bases because the Houthis attacked civilian, non-Israel related ships, so this whole situation is not related to Gaza. Why are the Houthis doing this? Why are they implementing a blockade? Why has America killed more than they had? They didn't implement a blockade. America killed five militants than the Houthis because they managed to shoot down the drones and rockets. If they didn't shoot down the drones, more than 5 people, civilians would have died. America and Israel are 2 destabilizing powers in the region. They've killed more than anyone else. Okay, this is boring. Do we care about the rest of this? I feel like it's just Hassan saying retarded shit. There are morally superior positions in the Middle East. When a chatter suggested that both sides are wrong in the conflict in the Middle East, Hassan hand-waved it that there is a morally superior position and then never elaborates on it. It's probably supporting Iran, huh? I guess is what Hassan does now. Liberals only care about the civilian casualties in the Middle East when they can lead a cause against American casualties. 2 principles coming from a Turkish man. When you look at a situation in the Middle East, look at the local government and who aligns with the West. Never side with the West. Based. America bad. You can't criticize the Houthis for child soldiers. Wait, did he say?
We in Afghanistan directly aligned with boy fuckers and allowed it to continue in Afghanistan. Do you care about boy fucking? And put
Bro, that was like reports from soldiers that heard stories of this. This is like not, it wasn't like we had like the boy fucker squad out there that we were funding. Like, go fuck some children. What a wild comparison. Like, can't criticize Houthi. How stable was Afghanistan when we were there? How stable was Iraq when we were there? How stable was Afghanistan and Iraq before America went there? It's not likely they were stable utopia before America went there. What is he referring to there? I don't know if this is true or not, but I believe in Afghanistan, there were reports sometimes that Afghanistan soldiers or Afghan soldiers were raping young children. I don't know if that's true or not, but I remember hearing about that like a decade ago. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how true it is, but I feel like I remember hearing that like soldiers would report it or they'd hear about it, but people just wouldn't do anything about it because it was like fucked, and they were just like fuck it. But I don't know how true. I don't know how true that is. I just remember hearing. Okay. Says he will vote for Joe Biden. Oh, good job. That was me, sorry. If you change your mind about something because of an online debate, you have too little conviction. This whole segment was kind of weird, and wonder how much he was alluding to Destiny and his fans here. If you change your mind about being a Nazi and turn into a liberal, good for you and good for everyone. I won't care about how little conviction you had being a Nazi. America's not bombing Yemen because their logo has cursed Jews on it. America's bombing Yemen because the Houthis are stopping commerce in the Red Sea, and that commerce is stopped because Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. Okay. Just listen to this rant. I can't even describe how insane it is.
Congratulations. Congratulations, dumbass. You did it. You're still a pathetic loser who's not going to be able to pay rent. Your boss is going to fuck one girlfriend that you made, whose congratulations that his empire is crumbling, and the only thing you can do is cope with the reality that America has done nothing for you, specifically with all of its imperial bounty, so you can think, oh yeah, we can roll over one of the poorest countries on the planet. Good. Congratulations. Congratulations, dumbass. You did it. You're still a pathetic loser who's not going to be able to pay rent. Your boss is going to fuck one girlfriend that you maybe will ever be able to get, and you have no recourse whatsoever for the rest of your life. You're going to be a pathetic little pleb who goes, that's awesome. We got it, baby. We're killing the Houthis out there. It's so stupid, brother. There's no way for you to ever recover from this. This is how desperate white supremacist Nazis are. You are behaving in the exact same way that the jawless, chinless Iowa Nazis behave. I know I can't get a job, and I don't want to examine the material conditions. Everyone has told me that as a white man, I'm supposed to be so powerful, and none of that happened. So what must be the real problem? Oh, that's right. I'm going to go dominate black people real quick. I'm going to go act like I am superior to them. I am descendant of the Nord Vikings. But you're not. You're a fucking loser. Just like that fucking Nazi is a loser. You are the exact same kind of loser. Instead of looking for some esoteric, mythical Nordic rune that you want to identify with, you have identified with being an American pig, being a capitalist warmonger. You don't even have like any kind of mythology associated with it. It is just indiscriminate bombing campaigns done for ExxonMobil, done for wealthy, powerful individuals that will consistently fuck you. They will fuck you over and over again. You have no identity, so you're grabbing on to what remains of America's industry, the military-industrial complex, and all of its output. That is so sad. Fix your...
That's the only thing America does is the military-industrial complex. That's the only thing America contributes to the world now.
Life chatter. Jesus Christ, dude. It's wild. Absolutely wild to be writing this hard for American corporations and American imperialism. It doesn't even come back to fucking help you, you idiot. We have no cohesive national identity even. We are literally a patchwork of different corporations. It's like a bunch of corporate towns put together. The only glue that holds Americans together is this like weird American identity of dominating other countries that are way poorer than we are. It's so sad. And every single time every single time we institute our might, we go overseas and we blow their fucking bases up and, we blow their weapon supplies and we're like, yeah, those guys are the bad guys. You think we're doing something good, but like when we steal their natural resources at the end of the day, you don't even get a crumb of that. Like what good is this entire imperial project if you can't even get healthcare? I love the notion of being like, dog, I hate the Houthis because they have child brides, which is why I want to fucking kill all the child brides with American bombs. Yeah, you know what fixes the child bride situation in Yemen? A Tomahawk missile that taxpayers paid for instead of paying for your dumbass diabetes medication, you stupid fuck. Here's the difference, by the way. No matter where that chat...
What the fuck is he saying? Like, just let them fuck their child brides in peace. Like, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. The correct way to deal with the Houthis is by stopping Israel's genocide in Gaza. Okay, yeah. He's just fucking retarded. I don't even know what to... I don't even know what to say. Okay.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. We got a lot of news to talk about today. We've got the Hassan Piker Tim Houthi Chalamet scandal, with people saying he's platforming a terrorist. We've got this bizarre baby-making scam. What just got exposed with these assisted living facilities will shock you. There's even more, so you hear one of the cops say... And then secondly, there's a situation about what actually happened with the flashbang and the health of the baby. And so with all that said, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts here? And then in social media news connected to real world news, there are people fighting about a question. Is Hassan Piker platforming terrorism? That's what a chunk of the internet is fighting about right now, and it's all because of a person that the internet has dubbed Tim Houthi Chalamet. Right? We've talked in greater detail about the Houthis in TikToks, even in yesterday's show and others. But the oversimplified TLDR, in case this is the first video that you've stumbled upon where I'm talking about it, is that they're a Yemeni rebel group. They recently attacked ships in the Red Sea in response to Israel's attacks on Gaza. And very notably, that has included U.S. vessels. So actually, as of this morning, Biden has redesignated the Houthis as terrorists, which is very big because he previously removed them from
Which is very big because that means that Hassan technically violated TOS if he brought on that Houthi after Biden's designation. I don't know when this video is released. Oh, never mind. Hassan's safe.
But this, as the Houthi leaders have defended their actions, saying they're doing what they're doing to support the Palestinian people and to pressure Israel and its allies to end the war. And so all of that bringing us to Tim Houthi, who you might actually recognize from his viral videos like this one, with one person sharing it on Twitter with a caption, Yemeni pirates posting casual TikToks while the entire Western Imperial Corps having a meltdown about their blockade on their ships is the funniest shit of 2024, surely. New Advice actually doing a piece on, identifying him as Rashid al-Haddad, noting that in that clip, he's on the Galaxy Leader, which is a cargo ship seized last year by the Houthis. But they also said that there's no clear evidence that he was actually part of the raid that captured the ship, but he did post photos of him in gear and carrying weapons, so people online have called him a pirate. And yesterday, political commentator Hassan Piker actually interviewed him on his stream, saying in a later post, I interviewed the Yemeni, quote, pirate yesterday, and all he cares about is freeing Palestine.
What a retard. Does he realize how stupid he is? I can't tell. I interviewed a plantation owner in the South yesterday, and all he cares about are states' rights. Like, what a retarded fucking... This is like evil. This is actual evil shit, right? Like, Hassan is a slightly more popular version of Jackson Hinkle. Like, it's so gross.
Turns out he's not part of any militancy, according to him, and is 19. Spent most of his life being bombed, says he welcomes all who defend Palestine no matter their background. And right off the bat, with the way that Hassan started the interview, you had people accusing him of trying to baby girlify a terrorist. Because Hassan asks him if he's seen the anime One Piece, and then actually comparing the Houthis to the show's main character.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
Hassan also asking if he's part of a militancy or just a TikToker, which he said through his interpreter.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
Hassan then asking him what compelled him to actually go on the ships, as well as other questions about news coverage about the situation and motivations behind it.
Says he likes adventures and he is a big supporter of Palestine. He's just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't retaliate on Yemen.
And in this, there are also other bits unrelated to the conflict, or things like what is life like in Yemen, what other TV shows that he watches, stuff like that. And so with all this, depending on where you went online, you had people having drastically different reactions. There was a lot of backlash, people saying Hassan was platforming a terrorist, people honing in on that whole One Piece comparison, saying that's brain rot. It's actually one of the most viral reactions to that being from political commentator Destiny.
Dude,
I don't know if I can listen to myself.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
God, he's so cringe. He's like such a cringe loser. I would pay we'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen, and then all of us would volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe, LARPing loser. I cannot believe, like, nobody in the history, no fascist ever could have dreamed of such an amazing representation of socialism as the most anti-American, like, pro-Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser that is, like, cheering on attacks on merchant ships as this multi-millionaire guy living in West Hollywood.
Well, on the other side of this, you had people defending Hassan, saying that Hassan is actually doing the public an enormous service by speaking to a regular Yemeni guy with regular hopes, dreams, and hobbies, and asking where were you for the past 10 years when the Yemeni people lost lives and limbs just for the crime of existing. And others saying that the interview is actually amazing, with Hassan humanizing him and wanting us to understand that he is just a normal Yemeni teen. But with all that said...
But the IDF are barbaric, monstrous rapists, by the way.
Pass the question off to you. Where do you land on this? I know there's two camps. I don't know if there's a third where you're landing somewhere in between. What do you think about the platforming and interview? What do you think about the reactions? What do you think about any and all of it, and why? Let me know in those comments down below. And then there's even more news that we got to talk about today, but I got to take a second to pay some bills. Because let's face it, after all the holiday indulgence, traveling, maybe not sticking to your routine, it might be time to get back on track. And your gut health...
We'll watch this ad.
Is so important, especially when it comes to your immune system. With all the viruses on overdrive right now, this is a great time to start a healthy habit with a fantastic sponsor of today's show, Seed and their DSO1 Daily Synbiotic. Seed's DSO1 is a 2-in-1 prebiotic and probiotic. It combines 24 select bacterial strings and a new class of non-fermenting prebiotic compounds. And clinical and scientific studies have shown it to support benefits for gastrointestinal function, gut barrier integrity, cardiovascular health, and more. Believe me, I have felt the difference firsthand. Plus, y'all, probiotics and prebiotics are a science. They must be developed, manufactured, and vetted with scientific rigor and precision, and Seed's the only one I trust. It's a good time to start taking care of your gut microbiome. And this month, Seed's offering you beautiful bastards 25% off your first month. You'll receive this 30-day supply, refillable glass jar, and travel vial. And after that, they send sustainably packaged refills. So just go to seed.com/Franco and use code Franco25 at checkout to get 25% off your first order of Seed's DSO1 Daily Synbiotic plus free shipping. And then horrific neglect and...
Wow. Good one. Son Malding about the DeFranco thing? I have no idea. Don't know. Okay. I'll read the comments from that.
Sup, you be...
A lot about the cops and the baby flashbang. Looks like that's what almost all of it is about. These guys are probably more domestically focused than internationally focused, I guess. Them in the comments to the tweet. Philip changed the title. It used to be, "Is Hassan platforming terrorist?" Then Hassan ranted about it. Oh, I wonder if Hassan... Actually, he brought this video up on stream. I wonder if he thumbs down or got it. Because I've seen him get his audience to thumbs down negative comments on videos. I think he did it with that Complex video, I think, right?
Yo.
Hello?
Still on.
Hello?
Hey, are you live?
Yeah, what's up, babe?
You want a video to react to? Kind of up your alley?
Maybe. What's it about?
It's about a vigilante on YouTube who fucked up a predator case and potentially ruined the entire thing for the victims.
Wait, Mama Max?
Yeah. There's a good video by Nicholas Diorio that just came out I'm reacting to. I think you'd enjoy it.
Why would you send me to react to somebody else's video?
That's what you fucking do.
Yeah? How much did he pay you to come in here and talk to me? Why am I not going to get a cut of that?
$300,000, and I can give you a small cut of that.
Okay. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll check it out, okay?
I'm going to send you a link, okay? Be safe, buddy.
Bye. Did you like Amber from House? No, actually, I never liked that character at all. Not only did I not like the character, I didn't like when they kept trying to shoehorn her back in via like hallucinations to make it seem like she was important to House when I don't think she ever was. I think everything involving that character just sucked. I just never liked that character ever. I don't think I don't know. Yeah, she was probably she might be the worst character in all of House, actually. She was important to Wilson, right? I don't know why. I don't even know why Wilson liked her. I'd have to go back and check.
And Donald J. Trump with some very exciting news. My last Favorite President Donald J. Trump with some very exciting news. My last 2 Trump digital trading card collections sold out in just hours. And now I'm back with my latest series called the Mugshot Edition.
Wait, is this AI or is this real?
Wonder where that came from. The Mugshot Edition. 47 all-new stunning cards, and here is the best part. I'm doing 2 important things for my Trump collectors. For the first time, we're creating a real physical Trump card. Purchase 47 digital cards, and we'll mail you a beautiful trading card. It is an authentic piece of the suit I wore when I took that now famous mugshot, and it was a great suit, believe me, a really good suit. It's all cut up, and you're gonna get a piece of it. I'll be autographing some of them. A true collector's item. This is something to give to
He's e-girling. He's selling his clothes now.
your family, to your kids and your grandchildren. With the purchase of 47 of the Trump digital trading cards, you will also be invited to join me for a gala dinner at my beautiful Mar-a-Lago, my home in Florida. You've perhaps heard of it. It's become a pretty famous place. We just had our first dinner for my collectors, and we had a lot of fun together. That was a great evening. That was a fantastic evening. Some people call these cards pop art or modern art. I wish I looked as good as I do on those cards. That I can tell you. They give me muscles where, believe me, I don't have them. I wanted to keep my Trump digital trading cards at the same price, $99 each. So
what? You have to buy, how many was there to get the official one? Was it 97 or was it 47? At $100 each? So you're spending almost $5K? Or wait, actually, does that make sense? Is that your max charitable contribution to a campaign? Is that the same as buying shit from the campaign?
to collect Trump cards.
47 for the 47th president, makes sense.
.com. It's really easy to buy. They sold out incredibly fast the last time, and I think the Mugshot Edition will sell out even faster. So don't miss out. Go to collecttrumpcards.com. Go right now and collect your own exclusive piece of American history. And
just like baseball cards, but you collect them digitally. How do you hold them digitally? Who tracks these? Is it like on Ethereum or something? Or like what chain like keeps, oh, Ethereum wallet? If I buy 47 of these, I get to go to a dinner at Mar-a-Lago? How far am I from Mar-a-Lago? Are you actually like guaranteed? Hold on. Buy 47 digital trading cards or more in a single transaction, and you'll get both dinner at Mar-a-Lago with the president and a piece of the president's actual suit from his famous mugshot. Get the dinner, have dinner with the president. Wouldn't I just be donating $5,000 to Trump's campaign? What if he wins by like 1 vote? This is almost a year old. Oh, is it? Is that true? Wait, this is not what I'm looking for. 12/12/23. Trump unveils digital trading cards mugshot edition. You're lying. From April 2023. Well, but it sounds like this is like the 3rd run. Okay. Yeah, where are my Biden NFTs? The fuck? Bro, do you think if I go to Mar-a-Lago, what if we could find the classified documents? Bro, we gotta go save them for America. The mugshot suit was authenticated by Mirrors, one of the largest authenticators in sports memorabilia. They called the mugshot suit the most historically significant artifact in United States history. Wow. Buy 100 and you get 2 VIP tickets for you and your friend to join President Trump at his gala dinner in Mar-a-Lago. You will sit at the VIP tables. Exclusive invite for 2 to pre-gala cocktail reception with the president. 2 limited edition physical trading cards. Limited to the first 200 people who buy 100 cards with cryptocurrency in one transaction. What is that, 10K? We just had our first dinner for our collectors, and we had a lot of fun together. That was a great evening, and I met some fantastic people. President Donald J. Trump. Black trumpet mushrooms with Trump wine. I came alone and felt very comfortable. I loved this event with my president. Honestly, I was a bit skeptical, but this so exceeded my expectations. The president called us collectors, part of his family. Collect Trump cards is a great community. It was a great night. I can't stop talking about it. Oh my God. I flew in from Estonia for dinner at Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump. So happy. Are foreign people allowed to buy stuff from a PAC or from a campaign? Is that allowed? Does this go to his campaign or him personally? It should say it, right? If it goes somewhere to a campaign. NFT Int LLC is not owned, managed, or controlled by Donald J. Trump, the Trump Organization, CIC Digital. They use Donald Trump's name, likeness, image, paid. Trump Digital are intended as collectibles for individual enjoyment. These digital cards are not political, have nothing to do with any political campaign. Oh, so it's just like a separate company? Is it like a super PAC or... Is it like part or... It's an NFT scam company that licensed his image? Well, they didn't just license his image. They literally got him to do an ad read for it. So I'm curious how much money they're paying him. And they pay him 50%, I think. I don't think you're allowed to do that, right? If you say that these digital trading cards are not political and have nothing to do with any political campaign, but 50% of the proceeds go to a political candidate, would you be allowed to do that? That sounds like a stupid loophole. Why can't you? Well, imagine if Pelosi says, I want to sell, $10 million of things to help me win re-election, but I can't do that. I can't sell that myself, but I'll just get another company to sell it for me and I'll get 90% of the royalties. Wouldn't that be illegal? Destiny, can you not do business with any candidate? Depending on the nature of the business, no, you can't. No, there's restrictions to how much money you can donate or I think spend on a political campaign or whatever. Those are all tracked, those types of political expenditures. I think those are FEC regulations, right? What if it's not going to the campaign but to Trump personally? Are you allowed to raise money for campaigns, but like you just collect it personally? Is that allowed? I have no idea. Maybe you are. I'm not sure. Why wouldn't every candidate just do that then? Just be super corrupt. I don't know. Section 3, LeMayo. Wait. Where do you see Section 3? Does it say Section 3? Don't care. Terms and conditions? I don't care. I'm over it. Old title and thumbnail before he changed it. LARPing loser. Hassan Piker platforming terrorist scandal. Oh, I've heard that, or not heard, but I think sometimes YouTubers will put out like videos and thumbnails and they'll change it like an hour or minutes after release for reasons. I don't know why. I don't know if like the implication is what that Hassan messaged him and asked him to change it. I doubt that, but maybe, but I don't know. But I think sometimes YouTubers will just change shit once it releases because for reasons. Yes, everybody type A/B test.
For many nations around the world, global trade is...
Are real wages rising? Oof. That's a big article. Actually, you know what? It's not that big. Maybe I'll do this one tomorrow.
Truly essential to their security and economic prosperity. There are nations that rely on international imports for things as basic as energy supplies and food, while many have also built their economic models around the export of much-needed goods or commodities. But for those models to work, billions of tons of cargo has to be shipped around the world every single year. And so when the Houthis in Yemen began escalating attacks against ships on the busy trade lanes of the Red Sea, the effects quickly...
This is before the U.S. strike the Yemen/Houthis, by the way. Is there a point in watching this? Yes, no, yes, yes. You think if Trump was elected, he'd pull U.S. out of NATO? I mean, he'd probably want to, but I don't think he'd be able to do it. Because it wouldn't be a priority for him and he's fucking retarded, so. But who knows? Are there Ray Epps trading cards? True. There needs to be. Okay. You're clearly coping. Why do you lie like this? I only cope when I fuck your mom. I don't know how that even makes sense at all. But, you know. Okay. Boom, boom. Have I told you guys when I travel for next month yet? I think I'm going to be gone from February like 4th to like February like I think 12th. It's kind of long. But I think on the 4th I think I'm doing the iced coffee hour podcast thing. On the 6th I'm going to be doing a Yale political union thing, which I hope will be streamed. If not, there'll be a YouTube video of it. On the 7th, it'll be a Cornell political union thing. Hopefully that's streamed. And then canvassing, guys, from the 8th to like the 10th or 11th, I'll be in Ohio. Yeah, make sure to come out to that, okay? Where can I find more info about the Yale thing? I'll let you know when I have it confirmed, like where it's going to be, like the exact time and place. Jesus. Okay. Wonder if Destiny viewers are overrepresented at Ivy League schools? Obviously. Are all those going to be streamed? I hope so. I'll try to find out tonight or tomorrow when I start making when I book my tickets. I'll try to confirm with them that they're going to stream it, hopefully. At the very least, I should be getting YouTube videos out of it, so. Hassan Screams. The fuck is this account? Bro, Destiny literally said he hopes he gets to kill Hassan and was awfully Islamophobic, and you presented it like it was a valid statement to consider? How? He calls him Osama bin Laden, says he's a terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser. I hope you get deported to Yemen so we can join the Navy and legally kill you. None of that raises alarm flags to you? Based. Okay. Maybe I'll stream earlier tomorrow since we only streamed for 6 hours today. I love you guys. It's been fun. We're cappuccino, my diners. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Be careful, okay? Be careful.